rubbing for a while, enjoying the touch and the aroma of the cocktail. After drinking the nightcap cocktail, Yang looked at Himuzi, who was pursing his lips and didn't know whether to stay or go, and smiled faintly. I finished the wine, I'm tired, you should rest early too. Himuzi was entangled, but after seeing Yang's sincere eyes, he smiled slightly, got up clearly, and left with the wine utensils. As long as the girl is beautiful and has a good personality, Yang basically likes them. He also knows that with everything he has now, it may not be difficult to get these girls easily. But he doesn't allow himself to do this. This is his bottom line. No matter how rich or powerful he is, he will not refuse to have many girls. But the premise is that he must make sure that every girl is really attracted to him and likes him before he will accept them. This mentality can be called the bottom line, or it can be called Yang's own little arrogance in terms of feelings. Himuzi's appreciation and affection for him can be easily understood, but it is obvious that when it comes to being moved and truly liking him, it is obviously not yet at the right time. As for those things, we will talk about it when the time comes. A forced melon will never be sweet. Yang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Himuzi's nightcap was really effective, and soon Yang fell asleep peacefully. He slept very sweetly and beautifully, and there was everything in his dream. It was just not as rich as in reality. The next day, Yang woke up refreshed, washed up, and was dragged by Shou to watch the hot searches. I didn't expect that the paparazzi reporters who followed the Prince Gong's mansion last night actually took a few seemingly true photos and made up many stories in a realistic way. In order to create a hot spot, a lot of unfounded black materials were also written. What Yang sacrificed his body for a female leader in exchange for a deal, what he reached a dirty and unspeakable deal with a senior official, and then he obtained the property rights of Prince Gong's mansion, blah blah blah. There is no evidence at all, just talking nonsense. Whatever they say is true. The key is that many viewers are extremely unhappy in reality, just waiting to see unfair things on the internet to criticize. As a result, when they see these news fabricated by marketing accounts, they don't even think about verifying whether there is such a thing, and they just start to criticize. The heat is so high. In fact, boss, you were on the hot search last night, but the wind direction was still normal at that time. Many fans on Douyin came to ask you if this is true. But starting from the early morning this morning, marketing accounts that set the pace for their own interests appeared, which pissed me off. If I meet them in real life, I will give them a set of Foshan shadowless kick. And Lushan Shanglongba. Shou Qingxian gritted her teeth in anger. Oh? Yang smiled indifferently. He had many solutions for this kind of malicious slander. Since he was confident, he would not be furious with the clown. He opened Douyin casually and saw someone promoting these unfounded black materials, and the so-called knowledge broadcaster, internet celebrity, pretending to be pretentious. Explaining in a vivid and colorful way, like telling a story. A bunch of people liked, commented and forwarded it below, and then swore, and the scene was chaotic. How can they do this? They made up things out of thin air and said they were true. Shou Qingxian gritted her teeth and was furious. These people are for hot spots, not for the truth. There are too few people who really have conscience. Yang shook his head. Occasionally, he could see videos calling on the audience to look at this matter rationally, indicating that these marketing accounts have no evidence and should not be believed indiscriminately. However, this kind of video generally has a low number of likes. After all, there are still too few rational people in the internet world. What should I do now? Shou Qingxian asked. Yi Yang shrugged, not panicking at all. Wait for me to make 2 calls. Hello? Shou Zhang? I'm Yi Yang, yes, that's right. Look at the hot searches. All the meritorious and demerits are recorded in the roster. Don't move after checking. Wait until I tell you how to deal with it, then deal with it. Yi Yang said. A few words casually and then hung up the phone. Boss, this is? Shou Qingxian asked in confusion. Zhang Ming, the current executive director of Zijia. Yi Yang replied casually, now the entire Zijia jump is his. These people are blacking him on Douyin. That's really a fool's mother opening the door to a fool, stupid to the end. Of course, this matter is still quite a big deal. In addition to Douyin, there are also many people in the Tingshuan system who have similar voices. Hello, Xiao Ma, yes, I'm Yi Yang. Well, it's still the same old routine, meritorious should be recorded, demerits should be recorded, and what to do should be done. Tell me after the details are clarified, and I will deal with it when I tell you to deal with it. Yi Yang said lightly. Boss? This again? Shou Qingxian blinked. Mark King, the current CEO of Tingshuan. Yi Yang replied. Shou Qingxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the only thing left in her mind was the 4 words, the boss is awesome. Okay, the next step is to post the video. Yi Yang casually turned on the camera and spread all the certificates and property certificates, transaction certificates, contracts, etc. that the system had placed in his space on the table. As for me, I just bought a house openly, without any black material. All the relevant certificates are on the table. And you can see for yourself. Yi Yang spread his hands, and this is my transfer record. Of course, this is also provided by the system. Real evidence. Yi Yang's smile was restrained after this sentence, and a few murderous eyes appeared. The reason why I said this is to explain to my fans. For those who like me, I can't let them misunderstand me. As for the second half of this video, he sneered, many capable public figures choose to be fake good people after being bullied online. After being fabricated with all kinds of unfounded black materials, they don't retaliate against them. This has led to more and more chaos on the internet. It is precisely because of the inaction of you people that the cost of spreading rumors is getting lower and lower, making these evil forces more and more rampant. But I, Yi Yang, am different. I hereby announce to the entire network that anyone who slanders me out of thin air will not escape legal sanctions. You want to make money by stepping on others, blackening others, and killing others, right? I can't control others. If you mess with me, Yi Yang, you must pay 100 times the price you should have paid. Remember, it's anyone. After saying that, he released the video without any scruples. With a fan base of more than 30 million, and this being the biggest hot topic in the past 2 days, this response video instantly became popular and jumped to the top of all the hot lists. The number of likes on Douyin alone exceeded 6 million in a very short period of time. First update. Fuck, that's awesome. He's worthy of being my fan. He's a real man. Wan Qishanhao got angry, those rubbish marketing accounts that spread rumors and rely on capital to support them and kill others to fatten themselves up will probably have trouble sleeping and eating. Haha, that's right. When fans saw Yi Shenhao finally post a video in Response: they straightened their backs instantly and kept cheering for Yi Yang under the relevant videos and explaining the situation. How much Yi Yang loved his fans in the past, now these fans are more protective of Yi Yang. All these formal documents are available. What about the hidden rules? People actually took away that much money, so awesome. Fuck. I'm so jealous. 100 billion. Damn, pure 100 billion. Just buy a place to live. Too awesome, fuck. I'm kneeling. Yi Shenhao is Yi Shenhao, super awesome, loss. This response is the most domineering I've seen in all these years. That's right, who dared to reply so hardcore before? Who wasn't afraid of the future and the future? That's right. Many public figures who were hacked and cheated not only did not fight against it, but were afraid of trouble, and then used money to seek peace, encouraging unhealthy trends. None of them had a strong backbone, which made netizens with a positive outlook angry. We should be like Yi Shenhao, fighting to the end. Anyway, after this wave, I am a die-hard fan of Yi Shenhao. If anyone dares to blacken him, I will chase him to his grave and perform a grave dance for him. Haha. Brother, you are awesome, you are just full of artistic bacteria. Haha, it's useless. Do you think those public figures before wanted to spend money to settle the matter? The evil forces are in the dark, and they are in the light. It's easy to block the open gun, but it's hard to defend against the hidden arrow. It's better to provoke a gentleman than a villain. Yes, this Yi Yang is too arrogant. Does he really think that he can do it just because he has a little money? He can do everything? How is he better than those public figures? It's just a little more money? What's wrong? I don't believe he can deal with all the internet celebrities who have joined forces to blacken him. That's right. I think he will most likely surrender in the end, and then spend money to settle the matter. Haha, I've seen a lot of this. Internet experts have appeared in the comment area to show their wisdom that they have already seen through the rules of society. The people above, it is because of people like you that the social atmosphere is not right. Bad guys are always a small part. What makes bad guys gain power? It is because there are too many mediocre people who have been indoctrinated by bad guys into the idea that if you resist bad guys, you will definitely lose. These mediocre people are brainwashed by themselves without knowing it, but are complacent and call it the truth. In the process of justice winning, the biggest source of resistance is often not bad guys, but these mediocre people. Haha, just watch if you don't believe it. What can he do to these internet celebrities and bloggers? I am spiraling and eating shit in the same place, okay? It is impossible for those who are framed to defeat the black hands behind them. This is reality, haha. Fans were indignant and rushed directly to the internet celebrities and bloggers and public Big V accounts who had spread rumors before to reason with them. These big internet celebrities and Big Versus responded one after another not long after. Haha, what can we do? We have done this kind of thing so many times over the years. Who has done anything to us? He wants to make trouble? These are all unspoken rules. Everyone agrees that if he doesn't respect the rules, he will pay the price. Let's wait and see. He has produced evidence this time, so we lose. But it is impossible for a person to not make mistakes in his life. We will keep an eye on him in the future, haha. When he is dead, you will know who holds the truth. The mediocre people, Yi Yang's fans, the internet celebrity, and his Brainwashed audience, the three forces quarreled and argued endlessly, making the heat of this matter more and more outrageous. It's time. Yi Yang smiled slightly and called Shou Zhang and Shou Ma directly. It's time to close the net. Everything ended at 12 noon. As if it was agreed. Zijie Tiaodong and Tingshuan banned all the internet celebrities and big versus involved at the same time, and sent a lawyer's letter to them on behalf of Yi Yang, and said that they would send a professional lawyer team and prosecute all those who spread rumors and slandered and caused serious consequences. The reason why Yi Yang did not rush to close the net was that he wanted to make the consequences bigger. The greater the adverse consequences, the longer these troublemakers will spend in prison. I guess the rubbish who led the most fierce shouting in this wave will have to spend at least 10 years in prison before they can get out. Damn it. No way. Am I dreaming? At the same second, Zijie Tiaodong and Tingshuan seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and at the same time banned all the anchors and big versus involved, and also said that they would be held criminally responsible. Oh my god. This is too awesome, right? Is this Yi Shenhao? Didn't they say that these two companies are competitors and have a bad relationship? How come this is like they discussed it behind the scenes? It's too coincidental. It's like the bosses of these two companies are Yi Shenhao. This is too face-giving. I heard that those little internet celebrities who thought they were fine, who took advantage of the traffic to spread rumors and slander, were all arrested. Fuck. It's so fucking satisfying, right? I'm the light of the righteous path. The internet experts were completely out of control and could not say anything. They just felt a burning pain on their faces. They would never have thought that Yi Yang could be so awesome. Boss, many internet celebrities have sent private messages to you to plead for mercy? And many of the capital groups behind them have also contacted us to seek reconciliation. Xiao Qingxian witnessed the whole process of the incident. At this time, her blood was boiling and her eyes were different when she looked at Yi Yang. This is too righteous. Capital Group? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes, entertainment capital that specializes in injecting funds to spread rumors and dig up black materials. Xiao Qingxian said. This is a recognized black industry in the entertainment industry. According to the normal process, they should show up and blackmail us at this time. Now, they come out to seek reconciliation with us. Haha, Yi Yang was also very happy. Send it to the door by themselves? There is such a good thing? It would take some effort to investigate them. Now, they come to the door by themselves and explode. After all, it cost them a lot of money to create a few big internet celebrities, and they don't want to lose these internet celebrities and public big versus so easily. But I'm more curious, how much did they say they would give? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Second update, search for Yi Jiuyang on Douyin, and follow the author's personal operating account. Check out the free gifts and urging videos. The light of righteousness. They said they are willing to raise 300 million yuan for you to calm down this storm. Xiao Qingxian said. Truthfully. Puff. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 300 million yuan? Do I look like a beggar? Haha. Xiao Qingxian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, let them wait for the lawyer's letter and the police. At home. Yi Yang waved his hand. How can a mere 300 million yuan calm his anger? He just sent a red envelope in the live broadcast room for 300 million yuan. Okay, I'll reply to them right away. Shou. Qingxian nodded repeatedly, holding back her smile, and began to notify them one by one. I guess these domineering old bad guys must be so scared when they see Yang's reply, right? This matter did not end with the banning of these internet celebrities. That night, the evidence and the lawyer team were fully prepared, and one message after another came. The fans knew that the promise made by Yi Yang was being fulfilled. All the internet celebrities who participated in slandering him and tried to make themselves famous by erasing others and making rumors and slanders were imprisoned. One after another. Even those with minor degrees of slander were fined a lot. Now, they can be said to have fully felt Yi Yang's energy and determination. The popularity of this matter has continued to be the first on the hot list. Even the hot searches of Wang Feng's new song and Wang Feng's new song can't be on the hot search list are suppressed and can't be on the hot search list. Taking advantage of this wave, Yi Yang has gained another wave of fans. Now the fans of Douyin are approaching 36 million and are about to enter the 40 million mark. Seeing that the fans are so enthusiastic, Yi Yang also boasted for a while at the beginning of the broadcast, and then sent a red envelope of 100 million Chinese yuan. The live broadcast room was full of jubilation, causing the hot search that was about to go down to be pushed up by the fans. These live treasures. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. However, he didn't care too much about it. It would be nice to let the hot search on the list help him attract more fans. Just as he was about to go to the imperial kitchen for lunch, the system's voice rang. It was detected that the host made special consumption to maintain his image, and received a special reward in the face category, worth 10 billion, the ownership of the Dongsha Island. Yi Yang was stunned. Just give an island? What the hell is Dongsha Island? What is the face category? Does it mean that being an island owner is very face-saving? Or is there a face fruit on the island? He opened Chandu repeatedly and searched. You don't know until you search. Once you search, you will be shocked. This Dongsha Island is an independent island, one of the islands in the Chinese Sea area that is allowed to be traded commercially. It only takes a few $100 million to buy a deserted island. However, the first buyer of Dongsha Island made a major transformation on the island, invested billions of dollars, developed tourism, and transformed the island. Today's Dongsha Island is already a Chinese AAA-level scenic spot, which is the legendary 5A scenic spot. The system is valued at 10 billion. So it seems that its annual profit is very high. As for how much profit it makes, Yi Yang is too lazy to check it. The information found on the internet may not be accurate. Anyway, he is the owner of the island. He can just go for a patrol in a few days and ask the island's operating supervisor. He opened WeChat and found that Wang Xiaozong had sent an invitation to play private boat racing? The rich second generation really knows how to play. Yi Yang touched his chin, but speaking of private yachts, he happened to have a good one. Boss, what do you mean? Shou Qingxian looked at Yi Yang smirk and couldn't help but think of something. That's right, drive it over. Yi Yang nodded slightly, let those rich second generation see what a private boat is received. After Shou Qingxian saluted in a formal manner, he turned around and went to work. The next 2 days were a comfortable holiday at the Wang mansion. Although he said he was staying at home, the Prince Gong mansion was too big. 2 days was just enough for Yi Yang to get familiar with it and take a detailed tour. It couldn't be more appropriate to say that he was traveling at home. This staying at home lasted for 2 days. After 2 days, the heat had gradually subsided. After all, in the internet age, no matter how popular the information is, it is difficult to stay popular for a long time. Yi Yang, who had a very refreshing sleep, stretched his arms and patted Shou Qingshuan's hips, who was still sleeping next to him. Wake up, little lazy pig. You are the little lazy pig. Shou Qingshan rubbed her eyes and snorted, the boss's skills have improved. He is more powerful than before when we spar at night. If this continues, I'm afraid that few normal girls can resist. Yi Yang looked at Shou Qingshuan's half-smile and said. Then I will spar with you more in the future? I'm glad that the boss understands. Shou Qingshan laughed and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, pack up. I've been watching Douyin for 2 days in the palace, because of the popularity. It's time to go out and have some fun today. Yi Yang glanced at the WeChat message. It happened that Wang Xiaocong asked him to go out 2 days ago, and the time was set for today. Bai Xiaojing's mother has recovered well. There was a nurse who could take care of the follow-up today, but Bai Xiaojing was worried and went there in person. Sister Xiaojing is really filial. Su Jiaojiao smiled. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly and then waved. Wang Xiaocong is treating us today. He said he would take us to see the real happiness of the rich second generation. Raise your hand if you are interested. He Musi, who has always been cold and arrogant, seemed a little distracted today. Boss, I still stay in the palace to study bartending. I have some new ideas recently and want to try them out. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, without forcing it, and gave a thumbs up. Then I'm waiting to drink the new work you created? Humph. The boss really likes being a guinea pig. He Musi teased and walked into the wine shop specially prepared for her. Women are so unfathomable that it's impossible to fathom their thoughts. Yi Yang scratched his head and had no idea why he Musi seemed so abnormal today. I am the boss's personal driver. I go wherever the boss goes. Su Jiaojiao was the first to raise her hand. And you? Yi Yang teased and asked Shou Qingshan, who was watching he Musi leave, with a frown. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. What are you mumbling about? Yi Yang flicked Shou Qingshuan's little head. Clam? Shou Qingshan came back to her senses. It's okay, I am now both your personal secretary and your personal bodyguard, and I finally managed to get into your car 2 days ago. You can't get rid of me. Yi Yang's old face turned red. Although he turned defensive in the end, it was the first time he was pushed back. Looking back, he still felt a little embarrassed. First update. What car are you getting in? Su Jiaojiao next to her was confused after hearing this, and asked with some doubts. Children don't ask questions if they don't understand. Yi Yang waved his hand. It's time for us to set off. Regarding Wang Xiaocong, Yi Yang has good senses in his heart and is straightforward. The key is that his style is completely different from that of the girl he likes, so there is no biggest conflict that may arise between men. In addition, he has sent him so many welfare videos, and today he invites himself to participate in a friendly match, so of course it is obligatory. This gathering was at Tianjin Port, so naturally we didn't drive there. Yi Yang directly took a few girls on the private plane. On the G950, the flight attendants were still in perfect shape and had a respectful attitude. However, since Beijing was close to Jincheng, the plane landed soon and There was no time to refuel in the air, which was a little regretful. At Tianjin port, Wang Xiaozong and his party have been waiting here for a long time. Brother Tsong, who are you waiting for? Is there any second generation in China worthy of letting you wait for such a long time? The female internet celebrity in his arms caressed him and said sweetly. Naturally, there is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Wang Xiaozong didn't have anything to avoid. He shrugged and said, this man is a super big shot today. If he weren't of the same age, I wouldn't dare to hang out with him. What? A big shot that even you, Brother Tsong, are in awe of? I have to take a closer look at this. The eyes of two internet celebrity girls were hugging each other. They were held by Wang Xiaozong for money. Since it was all about money, why not sit in the arms of a richer person? Regarding this point, Wang Xiaozong knew better than these two internet celebrity girls, and couldn't help but sneer, you two should restrain your thoughts, people are not interested in the faces of internet celebrities. The twin internet celebrities looked at each other awkwardly and smiled coquettishly. In fact, they wanted to ask the big shot Wang Xiaozong said about his taste. After all, we can have plastic surgery too. Make him look like what he likes. Anyway, their current appearance is also after plastic surgery and is not their original appearance. Just having fun with this kind of internet celebrity girl, Wang Xiaozong didn't bother to pay attention to what these two people were thinking now. However, the rich second-generation followers who often followed him around had their eyes widened. No, Brother Tsong, even you. Shou. Wang Xiaozong waved his hand and waved repeatedly when he saw Mo Jingjing jumping into the field. Although he would smile politely when he saw Mo Jingjing before, he would not be so enthusiastic. But Mo Jingjing now has that kind of relationship with Yi Yang. If the two of them really get married in the future, he will always establish a good relationship in advance. Can't go wrong. Although he is straight-tempered, it does not mean that he is a fool. Basic business acumen is still there. Brother Xiaozong. We meet again. Mo Jingjing waved her hand in surprise, and then looked at the two internet celebrity girls in his arms with a suspicious frown, making the two girls look very panicked. Brother Xiaozong, did you leave the club alone? Just because of these two young ladies that day, and ran away on your own? Mo Jingjing asked. No. No, please listen to my explanation, it wasn't them that day. Wang Xiaozong wanted to explain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he found that he was getting darker and darker. Mo Jingjing was also stunned, and gave Wang Xiaozong a thumbs-up sign repeatedly, good guy. Ahem, by the way, today is a yacht race. Girl, Jingjing also likes to sail boats? Wang Xiaozong was a little surprised and asked by the way to change the topic. It stands to reason that sailing, driving, racing for rankings, etc. are all boys' favorite sports. Have you never heard that? Mo Jingjing likes this stuff? Dad heard that the master would come this time, so he couldn't help but force someone to take me out of the Gujing room and throw me here. Mo Jingjing chuckled. Actually, if he had made it clear earlier, I would have come over on my own initiative. Good guy. This time it was Wang Xiaozong's turn to give Mo Jingjing a thumbs up, and he cursed in his heart, Uncle Mo, even if you want to give your daughter away, there is no need to be so hasty. Is Miss Jingjing really your biological child? While he was complaining, a four-seater Ferrari made a beautiful swerve and stopped in front of Wang Xiaozong and others. Here I go, this driving skill is awesome. The eyes of the wealthy second-generation car-savvy people next to me all shone with this drifting technique. They looked like experienced drivers at first glance. It's great to drive a supercar. Su Jiaojiao walked out of the car very happily, closed the car door handsomely, stretched her waist, and looked like she was still unfinished. Still a female driver. Several rich second generations are all greedy. What they dream of is a female driver with such awesome driving skills. I didn't want to encounter it today. Sister, how much does your boss charge you? I'll give you 10 times the price. Several wealthy second-generation people were whistling frivolously. The four-seater Ferrari, which only costs over 10 million, is not considered a luxury car in the eyes of these rich second-generation people who hang out with Wang Xikong, so they don't know that the big shot Wang Xikong has been waiting for is in the car. 100,000 a day? Su Jiaojiao asked. Several rich second-generation people who were extremely confident at first were suddenly choked to death. That's crazy. Paying a driver 10,000 yuan a day. If I had known better, I would have said 10 times more if I didn't pretend. Giving the driver 100,000 yuan a day, even. They feel a little distressed. Their father is very rich, but this just means that they are not qualified to squander the family at will. The family education of the real super-rich families is quite strict. For specific activities, they will be given specific funds, and they must report to their families every month. If their families know that they spend 3 million to support a driver, they will not be able to get living expenses next month. However, there are still some people who particularly like Su Jiaojiao. The second-generation rich who have started their own business and have money sneered, 100,000 a day, so what? Today I will let you see what a domineering CEO is. Ouch. Brother Song, what are you doing? The CEO just said half of the word cut when he was hit on the head and bit his tongue directly. Zheng Peng grimaced in pain, but when he saw that it was Wang Xiaozong, he didn't dare to get angry, but just asked. This is the personal driver of the big shot I mentioned. You are going to die. Wang Xiaozong glared at these followers. Ahem, this. Brother Xiaozong, you are such a big shot, but you are too low-key. That's right, driving a junky car worth more than 10 million yuan to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, who would recognize it? Wang Xiaozong shook his head, ignoring these complaints, and ran forward to welcome Yi Yang. Second update. I didn't expect that Dong Yi would actually come. Wang Xiaozong bowed and rubbed his hands and smiled at Yi Yang. Haha, didn't you tell me, just call me Brother Yi. Yi Yang waved his hand. It stands to reason that Wang Xiaozong is a few years older than him, but this is not how the business world calls him. It is also common for people of the same age to be called brother when they are doing well. Okay, Brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong nodded repeatedly, feeling not dissatisfied but rather honored. After all, not everyone is qualified to call Yi Yang Yige. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This four-seater Ferrari was a car he temporarily rented at the airport. Of course it is not a luxury car, but this is the best one there. If you want to rent tens of millions, this kind of luxury car will not be available for rent. Business. There was no store selling luxury cars nearby, so I rented this four-seater Ferrari. No, Mr. Wang looks like this, he really means to please you. Even someone who has such an upright temperament and disdains bending to others, behaves like this. Several rich second-generation followers were amazed and felt incredible. After all, they knew Wang Xiaozong too well after following him for so long. I haven't seen you Brother Yi yet. Wang Xiaozong shouted deeply. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Several rich second-generation people had been restrained for a long time, and now they all bowed and shouted respectfully. Well, there are still some people who haven't arrived yet. Wang Xiaozong looked into the distance. This competition was organized by the rich second generation of the Beijing circle. Although he is considered the most respected in the circle, there are several other people with high status who have formed their own factions. They came to participate this time just to steal the limelight. That's all. After a while, various luxury cars drove in, and people gradually gathered. Yi Yang took a look and saw that there were about 30 or 40 rich second generations. They should all be descendants of the top 30 or 40 companies in the capital's business district. The combined wealth of the fathers of these guys here is probably comparable to that of Mark Jean and Wang Silin tied together. Okay, everyone doesn't have to hide it. As the sponsor of the competition, let's just tell the rules. Wang Xiaozong said with a smile. After all, he is still the highest status among the rich second generation in the Beijing circle. When he spoke at this time, many masters and princesses looked over. Our destination this time is Dongsha Island. I have made contact there. The ranking will be recorded according to the time of landing on the island. The bottom half will be responsible for paying for the first half of the people to spend on Dongsha Island this time. As for the champion, do you have any objections to receiving the solid gold trophy purchased with this competition fund? Competition fund? Why haven't I heard about this? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Originally, there is a prize in this competition. Each person pays 1 million. I will help. You pay for your share. Wang Xiaozong said repeatedly. Yi Yang nodded slightly, but he was a little surprised. Dongsha Island seemed a little familiar. Oh, by the way, this island was given by the system to reward me a few days ago. The system is valued at 10 billion. It's quite a coincidence, but I originally planned to pick a date to visit this industry, so I'll stop by for an inspection this time. After Yi Yang made the calculation in his mind, he nodded slightly. Master, I don't have a boat. I didn't join the foundation either. I was forced to come here by my father. Mo Xingjing kept saying. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, then get on my boat. Hey, master is the best. Mo Xingjing shook Yi Yang's arm and said happily. Stop hiding it. And quickly bring out your racing boat. Wang Xiaozong waved his hand and smiled. Okay. All the second-generation rich people were so excited that they showed off their big treasures. Several of the guys who secretly wanted to compete with Wang Xiaozong proudly revealed their trump cards. My little brother is not talented. I bought a heavyweight yacht a few days ago, the Squid. It is 30 meters long. Its displacement and speed are both outstanding. Lu Shaoxing of the Chongqing Group was extremely proud of the yacht that broke through the water in the distance. This yacht cost him more than 50 million yuan. The pocket money he had saved in the past 2 years was almost squandered, which made him feel distressed for a while. Brother Lu, you can't do this, haha, look at my Chenlong. On the side, a girl with sassy short hair and a cosplay of a pirate captain waved her hand, and a 36-meter-long private yacht drove over with huge waves. It's actually the Chenlong? This thing seems to sell for close to 100 Million, right. You really spent a lot of money. Lou whispered. Haha, women can give everything they have to the things they like, unlike you. You are so timid. You weakling. The pirate captain Chu Hai raised his chin proudly and sneered. Then I don't have to hide my clumsiness. Last year I was traveling in Europe and saw the Delin being auctioned. I fell in love with it at first sight and took a photo of it. Wang Xiaozong waved his hand with great confidence, and a super-large yacht with a length of more than 40 meters drove over. It was extremely beautiful, and the gray-white hull reflected dazzling light in the sun. It turns out that the mysterious buyer who bid 150 million last year was actually you, brother Tsong. Chu Haijiao said angrily, you were the one who stole my boat. Wang Xiaozong felt a little headache when he saw Chu Haijiao being unreasonable. Her family was in the shipping business, which made her like boats and yachts naturally. It turns out that the one who kept raising the price and made me spend more than 30 million was you. At this time, the person who was stealing the love was right in front of them, and the two of them looked at each other with disapproval. They were all angry. The circle of the second generation was actually not big, and the things that happened every year were also talked about with relish. At this time, the second generation next to them couldn't help laughing. It was said that they were going to participate in an auction abroad, but now it seems that the people who participated in the final bidding were all Chinese. Good guy, Chinese people went abroad to watch Chinese people bidding at the auction. It was just a lonely sight. Yi Yang watched all this with a smile. This competition was a private hobby competition between the rich second generation. It was different from the one in Songhua Lake. It was a competition between two major groups, and the purchase of ships was supported by the family group. In this game, almost all of the top second-generation rich people used their own pocket money, New Year's money, etc., to buy the boats. The quality is even better than that of Songhua Lake. With the strength of one person, he can compete with a family on par, which is worthy of being the top second-generation rich people in Beijing. Brother Yi, didn't you say you have a boat? Wang Xiaozong was a little confused when he saw Yi Yang's calmness. He didn't see Yi Yang's boat yet? Other second-generation rich people who came later, especially Chu Haijiao and Lu Shaosheng, all looked over. What kind of boat did the person who even Wang Xiaozong called brother prepare? First update. Wang Xiaozong couldn't help but sweat for Yi Yang. That day, Yi Yang only said that he had a boat there, and he didn't need to prepare it. Although Yi Dong was very rich, he might not have a private boat worth hundreds of millions. What should I do if the price drops after I drive it out? The other rich second generation also looked at Yi Yang with interest. They were all unfamiliar with this man, but when they saw him standing next to Yi Yang, they didn't dare to say anything. Now Yi Yang is the only one who has not shown off his private boat, which is quite a big deal. Now that Wang Xiaozong's Delin, worth tens of millions, has come out, it would be strange if he doesn't get laughed at if he soon opens a junk yacht worth millions. Don't worry, let the ship fly for a while. Yi Yang looked at his watch and said with a faint smile, coming soon. Ship? Fly? Wang Xiaozong was a little confused. Before the confusion was over, a huge shadow floated in the sky. Everyone stared blankly at the huge shadow falling in the sky. What's this? A superplane? It doesn't look like it. It feels more like a real aircraft carrier. the wealthy second generation people present had their mouths wide open, not knowing how to describe the shocking scene they saw in front of their eyes. The huge shadow finally landed on the sea. The two huge wings slowly converged, the deck popped out, and its shape changed, turning into a complete hull form. This is a super sea yacht that is nearly 100 meters huge. Whether it is size or height, it crushes all other yachts present. He really fucking flew here. Am I blind? Or am I hallucinating because the mushrooms I ate last night were poisonous? Illusion. This must be an illusion. All the second-generation rich people were frightened by the scene. Yi Yang smiled slightly. This sea-to-air amphibious spacecraft, which can be called a black technology, is the latest research result of Gulfstream Airlines. It's a real ship. It is also an advanced version of the sea and land amphibious aircraft that has matured in technology in the past few years. In recent years, international space science and technology organizations have always regarded this as a hot discussion. Many international giant companies are no longer satisfied with building rockets. They want to truly realize the concept of spacecraft. This Gulfstream F-1000 is the result of several years of research. It was only when he was reading news on the internet a few days ago that he learned that his company had actually developed this super black technology. It would be a waste of resources not to use it to shock the eyes of these ignorant mortals. Gulu, can this really be called a boat? Lu Shaoxing was going crazy. Wow. This is so cool. Chu Haijiao's eyes lit up. She took off the black eye patch she wore for the COS pirate captain and looked at the ship with bright eyes. While looking at it, he muttered, Mr. Yi is so cool, he's so awesome. Even more awesome than my dad. I asked Brother Yi, how much does this boat cost? Can you get one for me? Chu Haijiao asked, excitedly, blinking her eyes. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, really want it? Certainly. Chu Haijiao nodded seriously. It's not expensive. I bought it for 1.8 billion. I see that you are a beautiful girl. If you want to buy it, I will give you a 10% discount. How about it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The R&D cost of F-1000 was extremely expensive, so the initial pricing was also extremely high, and the target group was only the world's top super rich. Although Gulfstream is its own company, it still has to pay when it's time to pay. Chu Haijia was speechless, blushed deeply, and snarled for a long time. Although she really wanted this big baby, she could only endure it in the end. She was too poor to afford it. She has never known poverty since she was born, but today she received a real education. It made her feel the taste of poverty for the first time. 118 billion. Several rich second generation stuttered, are you really a rich second generation? Yi Yang shrugged, I never said that I am the second generation of rich people. These guys who originally wanted to compete with Yi Yang immediately knelt down and couldn't help but submit. Compared with this person, I'm afraid I can't even be considered a poor person. The key is not that this spaceship is expensive, but that people can get it. The Gulfstream F-1000 is still in the preparation stage for sale. It can be said that except for the core personnel of Gulfstream Aviation, few people in the world know the news, and they got it in advance. The energy this represents is simply too terrifying. They all couldn't help but admire him. Oh my God, he is indeed the one who bought Prince Gong's mansion. Wang Xiaozong was completely convinced. Thinking that he was worried about Yi Yang just now, he couldn't help but feel that he was a little too sentimental. Okay, let's start the game. Yi Yang laughed and spread his hands. More than a dir. A group of second-generation rich people were making crazy complaints in their hearts. Is this even necessary? You don't need to know that the champion is definitely you. However, they dare not say anything in anger. Because what they are driving is a super ship worth 1.8 billion Chinese coins. It seems that we can only compete for second place. Wang Xiaozong shrugged helplessly, feeling that he had been hit by dimensionality reduction. Humph, I must be second. Chu Haijiao even changed her slogan, don't fight for first place, only fight for second place. All the second-generation rich people ran to their boats in despair. The feeling of this dimensionality reduction blow was too uncomfortable. Yi Yang also took Mo Xingjing and several girls to F1000. Boss, familiar figures greeted him at the cabin door. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Today, the F1000 is still under development and improvement, so it uses a dual control system. And uses the traditional flight system when flying in the sky. When at sea, use the navigation system. Therefore, Yi Yang asked Yuan's flight attendant group to be in charge of the air part, and Gu Dandan's sailor group to be in charge of the maritime system. Today's F1000 is full of girls, which is very eye-catching. When the stewardess and Haijie get together, it feels a little different. My flight mission has been completed. The new black technology turns out to be different as expected. Hee. The journey at sea will be handed over to Sister Gu's team. In a while. It is estimated that there will still be some time to reach Dongsha Island. Yuan smiled. And said, Boss, are you considering a sea spa? Pushing oil at sea? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was his first experience, but he was still more curious about what was so special about this super-era spaceship that cost him 1.8 billion to buy. It's better to accompany me around this F1000 first. It's all up to you, Captain. Yuan bowed softly. Second update. Because we haven't been exposed to F1000 for a long time, so we can only give a brief introduction. Yuan was a little embarrassed. This was her dereliction of duty as the flight attendant. Gu Dandan rolled his eyes. After finally seeing his boss again, he wanted to have a good time reminiscing about old times with him and have more intimate contact with him, but it turned out that it was time to sail the boat by himself. Well, she sighed secretly and had no choice but to return to the cockpit honestly. Hey, this spaceship is indeed a top-notch black technology. Yi Yang walked in the high-tech passage that seemed to be found in science fiction novels. Feeling the simple beauty of machinery and technology. The hull is divided into 3 layers. The bottom is the material, storage and fuel layer. The middle is the cockpit, crew activity area, and entertainment area. The upper layer is your exclusive territory, and only those who you give permission can enter. Yuan introduced. In other words, you haven't even been in the past few days? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes. Yuan smiled and nodded. Yi Yang walked to the suspended ladder leading to the highest level. As the highest level of black technology, when he successfully purchased it, the whole body ID was bound to the fuselage system. All you need is your iris and fingerprint to unlock all permissions for the spacecraft. You can also grant special permissions to others as a captain. Yi Yang naturally also entered the information of several girls around him, as well as Gu Dandan and Yuan. Originally, what he saw on the second level was shocking enough, giving Yi Yang a sense of the future and technology. Until he walked up to the third floor. Well, as soon as I walked onto the third floor, I bumped into an oblate automatic sweeping robot AI that was executing a cleaning program. I'm sorry. The oblate robot's display screen displays cute fonts, and its voice is set to a baby-sounding Lolita tone. What a cute robot. Jiangjing's girl's heart was bursting with excitement. Most of the people responsible for the work on the third layer are automatic AIs, each of which is input into functional programs with different purposes. The sweeping robot is just one of the models. In addition, there are cleaning AI, medical AI, library management AI, etc., which are almost fully automated, fully intelligent. These intelligent AIs use dual energy sources of electronics and sunlight. In theory, these AIs can continue to work unless there is 100 consecutive days of gloomy weather. Yuan explained. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It is indeed a newly launched black technology future spaceship. I feel that it is a huge profit to buy it. For 1.8 billion. The super-large Airbus A230 ordered by the Saudi prince a few years ago cost 2 billion. Now, think about it, he can buy it for 1.8 billion, maybe because he is the boss, the R&D department only. Let him get a cost price. If this spacecraft is actually put on the market in the future, I feel that the price should be 3 billion. Otherwise, we would be sorry for this extremely luxurious and fully automated third floor. Yi Yang walked inside again. The more I look at it, the more surprised I am. This is not a ship. It is sailing in the sea, it is a sea fortress. Open in the sky, it is an aerial fortress. It is fully functional and almost has its own ecological cycle system. The solar charging panels provide a large amount of electricity, and there are even vegetation and vegetable areas. The reading area and shower area are completely wrapped by a huge deep-sea fish tank, as if you are in the deep sea. It is like directly moving the ocean zoo into it and becoming the decoration of these two areas. The fully equipped fitness area is adjacent to the heated swimming pool. The most outrageous thing is that we also saw a breeding area. But there were no cattle or sheep inside, just a sign indicating a breeding area. It may be that the technology in this area has not yet been solved, or it may be that there is no demand for it, so breeding has not been started. The master bedroom also has a large IMAX movie screen. You can enjoy an awesome audiovisual feast before going to bed. For some reason, Yi Yang suddenly thought of a science fiction novel he read as a child called 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The submarine fortress that once appeared in his dream, the Nautilus, is it not as advanced as this F-1000? Can this spaceship dive? Yi Yang asked out of nowhere. We have this plan. The technology in this area has not been perfected yet. It is estimated that it will be fully realized in 2 years. However, there are no technical problems in diving within 1,000 meters of the sea, but complete safety is not guaranteed. Yuan obviously saw a lot of information, and her response was very smooth. Really? Yi Yang imagined the wonderful scene of driving an F-1000 around the world in the future. This ship basically has its own perfect ecological cycle system. It can not only traverse the sky, but also sail on the sea. The most Awesome thing is that in 2 years, it may even be able to conduct deep dives. Isn't this kind of future technological fortress used to travel around the world the most romantic thing in the world? It was obvious that he was not the only one who had this idea. The eyes of several girls were also filled with admiration. Sister Xiaojing and Sister Musi didn't come today, which is a big loss. Su Jiaojiao was completely unable to describe what she saw today, and even had some doubts about her previous worldview. The world of rich people is too scary. Enjoying the technology that is almost at the level of science fiction movies in the eyes of ordinary people, living in the royal palace that only the princes and emperors in historical stories can live in. Driving a sports car worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, spending a lot of money just to organize a yacht race. One thing after another, her heart, an ordinary girl, suffered countless blows. This world is too outrageous. After seeing this top world full of halos, she suddenly felt that she might not be able to go back. Let her live in her rented 30-square-meter house again, ride an electric bike to drive for others every day, go in the wind and rain, when there is less work, eat instant noodles, drink milk, and have to consider whether to open a second bag. Just thinking about it, she felt a kind of resistance from the deepest part of her heart. She suddenly understood a sentence in the book, that the night moth could originally tolerate darkness if it had never seen the light. Not to mention her, an ordinary girl, even Shao Qingxian, who felt that she was knowledgeable, felt bright in front of her eyes and was very surprised. The places where she had the most missions were Africa and Southeast Asia, most of which were poor and backward. She could say with absolute certainty that even the kings of those countries could not compare to Yi Yang in terms of their lives. Compared with Yi Yang, even those African kings were probably just living a well-off life, with just enough food and clothing. Before the boat had finished its tour, the control room sent a message that it had arrived. So fast? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, Dongsha Island was quite far from the port of Jincheng. After all, it's a flying ship. Mo Xingxing made a gesture of an airplane in the air. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, but after all, the speed of this F-1000 at sea was indeed very fast. First update. When I got off the boat, I saw the crowd on the shore staring at the F-1000 in amazement. There were endless noisy voices on the shore, and it was obvious that they were all shocked by the huge and strange-shaped hull. Oh my God, what is this? Why is the shape a bit sci-fi, like an aircraft carrier? There are retractable wings on both sides. Can it fly into the sky after unfolding? F-1000? I've never heard of this model. Which company produced it? It looks really good. I want one too. With your meager assets of a few 100 million, you'd better save some. This ship must cost at least 1 billion. Oh, that's right, I'm too poor. Oh. Wow, the little brother walking down the ship is so handsome. They are all beautiful girls. Oh. My God, their legs are so big, no, their breasts are so white. I'm so dazzled. I'm so envious that my nose is bleeding. I admit, I'm jealous. Look, this is the real winner in life. Wait, why does he look familiar to me? Ah? Did you remember the hot topic online these days about the Prince Gong mansion being bought by someone? Of course I remember. What's the matter? Gulu. Take a good look at the young man walking down. Wait, I'll put on my glasses. Damn. This young man. This. I think I'm not mistaken, it's the Yi Shenhao. Awesome, he is worthy of being able to buy the Prince Gong mansion and drive a super yacht. If this can really be called a yacht. What are you waiting for? Take a photo. Record a video. Damn, this is the closest I've been to the $1 trillion Shenhao since I was born. My ancestors' graves are so excited. Mom, I've made it. I saw a living $1 trillion boss. After recognizing Yi Yang, the reaction of the onlookers on the island became more enthusiastic, and many people waved at Yi Yang enthusiastically. Why is this like a celebrity press conference? Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. He really can be recognized wherever he goes. He also wants to keep a low profile. He doesn't want to be a big internet celebrity. He doesn't want to stay on the hot search list every day. But there is no way. His strength doesn't allow him to do that. Isn't it annoying? People who come to Dongsha Island usually come for vacation or travel. Occasionally, you can see some wealthy people or rich second generations driving private yachts. The most common ones are cruise ships carrying many tourists and buying tickets to Dongsha Island. Yi Yang's ship is obviously not a passenger ship in operation. Whether it is the peculiar shape or the huge size, it is enough to surprise people. Make way, everyone. Make way. When the atmosphere on the island was extremely warm, the staff on the island appeared and opened a wide road for Yi Yang. It was like welcoming the return of the king. A red carpet stretched from a distance and was laid in the center of the wide road. On the red carpet, the executives and welcoming team of the island walked slowly. It's not long since we received the news, and we're here. Xia Dongqing, the general operator of Dongsha Island, who was walking in the front, was a little nervous. Wang Xiaocong had told him a long time ago that the second-generation rich in Beijing were organizing a yacht race and were coming to Dongsha Island. Dongsha Island had hosted this kind of thing many times, so he had nothing to panic about. Until today, he suddenly received news from Wang Xiaocong that there were changes in the competition situation, and there was another Mr. Yi. And it was very likely that he was the first to come to the island. Mr. Yi was of a respected status, so he asked him to receive him well. Originally, this was nothing. Until he asked Mr. Ye's name. And Wang Xiaocong told him that Mr. Yi was Yi Yang. He was completely confused. Yi Yang? Isn't it the new owner who spent more than 10 billion to buy the operating rights of Dongsha Island directly from the previous owner? The new owner is coming. Damn, this damn news was only told to him today. And not long after he told him, Yi Yang arrived. He had no extra time to prepare, and could only put together such a barely acceptable show. However, even if this was barely acceptable to him, the tourists watching nearby opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, "This is too grand." Damn, the top leaders of the entire Dongsha Island came out to greet him. They laid out the red carpet and lined the avenue to welcome him. Fuck, too arrogant. I love it. This is the super rich man. Yi Yang didn't care much about these things on the scene. He took a few girls out of the F-1000 and walked on the red carpet. Looking at Yi Yang's expression, Xia Dongqing became more certain of his guess. All this was planned by the new island owner. It was for a surprise inspection. To see how well he did his job. As expected of a super boss who spent 10 billion to buy the entire Dongsha Island, he was meticulous and unconventional. There was no news about him before. Hello, Island Master. Xia Dongqing had thought too much in his mind, so he was a little nervous now. When he saw Yi Yang getting off the boat, he bowed respectfully again and again. Hello, Island Master. The senior executives and the welcoming team behind him also shouted in unison. The shout made the audience around even more excited. Damn, did you hear what they were saying? Island Master, the entire Dongsha Island is his? Haha, everyone has bought the Prince Gong's mansion worth hundreds of billions. This Dongsha Island is probably not as expensive as Prince Gong's mansion, so there is no need to be surprised. What? Prince Gong's mansion is more expensive than an island? Of course, it turns out that you are not an expert in the industry and don't understand anything. Ha, awesome, I would like to call you the king of understanding in China. Island Master, please follow me. Xia Dongqing felt like he was sweating again and again. What did the island owner mean by the sudden visit? It became increasingly difficult for him to guess, but if he could easily guess a big shot's thoughts, he wouldn't be called a big shot. While trying to figure out Yi Yang's thoughts, he respectfully led the way. This island is well managed. Yi Yang looked around. The density of tourists around him was obviously not low. It seemed that business was doing well. It's all thanks to the boss. Xia Dongqing flattered him repeatedly. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He didn't like flattering, but since this person made him feel quite comfortable, he didn't blame him too much. Seeing Yi Yang raising his eyebrows, Xia Dongqing's heart trembled, wondering if he had said something wrong. I wanted to ask Yi Yang several times about the real purpose of coming to Dongsha Island, but I didn't dare to ask. This is not something a subordinate should care about. In fact, he didn't want to care about this. The key was that he was afraid that Yi Yang would be dismissed if he was dissatisfied. Second update. The welcome hall that has been booked is the most high-end one on Dongsha Island. It is a 5-star hotel for island resorts. Standing on the second floor viewing platform, you can see the trees, beaches, seagulls, and the ocean in the distance on the island, and feel the subtle feeling of the sea breeze. The warm sunlight at noon shines on him, and there is a wonderful feeling. The scenery is scattered and orderly, and it can indeed be called a beautiful scenery on Earth. No wonder it can be rated as a 5-star scenic spot. Island owner, Dongsha Island, has invested about 7.8 billion in construction so far, and has been built into many special units such as hot spring area, resort area, hotel area, amusement area, special entertainment area, etc. Now the annual net turnover can reach about 2.5 billion. Xia Dongqing reported diligently, I have asked my assistant to get the relevant financial reports and statements. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It was also very sudden to know that he was coming here this time. He didn't come to inspect the situation or look at the financial report. He mainly came here to play. Shou Qingxian looked at Yi Yang's expression and felt bitter in her heart, knowing that these reports would most likely be handled by her again. Alas. I now understand why Sister Momo is always so busy. Sister Momo has a hard time. Shou Qingxian felt a headache when she thought about looking at a bunch of reports. Her sister, Shou Xiaozhu, was better at handling these, but her sister was now following Yu Momo to discuss business. I shouldn't have volunteered to be the boss's personal secretary. Shou Qingxian pursed her lips, but the next moment she denied her idea. No. I still have to come, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to get on the boss's car. Although this journey is more difficult, at least I have realized my long-cherished wish. As she thought about it, Shou Qingxian laughed gay. Are you okay? Yi Yang was amused by this weird laugh and the corner of his mouth twitched. Ah? It's okay. It's okay. No matter how many reports you have, just come. Shou Qingxian patted her chest and promised forcefully. Yi Yang looked at his chest that was undulating due to being slapped, and his heart was also rippled. Boss? Do you want to exchange some skills on the spot? Shou Qingxian licked the corner of her mouth and smiled. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before Shou Qingxian didn't express her feelings, she was the best at hiding them. After being exposed, she simply developed a second attribute and played more freely than anyone else. Shou Qingxian was reviewing the report, and Yi Yang was drinking tea and chatting with a few girls. Xia Dongqing and several high-level people on the island were trembling and serving tea and water on the side, but in the end they didn't understand what the new island owner was thinking. This new boss is not simple. Although he is young, he has a deep mind and doesn't show it on his face. I can't guess what he is thinking at all. Xia Dongqing's mind has been running speculations. Although on the surface Yi Yang is just here to play, he doesn't believe that such a big boss, how can he act and speak so simply? If Yi Yang knew about their idea, he would be amused. He didn't think about anything. It's strange that you can guess it. Just like that, Shou Qingxian almost reviewed all the reports. The news that Wang Xiaocong came to the island. It's so slow. Isn't his ship worth more than 100 million? It runs as slow as a tractor. Yi Yang complained. Xia Dongqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, the time Wang Xiaocong took was very short, but compared with the F-1000 spacecraft that Yi Yang drove, which was ahead of its time, it was a small matter. Huh? Agent Xia, you are here too. Wang Xiaocong was a little surprised. He remembered that everything was arranged. There would only be a welcoming team responsible for the reception of this competition. This Xia Dongqing was so concerned about him that he was waiting for him in the lobby in person. But soon, he found that something was wrong. Thinking about it again, he realized that Xia Dongqing was here because of Mr. Yi. But even if Xia Dongqing wanted to express the welcome of Dongsha Island, he didn't need to bring out all the senior executives of Dongsha Island, right? He looked around, and basically all the heads and executives of each district of Dongsha Island were here. Mr. Xiaocong, you have to say this in full in the future. Fortunately, I asked more questions today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that the island owner was here, and I wouldn't come out to greet him. Wouldn't that be a big sin? Xia Dongqing smiled bitterly and said repeatedly. Island owner. Wang Xiaocong blinked and looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, but didn't deny it. Wang Xiaocong was speechless. Since he met Yi Yang, wherever he went, it seemed to belong to him. The Centurion Club belongs to him, the Prince Gong Mansion belongs to him. And now the race randomly selected a small island as the end point, but this island also belongs to him. Oh my God! Isn't this too scary? Isn't it terrifying to think about it? What other industry is not yours? Wang Xiaocong originally thought that Yi Yang was extremely powerful, but now he felt that he was so powerful that it was a little scary. Yi Yang was also helpless. Who knew why it was such a Coincidence that the place he randomly chose was his own industry? Perhaps it was really because he had too many industries. Just when Wang Xiaozong was stunned with surprise and didn't know what to say, a nimble figure rushed into the hall. I saw clearly that the person coming was none other than Chu Haijiao, cosplaying as the pirate captain. As expected, they are all well-known rich second generations in Beijing circles. Xia Dongqing said with emotion that he also knew Chu Haijiao. The princess of the Chinese Chu shipping group, Chu Shipping, had a very transcendent status in the shipping industry. Although the market value was only 200 to 300 billion, due to her special status and functions, she was very popular in the Beijing circle. The right to speak is also very important. You're faster than me. You cheated. Seeing that Wang Xiaozong had arrived earlier than her, Chu Haijiao shrugged her nose, and her cheerful little face suddenly became unhappy. My boat is better than yours. Isn't it normal to arrive a little earlier than you? How can I say it's cheating? Wang Xiaozong recovered from the shock and asked inexplicably. No reason. My sailing skills are top-notch. Chu Haijiao raised her snow-white chin proudly, but I am in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. After that, he skipped to Yi Yang's side, rubbed his hands, and squeezed in next to Su Jiaojiao with a smile. Miss Chu, do you have something to do with me? Yi Yang was a little confused when he saw the eager anticipation in Chu Haijiao's eye that was not covered by the pirate blindfold. He suddenly noticed that Chu Haijiao's eyes were black and blue, and her facial features were very three-dimensional. She might be of mixed race. Let me discuss something with you? Chu Haijiao blinked her big blue eyes and asked, discussing things? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What are we discussing? After that, he picked up the teacup and prepared to drink tea. Lend me your spaceship and fly it. Chu Haijiao rubbed her hands. I won't do it for you. In vain. You can set whatever conditions you want. I will satisfy you with anything. First update. Yi Yang almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Can he satisfy himself with anything? Why do these words sound so ambiguous? What's the surprise? My family either doesn't have money or has no channels to buy your boat. But I know you're not short of money either. Chu Haijiao rubbed her chin, thinking about how she could successfully bribe Yi Yang. Yi Yang suppressed the feeling of almost choking and took another sip of tea. But my father said that a man who is good at money and sex, and neither of them is good, is a sage. Chu Haijiao looked at Yi Yang seriously. Since Mr. Yi is rich now, you probably won't be rich anymore, so I will sacrifice my beauty to exchange for the opportunity to sail with you. Puff. Yi Yang couldn't bear it any more this time and spit out a mouthful of tea leaves. What did you say? I'm serious. Chu Haijiao shook her head, but don't think that I am just a random girl. I only accepted this deal because you are handsome. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good guy, it's just like no explanation. No, this explanation is worse than no explanation. What's going on? Chu Haijiao pouted, grinning and chirping, not like a man. Several girls looked at Chu Haijiao with some hostility. They haven't even gotten into the boss's queue yet. You little girl wants to jump in the queue. No way. Wang Xiaozong's face is covered with black lines. She is indeed a woman who wants to be the pirate king. Her thinking is indeed different from ordinary people. Okay, I'm scared. You can drive that ship for fun. It's not expensive anyway. If it breaks down, I'll ask the R&D department. 4-1. But if it breaks down, your father will have to compensate me for the cost of the spaceship. Yi Yang waved his hands dumbfounded. He still valued emotional factors and would never achieve that kind of result. With a girl, through transactions. Really? Chu Haijiao jumped up happily. Don't worry, I am the woman who wants to be the pirate king. My sailing skills are top-notch and I can't drive bad. After she came to the island. This time, she deliberately got close to the F-1000 and looked at it for a while, before coming over. Just looking at the appearance made her drool, and she vowed to sail this boat at any price. So, she wasn't joking just now. Brother Yi, you are so kind. You will be my great benefactor from now on. Chu Haijiao happily licked Yi Yang's cheek and ran away impatiently. Yi Yang sighed. It's hard to be a handsome guy. He would be secretly kissed by a beautiful girl without noticing, and he would be taken advantage of every day. Yuan. Dandan, you two come over and teach her. Yi Yang said to Yuan and Gu Dandan, dumbfounded. Okay. Both of them stood up and quickly followed. Because Wang Xiaocong and Chu Haijiao's boat was much ahead of the other contestants, it took quite a while for the third contestant, besides Yi Yang, to arrive on the island. Subsequently, contestants, one after another, also arrived at the location. The top half smiled, while the bottom half sighed. After all, we were going to treat a guest, and these gentlemen were spending a lot of money. 2 days on the island would probably cost them a fortune. The champion is indeed Mr. Yi. Anyway, I am convinced that Mr. Yi won. Didn't you say before that he might be Brother Xiaocong's follower? Why did your attitude change so quickly? You remembered wrongly. I clearly said that I was Brother Xiaocong's follower, haha. A group of rich second-generation people are jostling each other, but they come to Dongsha Island to have fun. We had a simple Western meal consisting of Wagyu beef steak, Alba white truffle, wild caviar, golden cup phoenix cake, golden matsutake foie gras, and Bordeaux Latour red wine. The group of people arrived at the entertainment area and started playing. Yi Yang took a group of girls and wandered around the entertainment area. The entertainment area has many sections, including those for watching movies, fishing and building sandcastles, and serious amusement park facilities, such as Ferris wheel roller coaster and so on. There are many tourists on Dongsha Island, and the entertainment area is also very lively. The entire afternoon was spent accompanied by the happy voices of the girls and the silhouette of the F-1000 flying overhead from time to time. In the evening, it's dinner time. In order to welcome Yi Yang's arrival, Xia Dongqing arranged the most solemn dinner in Dongsha Island, the whole sheep bonfire dinner. This is the most unique and most expensive dinner in Dongsha Island. In the second half of the ranking, the young man who was responsible for paying for this trip burst into tears when he found out. No matter how expensive the expensive Western meal at noon is, it is actually only 100,000 per person. For dozens of people, it is only 3 million. They can still afford it if they share it with a dozen people. However, Dongsha Island Sal Sheep Bonfire Dinner not only involves eating, but also invites professional celebrities and singers to perform. They also spend a lot of money to create programs to create the atmosphere of the bonfire dinner. I heard that they also specially invited ethnic minority song and dance troupes to perform. A meal, based on the top-level configuration, would probably cost tens of millions. At this time, the sky was already dark and the moon was high in the sky. Tonight the moon is bright, the stars are few, the clouds are very light, and the sea breeze brings a unique fishy and salty smell. It's almost November now. At the latitude of Dongsha Island, it should be very cold at night, but under the burning of the bonfire, the coldness is dissipated invisible. As soon as the salty sea breeze blew in, it was washed away by the rich aroma of roasted whole lamb. On the fire rack, the selected suckling lamb was pierced on the iron rod and turned evenly. The skin was roasted golden and crispy. After the pepper, spices, and oil were brushed on, the aroma rushed out all at once, making everyone who had played for an afternoon salivate. After taking a deep breath of the aroma of roasted whole lamb, Jiangjing licked the corner of her mouth, and the knife in her hand was already impatiently spinning in the plate. Dongsha Island has contracted a separate area on the Horkan grassland. In that area, only the most fertile grass is planted to graze the fattest sheep. Among them, the best and most outstanding sheep will be airlifted fresh to our Dongsha Island. In addition to roasted whole lamb, we also have unique seafood sashimi and roasted seafood to taste. Tonight is a feast for everyone. These seafoods are also carefully selected. In addition to enjoying the taste stimulation brought by the wonderful food, you can also enjoy the singing and dancing of the recently popular star. Anisi, please enjoy this night. Xia Dongqing raised his hand, and after finishing his speech, he bowed and stepped down. Second update. It smells so good. For cabaret performances, singing is relatively easy to appreciate, but when it comes to dancing, not many people understand it. Of course, the beautiful dance troupe in cool clothes is the only exception. After all, admiring beauty and big white legs is the most basic instinct of human beings. On this point, humans are surprisingly consistent. Both boys and girls. Jiangjing gnawed on the leg of lamb, feeling extremely happy. She is very interested in music, and now she is extremely satisfied with the roasted leg of lamb and the bonfire. Look at your mouth. Full of oil. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly and wiped it for her. Oh, I'm not a kid anymore. Despite saying this, Jiangjing still showed a sweet smile. Boss, the corner of my mouth is oily. Shou Qingxian smiled teasingly. Ahem, wipe it yourself. Yi Yang handed over the handkerchief. TCH, treat them differently, boss dog. Shou Qingxian rolled her eyes and wiped the corners of her mouth. But this taste is indeed the best roasted whole lamb I have ever eaten. Yi Yang tasted the mutton carefully. It was delicate yet chewy, alternately fat and thin, and had an excellent taste. The oil and fragrance burst out from the mouth, making people feel relaxed and happy. With a big bowl of wine, big gulps of wine, big chunks of meat, blowing the sea breeze, listening to dance music, and being accompanied by a group of beauties, it's simply not too comfortable. At the end, the rich second generation were also a little drunk. They began to brag about each other in business, talking about their own experiences. As expected, they are the children of the richest class in China. They have traveled around the world since they were young and have seen a lot. They have fished in the Maldives and rubbed the buttocks of Cuban beauties. Those who smoke cigars, and those who have sunned themselves in Mississippi and San Francisco. Listening to it, Yi Yang also wanted to go on a casual trip. After all, he had not fulfilled his previous wish after becoming rich. But now he has not finished visiting the beautiful scenery of his motherland, so he is not in a hurry to go out and play. After bragging about his extensive knowledge, he started to brag about money, power, or gossip. Which star has secretly given birth to a child with a certain star, which shitpeeing poem written by the daughter of a certain literary tycoon has become a hot topic, or which wealthy business family has customized a gold-plated statue for his wife's birthday. Hearing this, Yi Yang lost interest. The gossip in the entertainment industry and the few resources Wang Xiaozong sent him made him tired of looking at them. When it comes to using money to show off, I'm afraid no one in China can surpass me. With this in mind, he also attracted Xia Dongqing. Do you have any orders from the boss? Xia Dongqing also drank a lot, but as a shopping mall elite, accompanying wine is a necessary skill. Even if he drank a lot, he was still drunk and his mind was very clear. I heard before that there is a special entertainment area? What's in it? Yi Yang asked. That was the original plan after the dinner. Xia Dongqing explained, there are various in-depth entertainment projects, such as playing mahjong and picking up girls. What's so special about this? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Xia Dongqing coughed in embarrassment. It's just called that. You can understand the actual content of the project. After all, it is a rigid need of human beings. How come there is no such project on such an entertainment island? It's just called by a different name. Oh, Yi Yang seemed to understand something and nodded with a lingering tone. If you say that, then I have to go and see it. Yi Yang laughed and said, make sure the boss has a good time. Xia Dongqing patted his chest and assured. Soon, the bonfire dinner ended. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening. But for a group of rich second-generation people who are committed to having fun and enjoying themselves, this is just the beginning. Next are the key projects. As soon as you enter the special entertainment area, a luxurious atmosphere hits your face, and the decoration and atmosphere are suddenly completely different from the outside world. The special entertainment area on Dongsha Island is very popular among the rich. Today I finally came to see it. All the second-generation rich people were laughing. Obviously they were already familiar with the meaning of the word special. Come on, handsome guy, come in. And cut the cards. The minimum bet is only 1 million Chinese coins. Brother, do you want to play mahjong with your sister? Let's play mahjong for 10,000 or 100,000. Sister has already made the bed, and I'm just waiting for a destined person to spend the night with me. Could this destined person be you? Walking through the colorful and luxurious alleys here, every alleyway seems to be filled with excitement and hormones. Good guy. Yi Yang is a good guy. It is indeed a special entertainment place. If you want to enter here, Dongsha Island will ask guests to show proof of assets. Only those with assets of over 30 million can come here to have fun. Xia Dongqing explained. It can be said that this is the secret base of Dongsha Island's ace. No wonder there are so many wealthy tourists on the island. Yi Yang nodded slightly. These girls who were welcoming guests outside were all top-notch in appearance. Their faces may not be the best, but their figures were all top-notch, and they were still very competitive. But for him, the attraction is not very high. After all, the girls around him not only have beautiful figures, but also have amazing faces. In comparison, these welcome girls are much inferior. As for the Macau gambling king type game next to him, he was quite interested. Playing mahjong requires too many rules, and he is not very good at it. As he walked, he saw many people gathered in the square in front. All of them are worth more than 30 million yuan. It seems that it is not an ordinary project to attract so many people at the same time. Yi Yang also raised his eyebrows and walked forward with a few girls. In the center of the square stood a huge stone with a corner cut off. From here, you can see that the cross-section of the stone is full of blood-red lines. I just heard people talking about it. This is a bloodstone. Such a big piece, I'm afraid it's worth at least 200 million. This guy made a killing. I'm so envious. In my life of gambling on stones, this is the first time I've seen someone make 300 million with 500 yuan. The legend of Chen Daozi really didn't deceive people. The man standing next to the bloodstone was obviously in high spirits, radiant and happy. Back then, Chen Daozi won 37 million from 20 yuan. Today, Uncle Lu, spent 500 yuan and made 300 million. Rounding off, please call me Lu Daozi. Haha. The onlookers next to him all laughed. Brother, I want this stone on the spot, and the price is 280 million. Will you pay? Someone called the price on the spot. You're too stingy, I'll just pay 300 million. Someone kept adding the price. First update. 310 million. 315 million. The bids continued, and in the end, the bloodstone was sold for 325 million. The man who called himself Lu Daozi laughed and made a strange squeaking sound like a baboon, and excitedly went to do a private transaction with the old man who had just made the bid. Master. What is this? It looks so exciting. Mo Jiangjing kept saying. Is this the legendary gambling stone? Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. Although he had heard of its name in many places, this was the first time he had seen it in reality. Really exciting. But isn't this guy who calls himself Uncle Lu really a bastard? How could such a large piece of rough stone be sold for only 500 yuan? A top-quality bloodstone worth 300 million was also released, which was so funny. But after all, he was a layman and didn't know much. He just felt it was a bit outrageous. He felt that the venue attracted so many people and did such an eye-catching thing, so he was afraid that he was planning something evil. As expected, then, a middle-aged man with glasses and a curvy mouth, who looked like a butler and had pointed ears, walked up. He held up a microphone and said repeatedly, "Everyone has seen that the stone gambling industry represents opportunity. And get rich. As long as you dare to fight, you can create a super myth of winning 300 million yuan from 500 yuan. Yes, it does make my blood boil. Haha, look at it again, it makes me want to buy some and try it." Well, that's right. Didn't that Uncle Lu lose his temper just now? My net worth is only over 40 million, and a stone costs 300 million? Are you an amateur? Brother? That's the best soapstone. If such a big piece of raw stone is cut and processed and carved into a sculpture or something, the value will be doubled. Oh, you're so awesome. I'm just here to travel, not just for this. I don't understand much, just a layman. There was a climax of discussion in the audience, and some insiders were also explaining something to these newly arrived laymen. Yi Yang looked at these people with interest, and with his current experience and vision, he also noticed some unusual auras. Sounds great. Mo Jiangjing rubbed her hands, obviously a little excited. It's all a lie. Those who cut leaks probably chose the bloodstone first, and then found someone to buy it. After it was opened, they made a fuss to exaggerate the atmosphere and get others to buy it, but the next stone, most of them are carefully selected by experts, and it is basically impossible to find any top-quality ones. Shou Qingxian was well informed, shrugged, and explained. Is that so? Mo Jingjing nodded, but still couldn't hide her desire to give it a try. Go and play. If you want to. I'm just here to have fun anyway. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. Although the remaining stones have been carefully selected by experts who have determined that there are no good goods in them, experts are also human beings and are not clairvoyants. No one knows whether there are any good goods in the stones before they are opened. There might be some dusty relics inside. It is precisely the rough stones that even professionals can fool, the real gems hidden inside, that are the real astronomical price. Of course, not everyone can have this kind of luck. Okay. Mo Jingjing smiled and nodded after being encouraged. Step forward. There are many large and small rough stones on the stone gambling stall. The prices are all low. Probably less than 1,000 yuan. After Mo Jingjing thought about it, she picked a big stone priced at 999 Chinese coins. I want this big one. My little sister is really discerning. Such a large stone, even if it contains the lowest grade of jade, is still worth a lot of money. The stall owner's eyes lit up and he complimented him repeatedly. After hearing what he said, the tourists on the side expressed their willingness to pay a higher price to buy it. After a lot of fighting, the price was raised to 30,000. How could they do this? It was obviously Jingjing who liked it first. Mo Jingjing pouted and called out the price again without giving up. Yi Yang frowned. He originally wanted to give his apprentice a few $100s to have fun, but when the auction started, he realized something was wrong. Whenever no one in the field wants to continue bidding, the few insiders who claim to be experts will raise the price at the right time. Judging from the reaction of the stall owner, he was not surprised at all. Judging from Yi Yang's keen observation and insight, he can basically judge these few, which is also trustworthy. It's just to heighten the atmosphere and drive up prices, to defraud money. This made him feel angry. How could these black-hearted profiteers be willing to deceive such a cute girl like their apprentice? It wasn't until the price reached 100,000 that no one asked for more. Mo Jingjing watched the process of cutting the stone with anxiety. 100,000 was not a big sum of money to her, but if it was all in vain, she would still feel bad. After all, she is a thrifty person. In addition, I had a falling out with my dad a few years ago, so I insisted on learning Guzheng, which helped my living expenses drop again and again. Now Callie doesn't even have 10 million left. If he lost 100,000 yuan, of course, he would still feel bad. There must be a big gem. Balala magic. Black and dark, Abba Abba. Mo Jingjing murmured in a low voice, talking nonsense, and didn't know what he was talking about. But it was obvious that the professionals were unlikely to be wrong. After cutting the big stone several times, it was finally confirmed that there was no jade inside. It was just an ordinary broken stone. Thinking that she had actually spent 100,000 yuan to buy a broken stone, Mo Jingjing wanted to cry but had no tears. Her cute little face wrinkled. Don't be discouraged, little sister. These are all carefully selected good stones. Look at this one again. There is a high possibility of gems in it. The stall owner picked up a stone at random and prepared to coax Mo Jingjing to buy more waste stones again. That's right, do you want to buy it or not? This one looks very good. If you don't buy it, I will buy it. The surrounding people started to make a fuss. The little girl was confused by this scene for a while. Yi Yang frowned and prepared to teach these guys a lesson. Why coax anyone else? He actually coaxed his cute little apprentice. Before he asked in his heart, the system answered, the host's intention is detected. You can spend 100 face points to open related abilities and solve the current dilemma. Face value? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. As the name suggests, every time the host does something face-saving, such as making big people envious, showing off their financial strength, accumulating fans, etc., they can get face value. Face value can be exchanged for rewards such as the number of draws, special abilities, etc. Then why did you say it now? Yi Yang complained. Silence is golden. The host did not have similar needs before, and the system would not explain it by itself. The system responded. Second update. Okay, you're really good at it. Yi Yang gave a thumbs up in his heart. This system is really lazy. Silence is golden, it means laziness. Then how much face value do I have now? Yi Yang asked. 50,67,899. Yi Yang felt that this number seemed a bit too random, and it felt like it was compiled by the system. But he was too lazy to think about it. Solving the problem at hand was the most important thing. Exchange it for 100 face value. He didn't hesitate anymore, and said it directly. Ding. 100 face points have been spent to start the treasure hunting golden finger. With the treasure hunting golden finger, the host will have the ability to hunt for treasures on its own. The rarer the treasure, the greater the value, and the greater the golden finger's response. After a few casual explanations, the system became silent. I'll go and explain how to use it. I'm really lazy. Yi Yang shook his head and then looked at his fingers. The little finger on my right hand seems to have a slightly different color. Is this the legendary golden finger that is unique to the protagonist in the novel? Yi Yang's heart moved slightly, and he felt quite strange. When he was a child, he dreamed that he would have a golden finger someday, and this came true. Etc. He stood directly in front of Mo Xingxing. Sir, what, do you also want to choose rough stones? The stall owner's eyes lit up and he asked again and again. I'll help you choose one. Yi Yang was too lazy to talk to the stall owner and smiled directly at Mo Xingxing. Okay. Mo Xingxing's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. You. The stall owner took a look at Yi Yang. Although he didn't look weak in his dress, he was still too young, and he didn't seem to be an insider. He probably wasn't that powerful, so he just thought of him as a fool like Mo Xingxing. The rich second generation is fooled. Haha, sir, these rough stones are carefully selected. Please enjoy your selection, right? The stall owner rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and tried to touch the original stone in front of him. Haha, there's something decent. The stall owner sneered inwardly. These stones were carefully selected and there would be no gems among them. Yi Yang looked like an amateur at first glance, and this decent selection seemed very funny to him. Several of the trustees on the side almost laughed out loud. Do you think this guy can deliver good products? What the hell? If I can figure it out, all these years of my life have been in vain. I'll pluck out my eyeballs and give them to him as shoe mats. I'll go, I'm so confident, even Mr. Dong said so. Then there's probably no hope, haha. Everyone present was talking a lot. Yi Yang picked up a piece, but there was no reaction in his hand, so he threw it aside. The stall owner frowned. This young man seemed to be here to cause trouble. Sir, these are good pieces. Are you sure you don't want to buy them? The stall owner kept cheating. Don't bother our boss to pick something, or I'll pull your tongue out, Shou Qingshan said coldly. The stall owner looked at the coldness in Shou Qingshuan's eyes. He looked like a ruthless character, and he didn't dare to provoke her. He had to shrink his neck, chuckle, and didn't dare to say anything more. Yi Yang frowned and picked up one, but there was no response. He even doubted whether the system was reliable. After touching dozens of stones, there was finally a big stone that gave Yi Yang a slight warm feeling on his fingers. Finally a reaction. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling quite happy in his heart. Here, take it. Yi Yang knocked on the stone in front of him. I think this stone is pretty good. If you want to take it. Tuan next to him began to prepare to disrupt the situation again. If you like it, just take it. I'm just picking and playing with it anyway. Yi Yang spread his hands, looking like he didn't care at all. Cough, I suddenly felt that this stone is not that good again. If you like it, just take it. Haha. The skinny man in charge gave a wry smile and spread his hands. This guy was obviously much smarter than that girl, and he couldn't even raise the price even if he wanted to. Are you sure not? Don't you think it's good? Yi Yang kept saying. No, 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 a gentleman does not take what others like. I am a gentleman, hee hee. The skinny man waved his hands and refused. You don't want this for yourself, don't regret it for a while. Yi Yang sneered, touched all the rough stones on the field, and picked out 3 rough stones that could make his fingers react. That's $3. Yi Yang smiled lightly, nodded, and said to the stone. Gambling stall owner. Confirmed? After the stone gambling stall owner confirmed it, he said repeatedly, 3 yuan, 3,000 yuan. After Yi Yang scanned the QR code and paid, he had a good time watching them cutting stones. To the stall owner, these were ordinary stones that were considered waste stones by industry insiders. They were originally worthless, but now they are making money by selling them. He was very happy with the $3,000. However, on the surface, he still has to pretend that he has suffered a loss, with a sad face and a sad look. But only a few of his followers in the audience knew how happy the stall owner was now. Chi chi chi. The machine that cuts the rough stone first cuts it into small pieces. Chi chi chi. Water splashes accompanied by stone powder flying, cutting the raw stone. Now most of them still use water jet technology. After water jet cutting, a touch of pink soon appeared in everyone's eyes. What is this? Hiss. It seems that it is not a piece of waste stone. This is impossible, my eyesight is not wrong. I personally helped him to carefully select it. It is impossible for it to be a jade raw stone. Old Dong blinked his eyes and said in disbelief. Yes. Old Dong's vision is very good, how could he be wrong? The other several supporters also said repeatedly. What's the big deal about a touch of color? It may just be a piece of colorful garbage. Old Dong comforted himself. However, the fantasy will always be broken quickly. After the water jet cut, the pure pink cross-section cut was revealed. The professional lighting master came forward to light and identify it. After the identification, the whole person was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of jade is it? Master, please say something. It's just, we are so impatient waiting here. It looks crystal clear, like a pink and purple crystal, very beautiful. It should be worth a lot of money. The audience was talking and urging the appraiser to tell the appraisal result quickly. Master is really amazing, he found a colored jade right away. Jiangjing jumped up happily and shook Yi Yang's arm excitedly. Calm down, haha. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. These are all basic operations. Master, you are so handsome. Jiangjing laughed. The appraiser swallowed his saliva and solemnly announced his appraisal result. After appraisal, this is a piece of pure color. Violet jade rough stone. First update. Violet jade rough stone. This famous jade made all the knowledgeable people present gasp. How can this be? Such a precious original jade species actually appeared here. This luck is incredible. Oh my god, another legend of winning from 1,000 yuan to hundreds of millions. Tonight was crazy. These people in the industry were amazed. The people nearby who were joining into the fun were all very curious after hearing this. Is this violet jade very valuable? It's valuable? That's not valuable at all. It's already valuable. The big boss in the industry made an exaggerated gesture of a big circle. Let me tell you, in 2010, a 20-kilogram piece of pure violet jade was sold in Europe. The auction price alone was over 1 million euros. In the end, what do you think the transaction price was? The starting price is 1 million euros, which is about 10 million Chinese coins. So the transaction price is estimated to be 30 or 40 million? About that, the auction is almost at this threshold. Although other outsiders don't understand jade, at least none of them are worth less than 30 million, and they still know a little about auctions. Shit. The final transaction price was a full 30 million euros. Based on the value at the time, it was almost 340 million Chinese coins. Hiss. At this moment, the whole audience gasped. Mr. Dong was so angry that his face turned green. He thought that he would never make a mistake. Today, this was a big mistake. This is a pure violet jade rough stone. I actually patted my chest and said that these rocks are just ordinary garbage. Rocks. As an industry leader, this is a big slap in the face. I'm so fucking depressed. Mr. Dong's face turned from green to black, and he was very depressed. Don't worry, Mr. Dong, who hasn't made a mistake yet? It's so normal. This kid can't be so lucky. I guess this is the only one. Others in the industry advise. Call. Mr. Dong's face softened a little and he smiled bitterly. Even if I just made a mistake, it has already had a great impact on my reputation. Sigh. If word gets out in the future, I'm afraid I will be ridiculed by the industry. This rough stone weighs 10 kilograms in total. Based on the historical auction price, it is estimated to be 100 million Chinese coins. The appraiser smiled and raised the sign in his hand, and that was the end. Here we go, another myth is born. That's awesome. I'm jealous. My total net worth is only 70 to 80 million, which is not worth as much as a stone. Why does God treat me like this? Woohoo. I want to get rich. Everyone present was filled with emotion. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Okay. It seems that the system's treasure hunting golden finger is still good, but he vaguely remembered that among the three pieces, this violet jade seemed to cause the smallest reaction. Open the second piece. Yi Yang smiled at Master Kaisher. Good. Yi Yang randomly opened a stone worth hundreds of millions, which can be said to be a good start. The masters who opened stones also felt very proud. After all, the biggest dream of these masters who are professional in opening stones is to perfectly open a priceless stone in their own hands. Beautiful jade. Buzz buzz. The water. Droplets mixed with gray gas spread outward. As soon as the water jet fell, Master Kaisher noticed something was wrong. A bright green color made him feel a tremor in his heart. Can it be colored when it is cut so thin? The water jet fell, and the surface of the stone fell off. Everyone saw the pure green gem inside. It's coming out again. No. I'll go, real or fake. This kind of luck can't be overstated to describe it as unbelievable. Everyone present was dumbfounded. 2 pieces were opened, and 2 pieces came out. This is so exciting. It's out again. Master, you are so awesome. Mo. Jiangjing jumped up and down happily and waved her pink fist. The bad mood of losing 100,000 just now was gone. Yi Yang, on the other hand, looked calm, as if he already knew the result. He glanced at Mr. Dong, who was standing aside. His face, which had just softened, turned green again, greener than the gem he had opened. Before the appraiser even started polishing the stone, his hands began to tremble. After the appraisal, he gulped and said in a trembling voice, "Oh my God. This is a whole piece of Gao Bingyang green jade rough." All the knowledgeable people in the audience were speechless, obviously suffocated by this name. Hai Bingyang green. A whole piece. Such a big piece. This rough Gao Bingyang green jade stone weighs 200 kilograms, which is only 33 kilograms lighter than the Burmese king jade from back then. What's wrong? How much is this probably worth? It's not a question of how much it's worth. Mr. Dong personally murmured, "Oh my God, this actually happened before my eyes." Back then, the Burmese palace sold a 233-kilogram piece of pure high purity Isiang green jade rough stone, which was auctioned for 530 million Chinese coins. In the end, because of the transaction price, the price was on the spot. No buyer could afford it, so in the end, the rough stone was cut into 2 pieces and sold separately. After saying this, his green face turned purple, and it became difficult to breathe. He felt that his heart was filled with anger, and he was afraid that he would die of anger. Not only did he make a mistake, but he also made a mistake with a rough stone that was comparable to the one that caused a sensation in the jade world. This is simply unforgivable. After today, his title of fiery eyes and golden pupils will be completely ruined in the gambling stone world. I really regret it. I shouldn't have come. He felt so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Who would have thought that there was such a thing inside? The people in the industry next to him also smiled bitterly, feeling a little numb in their brains. This is too scary. Based on the transaction price of that year, it is conservatively estimated that the price of this rough stone is between 350 million and 420 million Chinese yuan. The appraiser said loudly. The stone-cutting master's eyes lit up. It was worth it to be able to cut such a rare rough jade in his lifetime. The noise here attracted more and more people to gather here. Among the chattering, they also knew the ins and outs of the matter here, and they couldn't help but be amazed. This is too scary. 300 or 400 million for a stone? This guy is so lucky. The stall owner was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. A piece of violet jade and a large piece of high ice green. Raw stone. After rounding it off, he lost 1 billion. Such an awesome raw stone was sold for 3,000 yuan. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt very upset. Yi Yang smiled lightly. If I remember correctly, this last piece was the one that had the strongest reaction. The gem inside should be of good quality. Second update. Open the third piece. Yi Yang smiled faintly and nodded. As soon as this sentence fell, the whole venue fell silent. The opening of the 2 previous jadeite stones was too amazing. Everyone wanted to see whether the third rough stone picked by Yi Yang could still open a rough stone. If he could still open a rough stone, then it can be predicted that Yi Yang will be popular in the international jadeite rough stone industry in a very short time. In the entire history of rough stone gambling, no one has ever been able to do it, picking 3 out of 3, and all of them are full of jade and top quality. If Yi Yang can do it, then he will be the strongest existence in the gambling stone industry, unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed. I am afraid that in the future, he will be regarded as the god of gambling stones, turned into a portrait or made into a sculpture, and everyone will worship him and pray for this luck. Old Dong also watched the opening process of the third stone intently. His eyes were bloodshot, his whole face was green with black with purple. If the third stone was opened, he would be completely ruined in the gambling stone circle. He claimed to be a master of gambling stones for decades. He was invited to select a bunch of raw stones that could not contain jade to sell. Originally, it was just a normal way for him to make extra money, but he capsized in the gutter today. This young man who was rated as an amateur picked 3 raw stones at random and actually opened 2 super high-quality jade. This is simply a slap in the face. He was shaky and was supported by several apprentices around him. He looked over with the last glimmer of hope in his eyes. Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Buzz buzz buzz. The fragments splashed out with water drops. 1 inch down, no color. 2 inches down, still no color. Seeing this, Mr. Dong's expression was slightly relieved. He said that it was impossible to be so magical. Unless he had a pair of eyes, how could he pick one and win? But when he cut to the 3rd inch, a bright light suddenly made his heart tighten. This? What color is this? I don't know. More and more spectators were attracted by the momentum here, and they were all looking forward to it. No way? Another jade? Is it really so magical? Is he the legendary god of gambling on stones? Everyone was muttering to themselves. Even the master who cut the stone was numb. After throwing away the surface, the smooth, full, and layered beautiful jade was revealed from it. Hiss. This. The appraiser walked onto the stage. Trembling all over, his lips trembling. He shone the light on it in disbelief, shaking his head continuously. No. This legendary jade actually exists. He has been appraising jade raw stones for decades, and he has only heard of this jade raw stone in front of him, but has never seen it. Yes, with his decades of experience, he has traveled all over the world in gambling circles, but he has never seen such a perfect jade. What kind of jade is it, master? Don't keep me in suspense. It is. In fact, the appraiser doesn't need to say it. The audience can see that this jade is different from others just by its color, and it must be extremely extraordinary. This is the legendary, respected as the Emperor's Jade. Glass-type dragon blood imperial green. The appraiser said with a trembling voice. Emperor's Jade? Is it a jade that only the Emperor is qualified to get? It sounds pretty awesome, please explain. I have been in this business for 7 or 8 years, and I have never heard of this color. I know about the imperial green, but the glass-type dragon blood imperial green? Emperor's Jade? Sorry, I have never heard of it. This time, even those who claim to be experts are confused. Only Mr. Dong's eyes showed a completely desperate light, and his face was no longer bloody. Glass-type is originally the noble of jade, and imperial green is also the emperor of jade colors. From a distance, the green is as deep as ink and the light is as clear as ice. And this piece of jade is not just glass-type imperial green, it also has dragon blood patterns. Dragon blood imperial jade, you may not have heard of it, but you must have heard of dragon bloodstone. The appraiser explained again and again. Yes, dragon bloodstone is the top-end version of chicken bloodstone. It is said that 100 to 200 million years ago, dinosaur blood was polished by time to create top-grade blood jade. Yes, chicken bloodstone is already very precious, but once dragon bloodstone appears, it is not worth mentioning. With the same weight, dragon bloodstone is 10 times more expensive than chicken bloodstone. A group of insiders said in succession. Yes, the so-called dragon blood emperor jade is a kind of mixed jadeite. The conditions for the formation of dragon bloodstone and imperial green jade occur simultaneously on a stone, and the final result is an incomparable and priceless super jade species. The appraiser took a deep breath. Everyone knows that imperial green looks like ink from a distance, and it becomes crystal clear after being polished. After this imperial green is polished, black and red dragon blood threads can be seen inside, which are intricate and have their own wonderful rules. It can only be said that this is the uncanny work of nature and the top artwork, born of heaven and earth. He said solemnly. Well, we don't understand this, we are just laymen. Anyway, we all know that it is very awesome. Yeah. Just tell us how much it is worth, we are more concerned about this. Haha. That's right, if we don't give an estimate, we won't have any idea. The layman in the audience kept booing. The appraiser shook his head solemnly. Sorry, I can't estimate the price of it. There is no historical price as a reference. This may be the only one in the world, a unique super gem. The price can't describe its meaning. It can only be called priceless. Hiss. This. You can't even estimate the price? Isn't it a bit too outrageous? Everyone looked at Mr. Dong. He was the most experienced and prestigious person in this industry. At this time, Mr. Dong's body was already shaky. He looked at everyone asking for confirmation and could only nod helplessly. This affected his blood and chi, and the blood in his throat could no longer be suppressed. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fainted with his head tilted back. Mr. Dong. Teacher. Several people in the industry were frightened when they saw Mr. Dong fainted. And they shouted repeatedly. This old man is too fragile. Mo Jingjing curled her lips, turned around and hugged Yi Yang directly. Master, you are so amazing. You don't have a perspective eye, do you? Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a sly smile, yes, I have a perspective eye. To be honest, I can see through everything about you. First update, search Jiangjing on Douyin, follow the author's personal account, and you can interact with the author. Ah. Master, you are so evil. After Jiangjing reacted, she blushed and hit Yi Yang on the chest. Ha. Ha. Yi Yang smiled and patted Jiangjing's little head. Silly apprentice, Master has taken a breath of anger for you. Although Jiangjing is very simple, she is not stupid. Yi Yang's stone aroused too many people's excitement. In the excitement, many people spilled the beans. She naturally understood what happened just now. I was very angry when I thought that these people actually teamed up to defraud her, a beautiful girl, out of 100,000 yuan. My whole life has been worth it. Master Kaisher laughed heartily. It can be said that the excitement he had experienced in the past years was not as much as it is today. Its violet jade, a large piece of high ice sun green, and its dragon blood emperor green. It's so exciting. These three pieces of jade together, although the appraiser did not dare to quote, they are conservatively worth more than 10 to 2 billion. Even if these stones have nothing to do with him and he just cuts them out, he still feels great. Especially this piece of dragon blood imperial green known as Emperor Jade, which is the only one in the world. Things are rare and valuable, and their value is immeasurable. The stall owner fell directly to the ground, about to cry without tears. Damn it. He had spent more than 10 years squandering raw jade stones, losing money and making money, and now he only had a few $100 million in savings. It's not as valuable as the dollar offered by others. Holy shit. How could it be so good? If I had known, I had opened it myself. I actually sold such a precious rough stone for 3,000 yuan. I am a super idiot. What a fool. Queuing to go to the toilet. Idiot is in a hurry. I have been so lucky over the years. I have found 3 awesome rough stones, but he bought them all. The stall owner burst into tears, thinking of the final grievance. Adults often collapse in an instant. He feels distressed. But he also understands that gambling on stones, admitting defeat, and trying to rob them back and sell them. Huh? Take it back? Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. This is a super gem worth at least 1 billion. It can directly upgrade his wealth to a higher level. You can't take this stone away. Money makes people bold, and evil comes from courage. This stall owner directly protected these stones. What, you want to default on your debt? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This, you must have cheated. The stall owner acted rogue and said, as long as you have no evidence to prove that you didn't cheat, then I can't give this stone to you. How can you win? 3 out of 3, and they are all top-notch things. I would rather believe that there are people on Mars. Aliens, I don't believe this. This stall owner is starting to act rogue. Haha, a typical person can't afford to lose. It made me laugh to death. You must have been fooled by lard. The reason you gave is too outrageous. But this kind of scoundrel is the hardest to deal with. I would rather mess with a gentleman than a villain. In today's society, being a scoundrel makes people helpless. I don't know how this little brother will deal with it. Yes. This matter can't be delayed. Stone gamblers also have channels internationally. It can't be settled tonight. They sold it back and then went abroad and disappeared. this matter can be considered a failure. Don't talk about more than a billion. With this money, you can live happily in retirement, TSK, TSK. Everyone present was talking. Playing rogue? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Even the rich second generation who came with the few who just walked over couldn't help laughing. I'll go, isn't this Wang Xiaocong? He's actually here. Wang Xilin's son has a high enough status. If this little brother knows him, it will be easier to settle the matter tonight. The stall owner's face also darkened. And he looked at Wang Xiaocong warily. These guys here are generally engaged in business and rarely pay attention to entertainment news, but there is no way. Wang Xiaocong is really famous, and they all know more or less. I don't care about this. Wang Xiaocong spread his arms and provoked Yi Yang. Would it be his turn to take action? Before he could speak, Yi Yang would crush the stall owner to death with one finger. The stall owner's expression softened, and the surrounding audience also shook their heads. I just laughed at you for being a rogue in someone else's territory. It's really weird. Wang Xiaocong shook his head and sneered. It's other people's territory. I've rented everything around here. This is my territory. The stall owner kept saying. Then do you know that your boss is the one who wants to act rogue in front of you? Wang Xiaocong raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. What? The stall owner blinked. Now his eyes were red from the pain of the loss, and his reaction was also slowed down. The owner of Dongsha Island is Yi Yang. Wang Xiaocong shook his head and looked at the stall owner. Helplessly, you are still running. Where are you going? I will make you disappear from Dongsha Island tonight and let you feed the fish. Do you believe it or not? Ah. The stall owner was so frightened that his legs weakened, and he slumped down again, his whole body convulsed. He had actually acted rogue, and he had tricked the island owner here. This is not to say that you are looking for death written on your face. Pfft. I'm dying of laughter. Is this true? This guy is actually the owner of this Dongsha Island. He must be worth hundreds of billions. No wonder he looked calm when he heard that these top-quality raw stones were worth more than 1 billion. It's like he had an extra 10 yuan in his pocket. What a big shot. He owns an island at such a young age. Dad, you old antique, don't watch Douyin. Dongsha Island is just a small industry under the name of Yi Shenhao. I don't even know Mr. Yi. How can you, a little kid, know this big shot? I know him, he doesn't know me. But he is very famous on Douyin. He sends out red envelopes worth hundreds of millions at a time. At least his assets are hundreds of billions. A few pieces of jade worth hundreds of millions are no different from buying a few special stones for him. It seems that I am really out of date. Go back and teach me how to use Douyin. Hey, give me an extra 100,000 pocket money a month as tuition. Hey, you little bastard. The discussion next to him made the despair on the stall owner's face more intense. This is a super boss. He actually wanted to be clever in front of such a boss. Is this good? If you don't play it well, you may lose your life. Thinking that he just walked around the gate of hell, he was so scared that he couldn't stand up. He kowtowed to Yi Yang again and again. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. These 3 raw stones are given to you for free. I will refund you all the money I paid for the raw stones just now. Second update. You made me laugh so hard. Do you think Mr. Yi is short of the 3,000 yuan? Wang Xiaozong almost laughed. The people around who were watching the excitement couldn't help laughing. A super boss worth at least hundreds of billions would pay 3,000 yuan for being a rogue? Is there such a good thing in this world? Aha. Then I will also compensate this girl's 100,000 yuan. The stall owner blinked, obviously not aware of the seriousness of the matter. Let's not mention the matter of you being a rogue. Let's deal with the matter of finding someone to trick my disciple first, right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and sneered. This. The owner of the stone gambling stall was so frightened that his legs and feet were so weak that he couldn't stand up anyway. He simply crawled to Mo Jingjing's feet and kowtowed directly. Auntie, I really don't know your identity. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have dared to trick you like this before. Mo Jingjing scratched her cheek, obviously not knowing how to deal with this situation. Since the money has been paid back, then I won't hold you accountable anymore. Seeing that the owner of the stone gambling stall had his head smashed, Mo Jingjing also waved his hands and said somewhat unbearably, Thank you, Aunt, thank you, Aunt. The owner of the stone gambling stall continued to kowtow happily. In his opinion, dignity is nothing, money is important. If he is not allowed to pay, he can say anything. Let alone kowtow, he doesn't care if he eats shit. Yi Yang shook his head and said, with a slight smile, okay, now let's settle the score for wanting to be a rogue just now, right? Ah? The owner of the stone gambling stall rolled his eyes and tried his old tricks again. However, Yi Yang sneered. Do you think the kowtow of a scoundrel like you is valuable? Ah, this. The owner of the stone gambling stall immediately understood that this was not someone who would let him go just by kowtowing a few times. He was an easy owner to fool. Want to break the contract and run away with the money? With such a large amount, I say you will be sent to jail for the rest of your life, that's enough. Yi Yang chuckled and said, Don't. I haven't enjoyed the money I've made for a few days yet. I don't want to go in. The stall owner had a look of despair in his eyes. Okay, then just pay some liquidated damages. Now that you haven't successfully repudiated the debt, I don't want you to pay more. Let's just calculate it as 1/3 of the estimated value of the goods. 800 million, not much, right? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said a number. The owner of the stone gambling stall softened. Oh my God, please forgive me. I have been in business for so many years and I only have 100 million in hand. You are not good at lying. Don't wear down my patience. Yi Yang frowned and said coldly. Well, actually I only have 300 million, that's really all I have. There was a trace of despair in his eyes, knowing that it was easy for such a big shot to find out his details. Okay, the 300 million will be treated as compensation up front, and the rest will be considered as what you owe me. When you make money in the future, you can pay it back slowly. Yi Yang waved his hand lightly. It was difficult for him to feel any sympathy for this kind of person. What was the difference between what he did and that of a robber? He couldn't be soft on such a person. I'll go, this Mr. Yi is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Awesome, this is such a ruthless person, he just asked for 800 million. Haha. If he doesn't agree, he will be sent to jail. It's wonderful, it's like Bulbasaur eating Bulbasaur and entering Mickey Mouse's house, it's wonderful. He is young and has clear grievances. If Yi Shenhao had been in ancient times, he might have been a super boss. Wake up, I am also a super boss in modern times. Ahem, okay. There was also a lot of discussion around him. The stone gambling stall owner was completely dejected. It was foreseeable that he would have to bear this huge debt for the rest of his life and work for Yi Yongbai. This miserable life is just because of a difference of thought. You must not have any intention of breaking the contract, and you must be honest. Yi Yang didn't bother to pay attention to the stall owner's self-confession, and just continued shopping with a few girls. After walking around the entire special entertainment area, we went into the Seaview Villa to spend the night. 1. Xiaozong also temporarily managed to get a few internet celebrities in the color live streaming industry here, and they hugged each other into the small villa next to them. Yi Yang looked at this scene dumbfounded. This kid is really a black hole of internet celebrities. You can find several internet celebrities to accompany him wherever you go, don't tell me. This is really a superpower. Yi Yang shook his head and entered the largest Seaview villa. The large balcony of the villa is paved with red wooden boards, and an 8 Immortals table is placed on it. On the 8 Immortals table, there are many precious fruits, drinks, and supper. Yi Yang and a few girls sat cross-legged on the large balcony with floor heating at the 8 Immortals table, eating and drinking while enjoying the sea breeze. And talking and laughing. Master, you are really amazing. Mo Jingjing took a sip of fruit wine and said repeatedly. He is simply the most perfect master in the world. Is it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and ate a whole cherry in one bite, feeling the juice bursting in his mouth. As expected, these ruby cherries cost 180 yuan each. They are really delicious. Mo Jingjing bit one and nodded repeatedly. My sister called me, I'll pick it up. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qingxian took out her mobile phone and left first. Su Jiaojiao blinked, then I'll check the car. What's going on? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Now he and Mo Jingjing were the only ones on the balcony. Mo Jingjing sat close to Yi Yang and said, It's so cold. I want Master to give me a hug. Is it cold? Isn't it hot? Yi Yang shrugged, but as a girl, after all, she was outside. And was still afraid of catching cold, so he also held Mo Jingjing in his arms. Mo Jingjing rubbed her little head against Yi Yang. It's so warm, so comfortable. If only it could stay like this. Yi Yang smiled. And shook his head, if you want, you can do it any time. Real? Mo Jingjing's eyes lit up. Did you misunderstand something? Yi Yang suddenly felt that there seemed to be some ambiguity in what he said. Humph, no. Matter what, that's what Master means. Mo Jingjing chuckled and turned her head to look at Yi Yang's side face. It felt so safe to be by Master's side. What girl wouldn't love such a boy? With this thought in mind, he just drank a few sips of fruit wine, and while he was still tipsy, he stopped thinking about it and kissed Yi Yang directly on the cheek. Yi Yang was suddenly pecked, and felt dumbfounded. It was indeed a misunderstanding. I am thinking about how I should deal with this little apprentice if he really wants to go further. After all, he has the title of master and apprentice. Isn't this a little bad? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a purring sound in my ears. Yi Yang turned his head in surprise and saw that the little girl had fallen on his shoulder and fell asleep. First update. This little girl. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded, and then carried Mo Jingjing back to the room. As soon As he came out of the room, he was lying outside the door listening to the sound. He caught the two girls who were about to slip away. "Didn't you make a phone call and get your car repaired?" Yi Yang frowned. "What are you doing if you don't sleep at night?" I'll come back and get the lube." Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes and thought out of desperation, leaving Shou Qingxian, who was a little stunned, and ran away like flying. "Hey!" Shou Qingxian stared, stuck out her tongue, and was thinking about how to make excuses. Yi Yang pinched her little face and said, "Okay, come back to the bedroom with me." "Huh? Boss, you don't have that." "Let me tell you, boss, you won't be so fast." Shou Qingxian chuckled. Yi Yang's face was full of black lines, and he knocked on Shou Qingxuan's head. "What are you thinking about? It looks like we have to have a good fight tonight to learn martial arts." "Ah." Shou Qingxuan's face turned red, feeling both excited and a little scared. Yi Yang was at full power with her, not sparing any effort at all. "After this night of martial arts competition, I am afraid that I will be in trouble when I get up tomorrow morning." In this way, after a night of wonderful martial arts exchanges, Yi Yang got up refreshed. "Boss, you are too cruel." Shou Qingxian limped out of the door, but with her physique, this minor injury would be recovered in a while. After eating a nutritious breakfast, Wang Xiaozong also came over and said it was time to return. Yesterday, the consumption of the rich second-generation group reached tens of millions, far exceeding the budget. The rich second-generation people who shared the money complained bitterly, and each got on his own yacht, with a grimace. Xia Dongqing, along with a group of senior executives from Dongsha Island, solemnly sent the boss off at the port and welcomed him to visit for inspection next time. "Damn it, if you lick the leader, just lick it well and spend your own money." Several rich second-generation people who had paid last night almost cursed when they saw this. Xia Dongqing knew that the rich second-generation group was not paid for by his own boss. He had just arranged such an expensive dinner and entertainment program. Yesterday, he licked Yi Yang so comfortably that he turned around and asked them to reimburse the expenses. This man is so treacherous. Although they were not angry, they wanted to admit defeat. They couldn't say anything, so they had to board the ship, depressed. "I still want to fly a spaceship, it's so cool. Compared to driving a ship and flying a spaceship, it's so weak." Yesterday, Chu Haijiao didn't even get off the spaceship. The rich second-generation group had a lot of fun on Dongsha Island, but this girl who was inspired to become the Pirate King drove the spaceship and flew around Dongsha Island for a whole day. Yi Yang also admired her perseverance. "Then you don't want your 100 million yacht?" Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. "Just find someone to drive it back later. Compared with the spaceship, mine is not exciting at all." Chu Haijiao curled her lips and ran over to Yi Yang to rub his shoulders and back. "Are you okay, brother Yi?" Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. Now, in order to fly on the spaceship for a while, the future Pirate King becomes a dog licker. "As you wish." Yi Yang asked Yuan and Gudandan. This Chu Haijiao is indeed a super genius. She has only been exposed to F-1000 for one day. She has figured out the basic flight and navigation systems, which makes the two professional captains and crew chiefs ashamed. "Great!" Chu Haijiao waved her fist excitedly and ran back to F-1000 in a hurry. He didn't finish the tour last time, so this time Yi Yang also browsed the areas he hadn't visited before. It has to be said that the F-1000 is indeed an epoch-making product. It is foreseeable that this form of spacecraft may become mainstream in the future. After returning to the capital, Yi Yang also took a few girls back to Prince Gong's mansion. Master Zhu smiled and curtsied. Yi. Yang nodded slightly. Aren't you just participating in a competition? It took so long to come back. Muzi was a little surprised. Sister Muzi, it's a big loss if you didn't go this time. Su Jiaojiao couldn't hold it in at first. What she saw and heard yesterday was so novel that any ordinary person who experienced it would not be able to help but want to share it with others. She told Muzi about what she saw and heard yesterday. Spaceship? Island owner? Gambling on stones, Tianzi jade? Then I would really be at a big loss if I didn't go. Muzi sighed regretfully, but then smiled nonchalantly, but it's not entirely a bad thing. I researched a new wine yesterday. I'm sure you'll like it, boss. Oh? Then I want to try. Yi Yang is also quite interested. He has drunk a lot of famous wines, but for cocktails, which are special drinks that rely on talent and art, price does not mean everything. Okay boss, I'll adjust it for you during dinner. Oh, by the way, Xiaojing just called to say that her mother's checkup was very healthy. Now she's almost recovered and can go home. Muzi smiled. That's worthy of congratulations. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Just as she was talking, Bai Xiaojing took her mother into the courtyard of Prince Gong's mansion. This Prince Gong's mansion was so big that it took a long time to walk before arriving at the residential area. Bai Xiaojing's mother kept her mouth wide open all the way. It's really the palace where the prince lived in ancient times. This is incredible. Bai Xiaojing's mother shook her head. She never dreamed that her daughter would meet such a great boss. It was simply amazing. Live in the palace directly. Even a middle-aged woman like her has heard of the name of Prince Gong's palace. After all, it is too famous. A golden Nanmu pillar sells for more than 4 billion. How much does the entire Prince Gong's palace cost? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp numb. Auntie looks good, Yi Yang said with a smile. Bai Xiaojing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was not a good complexion. Her mother was obviously surprised. And her face turned red. This time I came mainly to treat Auntie. Now that she has recovered, I can consider returning to the Magic City. Yi Yang smiled and said, without worries, just work hard and strive to achieve some results as soon as possible. Devote all my efforts to the boss. Bai Xiaojing nodded repeatedly, almost saluting. Second update, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Thank you for your company along the way. Jiuyang wishes you all a happy New Year. By the way, I will take a day off tomorrow to have a New Year's Eve dinner with my family and return on the first day of the new year. The F-1000 landed arrogantly at the Shanghai airport, and its powerful and novel styling surprised everyone. Even many of the big guys who chartered planes brightened up after seeing it and wanted to get one for themselves. However, after asking many people, they found that there was no such aircraft for sale on the market, which made them extremely depressed. They were all flying back and forth, and I didn't even have the qualifications to inquire about them. The mentality that I originally thought I had reached the peak of my life suddenly collapsed. I'm envious. I don't know what kind of super boss is sitting here. It must be an amazing existence, maybe with assets worth hundreds of billions. I'll go. I'll leave in a while. I want to see who the big boss is on this plane. The unique shape of the F-1000 attracted everyone's attention, and these people could not help but be attracted to watch this super era spaceship. Zitsidi. The spacecraft door opened, and the highly technological sliding body landed smoothly on the ground. A group of people also walked off the spaceship. Gulu, so white, so big, so beautiful. Forgive me for crying with envy. All the onlookers stared with wide eyes, swallowed their saliva, and straightened their eyes as they looked at the beauties walking down in front of them. Yi Yang walked among the beauties, confident and sunny. All the men and women who saw this scene clenched their teeth in envy. The handsome man and the beautiful woman, coupled with the surreal spaceship scene, were like watching a science fiction movie. Am I dreaming? Damn it, every girl in there is a top-notch one. Even if I have one, it's worth my life. How come I can't touch any of them? Maybe it's because you are short and poor. Even the Spring Festival gala skits laughed at you for being like this. Haha. If you are short and poor, I think we should stay at home and don't go out to provoke the little sister and make ourselves uncomfortable. Let's just not worthy of falling in love, right? That's right. Alas, we provoked whoever we provoked. We are so drunk. The boss is really the center of attention wherever he goes. By Xiaojing said with a smile. This focus is also due to your contribution. Yi Yang shrugged. The girls present were all looking at him, but the remaining old perverts were obviously still looking at the beauties around him. After getting off the spaceship, a special car was arranged to take Bai Xiaojing and her mother home. Yi Yang also took the remaining girls directly to the Yunding Mountain Villa in a fleet of luxury cars. In the Yandingshan Villa area, Yu Momo, Xiao Xiaozhu, and their maid group had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Yi Yang and others coming back, they were very happy. Let me meet you. These are the special car driver Su Jiaojiao and the bartender He Musi that I recruited in the capital. They will also be part of our villa family in the future. Yi Yang introduced with a faint smile. Welcome, sisters. All the girls also know each other. Did you miss me, little Momo? Yi Yang pinched Yu Momo's little face and asked with a smirk. Humph, the boss sent me to Hainan to negotiate the contract, and he went to the capital to be happy. Umo wrinkled her little nose and hummed. Haha, the boss was wrong. I'll make it up to you tonight. Yi Yang laughed, patted Yu Momo's buttocks, and said cheerfully. That's pretty much it. Yu Momo blushed and murmured, then looked at Xiao Qingxian. How is it? Is it easy to be the boss's secretary? Hey, I found that I am still suitable to be a bodyguard. Xiao Qingxian has almost caught up with her in reading the reports these days. Yi Yang is a hands-off shopkeeper. She has full authority to negotiate and arrange almost all newly acquired companies. Although she had been trained hastily by UMO for several days, she was still a military general, and this formality made her extremely distressed. It can be said that the journey was full of pain. The only reward was that I finally got into the boss's car. It was worth thinking about it. Haha. There was a sly smile on Yumomo's lips. Let's go inside first. Yi Yang waved. The lobby of Yandingshan Villa, which was originally extremely spacious, was also very lively at this time. When they heard that the boss was back, several state banquet chefs also hurriedly turned on their firepower and started cooking a feast. Well, Yi Yang suddenly sighed. What's wrong, boss? Yumomo asked again and again. Yi Yang waved his hand. When he first became rich, he lived in the Jiangjing villa and thought it was so big and awesome. It was so awesome. But now, as the villa family continues to expand, and as the vision becomes higher, I suddenly moved back to Yunding Mountain from Prince Gong's mansion, but I feel that this place has 8 or 9 master bedrooms, many side bedrooms and nanny rooms, and even a large underground library. The villa is a bit restrictive. This may be the legendary disease of wealth. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded. Mo. Please contact the person in charge of Yunding Mountain to renovate the villa and buy several surrounding villas to turn it into a villa cluster. Okay, Yumomo would always faithfully follow Yi Yang's orders and rarely ask why. This was one of the reasons why Yi Yang liked her. The welcome back dinner was extremely sumptuous. A top-notch state banquet was served, accompanied by wonderful fruit wine and table wine. After the meal, the relationship between each other became harmonious. Su Jiaojiao and He Musi no longer felt strange at all. The atmosphere of Yundingshan Villa is really like a big family, so warm and joyful. After the meal, He Musi also showed off a wave of newly developed cocktails. Compared with Tispel, this wine is not as strong. It can even be said that it is the opposite of Tispel. This is a drink that makes people drink it, strong as fire, and fall asleep in despair. This cocktail, with its mellow and refreshing aroma and long aftertaste, is like a flower of hope blooming in the heart, bringing lasting rain, dew, and sunshine to the body. Does this new wine have a name? Yi Yang likes this wine very much. After all, not everyone is like him, who has a foundation in Chinese martial arts and can enjoy the richness of Tispierre. This cocktail is an excellent product suitable for everyone. Yes, I will call it Hypernaze. He Musi smiled slightly. Despair and happiness? Yi Yang nodded slightly, suddenly feeling that He Musi seemed like a woman with a story. The owner of the Ferryman Bar, a talented bartending beauty, thinking about that scene, it's quite like, I have wine, do you have a story? A feeling of. Just when he wanted to ask more carefully, his cell phone rang. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and answered the phone. Hello? Schwer, what's the matter? Brother Yi Yang, didn't you say you would accompany me to the carnival? The carnival will start tomorrow. Do you have time? Lin Schwer's voice came from over there. First update. Huh? Yi Yang thought for a moment and remembered that Douyin was going to hold a live streamer carnival, which was a big year-end event for live streamers on the platform. Shou was the first to hold the live streamer carnival. Now that the live streamers on Douyin have become popular, they are naturally going to hold the live streamer carnival. I heard that the tickets for the live streamer carnival are quite expensive, but the high ticket prices can't stop the fanatical fans of the live streamers. After all, there are not many opportunities to see a bunch of big white legs shaking in front of you at close range in reality. Tomorrow? I'm free. I'll pick you up. Then, and we'll go together. Yi Yang replied with a smile. Really? Thank you, brother Yi Yang. Lin Schwer happily blew a kiss to Yi Yang and hung up the phone. Yi Yang looked at his Douyin background, and the official Douyin also sent him an invitation to the live streamer carnival. After all, he has nearly 40 million fans now, and he is already one of the top anchors on Douyin. Douyin is a subsidiary of Zijia Jump. However, Yumomo had just completed the handover of various contracts with Jiangjing 2 days ago. As a subsidiary, the people in charge of Douyin should not know that he is already the biggest boss behind Jiangjing. Otherwise, with this identity, the person in charge of the branch of Douyin would have to come and invite him in person. However, Yang himself is also a casual person. He keeps a low profile if he can. He didn't care too much, but just asked Yumomo to print out his exclusive invitation letter. After eating and drinking, he took a mixed hot spring bath with the maid group. Don't be shy, everyone does this. Hu Feifei looked at Su Jiao, who was a little shy next to the hot spring pool, and waved her to get in the water. Come on, come in, we are a real family who can meet each other honestly. Guanruoyu also persuaded repeatedly. Really? Su Jiao touched the water surface of the hot spring with her little feet, and her huge toes shrank immediately. It was her first time to take a hot spring bath, especially a mixed bath. So comfortable, warm and wonderful. Muzi had long been swimming in the hot spring pool without caring. Her extremely plump white body kept surging up and down on the water surface, making Yang almost bleed from the nose. Plop. Su Jiao jumped into the water and found that it was really wonderful. It's really comfortable. Ah, so enjoyable. After taking a mixed bath, Yang put on a bathrobe and took Yumomo back to the bedroom. Boss, the tickets are printed. Yumomo put the exclusive invitation on the table. Well, you have worked hard during this period. Yang took her little hand and sat on the bed. Humph, it's really rare that boss Yi actually feels sorry for his cute little maid. Yumomo smiled and teased. Yang raised his eyebrows. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become so naughty? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson tonight. After saying that, he covered himself with a big quilt, and there were constant begging for mercy in the room. Boss, don't do it. Ah. Enzyme. Linen is falling. The next day, Yang packed his luggage and patted Yumomo, who was lazy and didn't want to move on the bed. Get up, come with me to the carnival? No. Boss is too fierce, I can't get out of bed today. Yumomo rolled over and refused to get out of bed. Yang shook his head helplessly. If you really don't want to go, I'll leave first. After saying that, he was about to leave. Don't, boss. Hee. I'm kidding. Yumomo smiled, put on his clothes, and got out of bed. What car should I choose? Yang rubbed his chin. The luxury cars in the Yandingshan garage are the largest number among his luxury garages. As soon as you walk in, you will be dazzled by the super luxury cars. If you have difficulty choosing a car, it will probably take several hours to choose one. We have to pick up Shou later. Let's each have a car. You drive this Pagani. And I will barely drive the Koenigsegg 11. Yang pointed at the Koenigsegg 11. This car is rated as the king of sports cars and the most expensive among mass-produced sports cars. At the beginning, he just bought it on a whim because he could raise 1 billion yuan to buy this car. However, Yang always felt that this car was a little ugly, so he rarely drove it after buying it. This anchor party was mainly to promote Lin Shou, so it would be more face-saving to drive a well-known sports car king. He promised Lin Shou that he would make her the most popular internet celebrity sooner or later. Now this anchor carnival is a good opportunity. The main venue of the carnival was chosen in Hainan, so after picking up Lin Shuer, he would drive a sports car to Hainan to attend the banquet. Linjiang community. Lin Shuer, dressed in a pure girlish style, had been waiting at the door for a long time. Lin Shuer's appearance, even among the many beauties Yi Yang had seen, was ranked at the top. Standing there, she naturally attracted countless people's attention. Such a beautiful girl, living in a house in the Linjiang school district, is probably a lady from a wealthy family. Don't look at her, the beauty has a boyfriend. I saw her when she lived in Fuhua community before. I even bumped into a telephone pole to see her. How is she a boyfriend? That guy drove a Lamborghini Venom, a super luxury car worth 70 million. At that time, I thought it was great to be rich. Now, he lives in a school district in Linjiang. Hiss. Alas, as expected. Heroes go with beauties. We losers are born to be human beings. I'm sorry. Haha. Several brothers admired the beauties and made fun of themselves. Soon, Koenigsegg 11 stopped at the door with a beautiful tailspin. The wind from the tailspin blew up Lin Shuer's white skirt, which made all the brothers watching crazy. Didn't you say that the guy drove a Lamborghini Venom? This one isn't either. Ahem, maybe someone else has changed. Haha, I knew that these girls. Before he finished speaking, the car door opened. A handsome guy walked down from the car door. Why are you silent? Fuck, it's the same guy. Damn it, could it be that he has a Koenigsegg 11 in addition to the Lamborghini Venom? Woohoo, pour me shed bitter tears. Oh my god, a dimensionality reduction. Attack. Awesome. I surrender to losing to such a big guy. You are not qualified to compete with him, how can you lose? You are so determined. Let's go? Yi Yang tilted his head and smiled at Lin Shuer. Okay. Lin Shuer also got in the car happily. Koenigsegg 11 raised dust all the way and drove arrogantly towards the airport. Second update. Brother Yi Yang, have you changed your plane again? Lin Shuer was also amazed at the F-1000 in front of her. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Lin Shuer blinked and scratched her face in disbelief. Others change cars, he changes planes. This is simply too luxurious. However, Lin Shuer has developed antibodies to Yi Yang's super-rich attributes, and quickly calmed down the shock in her heart. Nowadays, whatever Yi Yang does is normal and reasonable. Click. After checking the luxury car onto the F-1000, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer and Yumomo to the spaceship. After taking the two girls around, the two girls opened their mouths in surprise. This is too sci-fi. It's simply a super spaceship that only exists in sci-fi movies. Yi Yang looked at the shocked expressions of the two girls and smiled slightly in his heart. Not to mention them, even he, who is well informed, was shocked for a long time when he first visited the F-1000. Hainan is still quite far from Shanghai. However, at the speed of F-1000, it soon landed at Hainan Airport. Buzz. Koenigsegg 11 started up, and with the navigation of Low German map, it soon arrived at the venue. This carnival was still very grand, and many fans bought tickets just to take a look at the appearance of the internet celebrities they followed in real life. This time, Douyin officially sent invitations to only big Douyin hosts with more than 5 million fans. At the door, many fans from all over the country were holding tickets and slowly checking their tickets to enter the venue. Many big anchors have already driven their own cars here. The parking area is located next to the entrance. It is also to show fans their financial strength. After all, Douyin also has many successful people who rely on creating the image of successful people with an annual income of tens of millions. To cheat people. This kind of person is worse than Brother Shou, who invented the stock of understanding applause. After all, most people can still laugh happily when they see Brother Shou, and this kind of guy who cuts leaks and sells courses is no different from those who do pyramid schemes. Many TikTok successful people say the most clichés. I made my first million at the age of 7, blah blah, blah blah. They are just fooling fools, and the key is that these people have a lot of fans. There are also people who boast that they make 5 million a year. If you want to know how they make that 5 million, you have to buy his course, which costs 50,000 per course. If you can fool 100 fools a year and sell 100 copies, wouldn't you make 5 million a year? These fake rich anchors can often get millions of fans and be invited. In order to continue to maintain their fake personas, many of them rent luxury cars. Wow, isn't that Brother Yuqian? He really has a Ferrari 911, just as he said. I doubted him before, but now I believe him. I'll borrow money from my relatives when I get home and buy his course. If I can learn it, I'll make 5 million a month next year. And Queen Ching? She made her first million in just 3 days. I've always admired her. Her class is so good. After listening to her class, I divorced my useless husband who only made 10,000 a month and started my own business. How are you doing now? Although I'm in debt of hundreds of thousands now, I believe I'll be able to make 5 million a month like Queen Ching and become an independent woman in the new era. Awesome. Yi Yang looked down on this kind of anchor from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yuqian and Queen Ching were swaying beside the $1 million luxury car they rented at this time. They started to show off before they even started walking on the red carpet. They were afraid that others wouldn't know that they drove a luxury car. Until Yi Yang did a dragon tail swing and parked the Koenigsegg 11 next to the two cars. The attention of the fans nearby was instantly attracted. It's Koenigsegg. Oh my God. Am I blind? If you can afford a Koenigsegg, why are you still a host? I actually saw a Koenigsegg parked within 500 meters in front of me in my life. It's worth it. I feel so proud, the king of sports cars. Does this guy sell courses? If he sells courses, I will spend 100,000 per class. The fans around were all enthusiastic. This is a super sports car king worth hundreds of millions. The combined price of the cars rented by Brother Yuqian and Queen Ching is not as much as the wheels. As soon as Koenigsegg appeared, his aura directly overwhelmed the entire parking lot. Damn it. The eyes of rich Brother and Queen Ching were dark. They spent a lot of money to rent a luxury car just to build their own personality at the carnival and make the fools who follow them willingly pay for it. As a result, all the attention and limelight were taken away by the Koenigsegg that suddenly appeared. How could they not be angry? You did it on purpose. They both roared in their hearts. Click. Yi Yang took Lin Shuer down the Koenigsegg. Wow, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. I have followed this girl. Her name on Douyin is Lin Shuer. She sings very well and is now a big internet celebrity with more than 10 million fans. You have followed Lin Shuer, but don't you know the one next to her? Don't know him. I'm a man. I watch Douyin just because I'm horny. Why do I know the guy next to him? I'm not gay. Hee, Lin Shuer is so popular, but she can't do without the guy next to her. Is he rich? I'm more than rich. I'm rich as hell. He's so rich, but he's still a streamer? It's fake. I think he might just be a marketing account. Hee. Yi Shenhao is not a marketing account. If you can't talk, shut up. Humph. That's right. What right do you have to say that my Yi Shenhao is a marketing account? Where's the evidence? There were also many little fans of Yi Yang at the scene. When they saw someone dared to say bad things about Yi Yang, they started to fight back on the spot. The old pervert shut up smartly and didn't dare to say anything more. The female fans were too crazy. He was just a pitiful and helpless old pervert. He couldn't afford to offend him. Hey, brother, you are not very honest. Are you deliberately trying to steal our traffic? Brother Yu Qian and Queen Qing frowned, and when they saw Yi Yang bringing Lin Shuer down, they asked in unison. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He had seen these two people when he was browsing Douyin. They were two stinking liars. Now that he saw them, with his personality, he would punish anyone he was unhappy with. Therefore, he nodded honestly, yes, I did it on purpose. Puff. The fans watching laughed out loud. Yi Shenhao is really an honest man. You. Brother Yu Qian and Queen Qing were so angry that they couldn't speak. You are really honest. Who made me an honest man? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Get out of the way quickly, don't block the way. First update. Brother Rich and Queen Qing were both filled with anger. People are afraid of comparison. If someone drives a better sports car and pulls up next to them, it will appear that they are worthless. How can they create their own successful persona? This stinky man actually dares to deny you face. Queen Qing, don't you fight him? That's right. We are independent women in the new era. Why should we tolerate these disgusting men? It's fine if we don't let them kneel down and kowtow. How dare we kick our noses in our faces? This is outrageous. Poisonous. Chicken soup. Queen Chang's fans are clamoring. Rich brother, can you bear this? You are a big shot. A successful person. Fuck him. That is, if you have money, use your money to kill him. Fans of Brother Rich also followed suit. Yi Yang glanced at it and found that most of the fans of this poisonous chicken soup, female internet celebrity, were extremely ugly people who looked like they were poor and couldn't afford to eat. If they don't work hard and have a bad life, they start to dream. If they don't check whether they are worthy of a good life, as long as others create an illusion, they can fall asleep in their dreams and don't want to wake up. As for Rich Brothers fans, most of them are dressed up as little gangsters, doing nothing, not having a job every day, drinking heavily, smoking heavily, gambling, going home, lying in bed daydreaming, waiting for when pie will fall from the sky. Guy. These two people are a perfect match, so why not have a group wedding? On the spot. These people probably can't afford carnival tickets either. No wonder these two chose to show off their luxury cars in the parking lot outside. Fans on both sides booed, and Brother Qian and Queen Qing were also riding a tiger. In the end, Brother Rich snorted coldly, and could only hold his arms and pretend to be cool, apologized to both of us, and this matter will be over. Apologize? Why? Because the car I drive is better than yours? Yi Yang shrugged and said in a confused tone, you two haven't graduated from elementary school, right? Can you say this? But it's not difficult to figure out his fan audience. If he didn't have this kind of IQ, he wouldn't be able to fool those stupid fans. After all, birds of a feather flock together, and people flock together. Yumomo also walked up, if you two don't get out of the way and delay the boss's time, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Damn, I'm a successful man. I can make millions. Every minute? Do you understand millions? Can't afford to delay? Believe it or not, I will kill you with money? The rich brother said extremely arrogantly. That's right. Queen Qing also looked proud at the side. Huh? Yi Yang smiled. And killed himself with money? This is the most outrageous thing he has heard this year. Rich brother is awesome. Awesome. These two anchors are usually too preoccupied with thinking about how to deceive their fans and have no energy to care about other things. They only know that Yi Yang is also an anchor who has become popular with his Shenhao personality. Subconsciously, he regarded Yi Yang as the same type of guy who relied on his concave personality, talked about poisonous chicken soup, and sold courses just like them. So he was extremely tough at this time. Everyone knows what's going on with each other. Don't pretend to be so cool. I'm warning you. Be careful, I'll expose all your secrets. The rich brother sneered, obviously he was convinced of Yi Yang and was not afraid at all. Is it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, I would like to hear what you call your old story. Haha, do you insist on breaking out? Queen Qing also hardened up at this time, puffed out her chest, and sneered like a queen, and her eyes with heavy makeup showed unfounded pride. You are not worthy enough to talk to me about breaking up. Yi Yang smiled lightly and shook his head, then waved to Yumomo. After Yumomo understood, he dialed the phone directly. It made me laugh so hard, the acting looked so similar. Rich brother turned around and said to his fans, don't be deceived by his appearance, he is garbage. We are all in the anchor industry, how can I not know? He's just a traffic account with a concave personality. There's no money at all. You're so powerful. That's right, you drive a luxury car worth more than 100 million, why do you still want to be a host? It's so ridiculous. Queen Qing said repeatedly. Yi Yang almost wanted to applaud these two clowns, good guys, they were just scolding themselves in front of everyone. What? Yi Shenhao is actually a traffic account. It's indeed a lie. Brother Rich must be right. Fans of Brother Rich said repeatedly. Haha, I've seen this. Yi Shenhao. He is just a trashy straight man. Straight men are guilty. How can such a sinner be rich? Rich people must be Prince Charmings, and they must all fall in love with me at first sight. That's right. One day, one of my sisters was interviewed by him on the street. My sister who weighed 300 pounds only wanted a gift of 5 million yuan. Looking at his poor face and unwilling to give it, he also laughed at her for not being from the earth. This is so awesome. It makes me laugh, that is. A bunch of fake independent women whose brains have been soaked in poisonous chicken soup are also ridiculing. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, remembering that day on the street, there was a female titan who was interviewed on the street about asking for a $5 million gift. There was actually her sister here. Thinking of this, I can't help but laugh and cry. It's really a bastard looking for a turtle, and a stinky fish looking for a rotten shrimp. It's not like everyone along the way is trying to get together. Just when Brother Qian and Queen Qing were talking. Nonsense. Several middle-aged men in suits and ties ran out of the carnival venue. Let me go, isn't this Mr. Gao, the general manager of Douyin Anchors? Why is he here? I'm going to see all these super bosses come out. Executives from big companies like this are the ones who are successful. At least their annual salary is several million. Plus dividends, I can't imagine it. It seems to be coming towards us. What happened? These fans who were joining in the fun felt something was wrong when they saw Manager Gao leading his people towards this side. I guess you're here to meet Brother Qinggong and Queen Qing, right? Yes, he is a successful person after all. A big boss with an annual income of several million and assets of over 100 million must come out to greet him. Haha, I'm not here to greet the marketing account Yi Yang anyway. The fans of both families also talked to each other, and it was very lively. When Brother Rich and Queen Qing heard this, they both straightened their backs and greeted her with smiles. However, the senior manager simply ignored the two of them as shit. With a smile on his face, he stretched out his hands and walked towards Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, you are here. I didn't expect that I invited you to the venue with the mentality of giving it a try. I didn't expect that you actually came. It really gave us face. The carnival is so bright because of your arrival. Second update. What's going on? The senior manager is actually so respectful to Mr. Yi? Fans on both sides were extremely surprised. They are just fools who can be fooled by routine anchors. They are not the audience of Yi Yang's live broadcast at all, and big data recommendations will not recommend Yi Yang to them. Naturally, they didn't know what Yi Yang was like, and Queen Qing and Brother Yu Qian only knew that Yi Yang was famous for his character Shenhao. So these two people set the pace, and the fans next to them will follow suit. Now that the high manager came out to greet Yi Yang in person, with this face and pomp, no matter how stupid the fans on both sides were, they now knew that something seemed to be wrong. Hi manager. Brother Rich and Queen Qing both twitched their mouths, embarrassed, and wanted to say hello to the senior manager. Who are you? Manager. Gao glanced at Brother Yu Qian and Queen Qing, then frowned and asked in confusion. Brother Rich and Queen Qing were stunned in embarrassment. Fans on both sides realized something was wrong even more. Didn't they say that these two are big bosses? Why didn't the manager even recognize them? The beautiful assistant next to the senior manager whispered a few words in his ear. The senior manager suddenly realized that he was not interested in these anchors who sold courses and cut leaks. After all, they basically made no contribution to Douyin itself. Fans reacted to being cheated and scolded Douyin in turn. In other words, Douyin can get half of the money for the gift that was painted by the idiot in the live broadcast room, which is some benefit. However, people are afraid of comparison. The real gift from these two people's live broadcast for 1 year, together, is only 10 to 200,000 in income. Everything else is just operations and flow, fake. Yi Shenhao's account, just from the rewards, Douyin gets hundreds of millions from it every year. Not to mention that Yi Shenhao sends out super big red envelopes when he has nothing to do. The handling fee that Douyin gets from it is many times more than the money contributed by Brother Qian and Queen Qing to Douyin. As Douyin's top anchor, Yi Yang is naturally very valued. he has personally learned about Yi Yang's background. This man is a real tycoon, with assets worth at least hundreds of billions. As for his acquisition of Bit Group Corporation, the senior executive has not received news yet. But even so, Yi Yang's status in his eyes was extremely high. It can be said that even if Yi Yang farted, it would be 100 times heavier than the rich man and Queen Qing combined. Now that these two trash have offended Yi Yang, he naturally knows who to protect easily. How dare you two dare to mock Mr. Yi for being a traffic account? You are just some rotten shrimps. How dare you mock a real boss? Are you afraid that the anchor has done enough and wants to blow himself up? The senior manager shook his head, feeling that these two people were hopeless. No, senior manager, he is also an anchor who packages his characters to make money. You can't protect him just because he has many fans. Once we run it properly, it will be very simple to reach his level. Seeing Manager Gao's attitude, Queen Qing suddenly became anxious. That's right, senior manager, he's clearly here to steal our limelight. The rich brother also muttered, enough. The senior executive shook his head. This Koenigsegg 11 is here. Do you have cerebral palsy? Do you dare to say that he is a fake god? Isn't it just for rent? It's just that we both rented luxury cars. At most, his car is a little better than the one we rented. Well, it's just a lot better. Queen Qing and brother Yu Qian said something to each other, and they were extremely unhappy. The senior manager laughed angrily. You hang out with fools every day and fool fools every day. Are you fooling yourself as well? Open your big beeling eyes. This is Koenigsegg 11. There are only 6 of this model in the world. Why don't you rent one for me? Even the senior manager, who showed himself to be elegant and easygoing, was so angry that he exploded. What these two idiots said is simply outrageous. Do you think Koenigsegg 11 is that crappy Porsche 911 you rented? The senior executive sneered. Even if you rent a global limited edition supercar worth tens of millions, is it something that ordinary people can rent? Use your stupid brains, you need special channels to rent a car worth tens of millions. This is the 150 million supercar king, Koenigsegg 11. Rent it, rent your horse. This, so, Mr. Yi really owns a sports car worth 150 million yuan. Brother Rich and Queen Qing were stunned for a moment. Both of them started to tremble, knowing that they were in big trouble today. They are just ordinary people who are more vicious than ordinary people. They have no contact with the upper class. Maybe they know that Koenigsegg has hundreds of millions, but they don't know that this kind of car cannot be rented. When you really communicate with knowledgeable upper-class people, one sentence will reveal their social level and cognitive level. Fans on both sides fell silent, obviously stunned by the huge amount of information. Mr. Yi gives out hundreds of millions in red envelopes just for one live broadcast. He is a serious super tycoon with assets of more than 100 billion. I think you really don't know how to write the word death. You are a garbage anchor who sells courses to deceive fools. It's really boring to dare to touch porcelain people. Manager Gao sneered and shook his head. Okay. I don't think you two need to attend any carnival. The invitation letter is invalid. Go back to where you came from. Mr. Yi, please. Manager Gao waved his hand enthusiastically and invited Yi Yang to enter. He was just the manager of the anchor branch. Even if his annual salary plus bonus could get tens of millions and his assets were hundreds of millions, he was just a worker after all. when talking to a real rich man like Yi Yang, a real boss with assets of at least hundreds of billions, he naturally had to be polite. Let's go. Yi Yang also nodded slightly, and walked towards the door with Lin Shuer and Yumomo. Seeing that it was the manager who came out to receive them personally, the guard didn't even dare to ask for the invitation letter, and smiled and invited the few people in. I should have known not to print the invitation letter earlier. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed. Mr. Yi is joking. Manager Gao also smiled again and again. Seeing the figures of several people walking away while laughing, Brother Yu Qian and Queen Qing both collapsed on the ground. It's over, completely over. They originally made money by creating a persona and selling courses. As a result, the general manager of the Douyin Anchor branch exposed their true colors in public. This is considered a collapse of the persona. The three views are swept away, and they are completely finished. It turns out that I am the idiot. Although the fans are stupid, they said it so clearly, and they also understood what was going on with themselves. It turns out that the big man they have always admired and fantasized about making a lot of money for them is just a jumping clown who sells courses. First update. It turns out they have been treating us as fools. That's it. Damn it, I'm so angry just thinking about it. Fuck him. You are no longer our queen. What a piece of rubbish. We don't have such a disgraceful spiritual leader as you. What a shame. Alas, my dream is shattered. Fans on both sides who had already paid for the course and were expecting to make a lot of money were extremely angry. Some of them were so angry that they rushed up to them and shouted with distorted expressions, "Mom, refund your money." Pung pung. Many irritable brothers started fighting with each other with fists and kicks. Soon, the rich brother was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen by his fans, and Queen Qing was scratched by her fans until all the good skin on her body was gone. Soon, the ambulance and security personnel came over. After understanding the situation, they stood aside and watched the show for a long time. When Brother Yu Qian and Queen Qing were beaten to the point where they were barely alive, they stepped forward to stop them and instantly pulled them into the ambulance. Haha, you really deserve it. I got a beating. After today, my character has collapsed, so I probably won't even think about trying to trick people again. It's such a relief. Such idiots should be taught a lesson like this to tell them to lie. Aren't those who are deceived willing to be fooled? It's not worth pitying. But any normal person will not believe in the so-called poisonous chicken soup and courses that will lead you to the top of your life. Those who have been deceived themselves, it's just a gambling-like fantasy, like a tortoise with mung beans and a rotten fish with rotten shrimps. That's a perspective. The fans who bought tickets to watch the excitement were all talking about it. In the main venue, the layout is almost complete. The official opening of the carnival will begin later. The first project in a while is to walk on the red carpet. I wonder if Mr. Yi is in the mood to participate? The senior manager also rubbed his hands politely and asked. Yi Yang is not just a simple anchor, after all, he is a super boss himself. Other anchors come to the carnival because they want it to gain popularity and increase their own exposure. Mr. Yi came to the carnival purely to support him. The identity is naturally extremely aloof. Whether or not to participate in these projects depends on whether the person is in such a mood. On the red carpet? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He was still very curious about new things. Walking on the red carpet had only been done by celebrities on TV, but he had never experienced it in person. Since it is something new that I have never experienced before, of course I have to try it. You can give it a try. Okay. Manager Gao glanced at Lin Shuer, who was standing aside, and naturally said in a very sensible manner, "In a moment, will we arrange for you two to appear together as partners?" Lin Shuer blushed and looked at Yi Yang expectantly. "Okay, it's settled." Yi Yang smiled and nodded. "Brother Yi is so kind." Lin Shuer chuckled. She started working as an anchor out of interest. Anchors couldn't fall in love, otherwise they would lose popularity, and she didn't care. As long as I can be with Brother Yi Yang, it's completely okay to give up being an anchor. After all, singing to the people you like the most is the most enjoyable. She is considered a top student in her own right. She can go out to find a serious job, but she can't make much money. She can still afford 10,000 or 20,000 a month. She can completely rely on herself in life. She can be regarded as a truly independent woman in the new era. When walking on the red carpet, you need to wear a special dress. There were many evening gowns prepared backstage. For those with more than 10 million followers, a set of ultra-high standard evening gowns worth $1 million. For those with less than 10 million followers, a set of high-end evening gowns worth hundreds of thousands. However, most anchors know that they are going to walk on the red carpet, so they go to great lengths to prepare an evening dress, trying to get more eyeballs. Because Yi Yang was in a hurry, he came with Lin Shuer as soon as he returned from the capital without making any preparations. "Why don't you just pick a set here?" Yi Yang said with a smile. With the two of them's innate conditions, even if they went up wearing the most ordinary clothes, they would still amaze everyone. Lin Shuer chuckled. "No, Shuer is ready." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Lin Shuer took Yi Yang into the side hall. "I ordered the evening dress before. I was afraid that the dress would get wrinkled, so I just asked them to take care of it and send it to the venue." Yi Yang followed Lin Shuer into the side hall. "Oh." Yi Yang looked at the men's and women's evening gowns in front of him, his eyes lit up. And he joked, "Good guy, you have a plan." Hey. Lin Shuer stepped forward. "I customized these two sets of dresses a long time ago. Every night in my dreams, I almost imagine the scene of Brother Yi Yang and I wearing them and walking on the red carpet. Today, this dream finally comes to an end. Achieved." Yi Yang looked at these two sets of evening dresses. The white skirt is embellished with diamonds and rhinestones like stars, which is full of fairy spirit. The black tuxedo is made of extremely luxurious materials, the collar brace is made of pure gold, and the tie is also embellished with diamonds. The black gold cane was deep and noble, and there was a huge gemstone on the top. Yi Yang was not a gem expert, so he didn't recognize what gem it was at first glance. Even if it hasn't been worn yet, just putting it there is an indescribable sense of nobility. "Hey, it cost a lot of money, right?" Yi Yang asked with a smile. Lin Shuer blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly, not wanting to talk about this issue. "Help me put on the dress, Brother Yi Yang." Yi Yang looked at the girl who was looking at him affectionately, and nodded slightly with a smile. Soon, Lin Shuer's flawless body appeared in front of him without any cover, perfect like a work of art carved from mutton fat. Jade. Such a perfect work of art, just one look, makes people's hearts move. Carefully and gently buttoned every button on Lin Shuer's body, and from time to time he could touch the wonderful elasticity and smooth back. Huh. After putting on everything, Yi Yang let out a long breath. It was just putting on clothes, which was obviously not much exercise, but it was like running a hearty marathon. Now, it's Shuer's turn to help brother put on. Lin Shuer exhaled in Yi Yang's ear like orchid. Hey, Shuer, don't touch me. You can't touch me there. If you keep rubbing me, I won't guarantee your safety. Evening dresses are awkward to wear and take a long time to wear. It feels so wonderful to have such a beautiful woman helping me put on my clothes. Second update. Get dressed. Lin Shuer carefully set up Yi Yang's collar, then hugged Yi Yang, looked up at Yi Yang, and said with a smile, Brother Yi Yang will definitely be so handsome tonight. The same to you. Yi Yang scratched Lin Shuer's little nose and smiled lightly. Lin Shuer let go of Yi Yang and held his hand. Let's go. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly and led Lin Shuer out of the side hall. In the dressing room, there was a large mirror. Yi Yang looked at the two people in the mirror and was extremely satisfied. Lin Shuer's custom-made evening dress is really beautiful. Lin Shuer, who was already beautiful, looked like a fairy descending to earth under the backdrop of this evening dress. Not to mention himself, he is so handsome. He smiled at the mirror and almost fainted with his handsomeness. Oh my God, look, what kind of gods are these two? In the hall, many anchors and service staff who were almost ready were amazed. Tonight's red carpet star, the most popular one, was Sister Warner before. I had no doubt about it before, but now, I have changed my mind. Me too. This is so handsome and beautiful. I'm afraid that when they appear on the stage, the whole place will explode. Looking forward to. Ahem. While everyone was discussing, a slight cough came. Everyone looked in the direction where the coughing sound came from. Everyone, please pay attention, he is Sister Jier's assistant. Sister Jier is probably arriving soon, so let's be careful what we say. That's right, that's right. Everyone who was originally admiring Yi Yang restrained themselves a lot and became more cautious in their words and actions. Sister Warner is also a popular Douyin female anchor recently. Apart from the big stars, she has the most fans among Douyin-born female internet celebrities, and now she has nearly 30 million fans. She is very beautiful and sings well. In addition, she has a deep relationship with the top management of Douyin, which gave her a lot of traffic support, and she soon became Douyin's current #1 sister. All anchors who often hang out in the anchor circle are basically in awe of her. Sister Warner came in and looked around the whole place with disdain, letting out a satisfied hum from her nose. She liked the feeling of the Queen's presence very much. After all, she had felt that she was extremely noble since she was a child, and that everyone was lower than her. Used to being proud. Coupled with her own family, even if she is arrogant. At least in the anchor circle, no one dares not to give her face. She raised her head slightly and saw a man and a woman who didn't pay attention to her at all. Their playful smiles did not change at all because of her arrival. This made her quite unhappy. She is recognized as the top sister of Douyin. Nowadays, most of the people in the hall are Douyin anchors. How can someone be so disrespectful to themselves? Her eyes darkened slightly and she looked at the two people carefully. When she saw Lin Shuer's evening dress, a cold light suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she quickly walked up to the two of them on silver high heels. Hiss. Although Shuer has been very popular recently, she only has more than 10 million fans after all, and I haven't heard of any serious relationships. Isn't it a bit bad to not give Sister Ji her face like this? I guess I'm going to be taught a lesson by Sister Ji. Isn't Shuer beside Yi Shenhao? I'm afraid it won't be that simple today. The new Douyin brother who has gained 40 million followers like crazy in just a few months? People have their own business, and they just shoot Douyin for fun. What do you call Douyin? Brother? It's a bit of a loss for others. That's true, but Sister Ji is not someone to be trifled with. After all, she is on Douyin's territory now. With Sister Ji's relationship, even Yi Shenhao would not dare to offend her. Well, the analysis makes sense. Almost all the eyes in the audience were attracted. It is human nature to eat melons, let alone those in the internet celebrity world. Eating melons is simply their nature. If you are not sensitive to eating melons and can't keep up with hot topics, why should you be an internet celebrity? Yi Yang didn't pay any attention to Sister Ji's approach and continued chatting with Lin Shuer. Cough cough cough. Sister Ji's assistant was coughing and her throat was broken, but she didn't attract Yang's attention. Cough 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 cough. Sister Ji's assistant tried her best to suck the milk and started coughing again. I'm telling you, girl, if your throat feels uncomfortable, go buy some watermelon frost throat lozenges. If it doesn't work, you can't stop the fat. See? Yi Yang frowned and turned to look at Sister Ji's assistant with disgust, but if you cough so badly, it may not be a problem with your throat. Maybe there is something wrong with your lungs. You should go get a checkup. Yes, it is very irresponsible of you to do this in public. What if it is an infectious disease and is transmitted to others? Lin Shuer also advised, it's better to go see a doctor. You have the disease. Before Sister Ji's assistant started to attack, the two of them scolded her for being sick and made her whole body feel bad. You're not sick. Why are you coughing so loudly? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, then ignored the coughing sister and turned around to chat with Lin Shuer in a different place to avoid being infected. Hey! Are you showing my face? Sister Weiner felt a nameless anger in her heart. In her opinion, this was clearly a sign that the two of them didn't give her face. After all, she was the top sister in the entire Douyin live broadcast circle. Who doesn't know her assistant? Pretending not to know her assistant? Isn't it just to show her displeasure? If Yi Yang knew her thoughts, he would probably mock her for being a shameless and self-righteous idiot. After all, he really just thought that this assistant had lung disease. Hey! Is the evening dress you are wearing the diamond-like stars that Master Stewart auctioned a few days ago? Sister Weiner frowned, looked up and down at Lin Shuer, and asked in a very impolite voice. Yes, why are you asking this? Lin Shuer saw Sister Weiner at this time. She knew Sister Weiner. Unlike Yi Yang, her main income now is still as an anchor, so she knows more about the anchor circle. What? Sister Weiner sneered. It seems that if you don't show your power, you really don't know who is the top girl on Douyin. Do you even need to ask? This evening dress is mine. Take it off. I bought it with my own money. Why do you say it's yours? Lin Shuer frowned. I also made an offer at the beginning, but you always beat me. Haha, I thought I was competing with some big shot, but it turned out to be a little internet celebrity like you. She deliberately emphasized the word little and said with a sneer. First update. You're just a little internet celebrity, you're pretty good at pretending, and you even offered me 100 million? Are you trying to show that you're better than me? Are you better than me? How dare you target me? Who gave you the courage? Sister Jier became angrier as she spoke, with anger welling up in her eyes. Swear, didn't you say that this suit is custom-made? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. He didn't pay attention to Sister Warner at all. He just slapped her away like a piece of shit. He was still more concerned about Lin Shuer's affairs. Actually, no. I said it was customized because I didn't want you to worry about me. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue. Generally, those used for auction are unique masterpieces created by the world's top masters over many years of hard work. The prices are extremely high, almost tens of millions or more. Although private customization is relatively more expensive, most of them are priced below tens of millions. Yi Yang patted Lin Shuer's little head. Including what he gave to Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer only had this amount of money in her hand. It seems that she really put a lot of thought into tonight's carnival. Hey. Lin Shuer also laughed happily while having her little head rubbed. Sister Jier saw that the two of them didn't take her seriously at all and were still flirting. She was originally here to teach newcomers in the industry, but instead she was stuffed with dog food. How could she endure this? You two, don't go too far. You really don't take me as the first sister seriously. Take off your clothes and give them back to me. Sister Warner glared and shouted angrily. Sister Jier is really angry. This is not going to end well. But this Lin Shuer is really rich. This evening dress is actually worth 100 million. Damn it. Haha, you two are really a perfect match. Yi Yang sneered and looked at Sister Jier and her assistant. What did you say? Sister Jier didn't understand and subconsciously asked aggressively. I said you two, one has a disease in the lungs and the other has a disease in the brain, you two would be a perfect match. Yi Yang sneered and said with a last strike. Damn, he is indeed Ji Shenhao. He shows no mercy. To Sister Jier. It's awesome. Yi Shenhao did something that I've always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Hee. I've wanted to scold this damn old bitch for a long time. Day by day, why do I think I'm so awesome? You, what did you say? Sister Jier couldn't believe what she heard. What? In addition to your brain, you also have something wrong with your ears? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that you are sick all over your body. Do you want me to register for you and cure the water in your head? How dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Sister Warner was so angry that she almost went crazy. I thought I was your dad. After Yi Yang said this, he regretted it. If he gave birth to such a stupid girl in the future, he would be angry to death. Thinking of this, he also changed his words again and again. Bah, you don't deserve to call me daddy. Pfft. I can't help it anymore. Haha. Yi Shenhao is too ruthless. If you have money, you are awesome, and when you speak, you have confidence. Ha. The anchors who were watching couldn't bear it any longer and burst out laughing. Aha. Sister Jier has been going smoothly since she was a child. She has never been humiliated like this before. She went crazy on the spot. I know you, don't you just have a bit of money? This is my husband's territory. Who cares how rich you are outside? You're on my husband's territory, please stop. Your husband? Who is he? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Haha, I'll scare you to death if I tell you, my husband is Ouyang Jiyu, the deputy director of Douyin subsidiary. Sister Jier sneered, crossed her arms, and looked proud, as if she had foreseen the change of color on Yi Yang's face. Have you never heard of this person? Who is he? Yi Yang looked at Yumomo suspiciously. As a personal secretary, Yumomo naturally knew the boss's company very well. At this time, he also said, Ouyang Ziyuan, the deputy general manager of Douyin, a subsidiary of Bit Group, is male and is 53 years old. He is also a Douyin employee, a shareholder of a subsidiary and a member of the shareholders meeting. Yumomo specifically emphasized his age. Oh, Yi Yang nodded slightly with interest. I said you are not only full of diseases, but you also have a very unique taste. The anchors next to me were all trying hard to suppress their laughter. How could this Yi Shenhao tell the truth? It is almost a consensus in the circle that Sister Warner, who is 23 this year, plays old man's fun with Deputy General Manager Ouyang. She pities her fans, who also think that this Douyin #1 sister is pure and proud, pure, and no one can compare with her. Many old lickers squat in the live broadcast room every day to buy gifts just to meet this pure and touching beauty. Little did he know that he had already been penetrated by old man Ouyang 800 times. You wait. Sister Jier saw that the situation was over now. Although she was furious, she was still alone. She bit her lower lip and said angrily, my husband will be here in a while, let him take care of you. Humph. And you, don't think you can win the championship just by wearing a dazzling evening dress. Sister Warner chuckled, whatever belongs to me will be mine sooner or later. You can't take away the honor of being the star of the red carpet tonight. Lin Shuer smiled slightly, I don't care at all. She just wanted to wear the most beautiful clothes and have an unforgettable experience with Yi Yang. The red carpet star and other messes were not within her consideration. Still stubborn. Haha. Let's wait and see. Sister Weiner sneered and turned away with her assistant. It's really inexplicable. Lin Shuer pouted, it's really unlucky. I just wanted to chat with Brother Yi Yang alone for a while, and this idiot ruined the atmosphere. Haha, don't worry about it. Yi Yang waved his hand. It was too easy to deal with such a girl who looked proud but was actually very fragile. The source of all her pride was so fragile. If Ouyang Ziyuan was smarter later, it would be fine. If he was not smart, he would be cleaned out together. Although the anchors had a great time watching it just now, they didn't dare to get close to Yi Yang and the others now. After all, they had completely offended Sister Weiner just now. That means offending the vice president of Douyin. Yi Yang has his own business and is not afraid of falling out with the boss. These small anchors dare not stand in the wrong line. If they are hated by the petty chicken of Sister Weiner, their future may be in jeopardy. Are you ready? The red carpet session will start soon. Just as everyone was thinking, the stage manager ran in and announced. Second update. It's about to start. Hurry up. The anchors were busy The internet celebrities were looking forward to the red carpet. They all knew that this was the most important internet celebrity carnival of Douyin, and they had invested a lot in it. Now there are a lot of people on the internet who are paying attention to this event. As long as they can stay on the red carpet for a while longer, they don't know how much traffic they can increase. This traffic is extremely precious to them. After all, internet celebrities live on the number of fans. There is a big screen in the hall, which broadcasts the live broadcast of the red carpet outside in real time. Let's start in the original order. The director nodded slightly and waved his hand. Okay. The first one to go up was Xiaobawang. Although her name is domineering, she is a lively dancing girl. Compared with the red carpet of celebrities, the red carpet of internet celebrities has fewer rules. It is more friendly and casual. The little bully walked to the end and improvised a few dances. He grinned at the audience before leaving. Fuck, using dance to get more time, great. Why didn't I think of that? Alas, it's useless to think of it, I can't dance. Next is a pair of brothers from northeast China, who are also very popular on Douyin by cooking hometown dishes. And have millions of fans. Hello everyone. These two are very honest and have no intention of getting traffic. After waving, they walked to the rest area at the back honestly. Next. In the following time, Yi Yang also saw that some of these internet celebrities, in order to get more time, can be said to have hundreds of tricks. Some deliberately fell down, and some hired people to rush out of the crowd with flowers and forcefully kissed her to create a scandal. At first, Yi Yang thought it was a coincidence, but there were too many coincidences. 10 people went up, and 3 were arranged in this way. The scenes were almost exactly the same, and the audience was simply treated as fools. He wanted to see if the 3 people would be extremely embarrassed when they met each other in the rest area. It's almost our turn, brother Yi Yang, Lin Shuer said with a smile. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly and also tidied Lin Shuer's clothes. Lin Shuer smiled happily and straightened Yi Yang's tie with her backhand. If it weren't for the fact that the internet celebrities next to them were nervous about how to perform or how to get more time, this dog food would probably make them unable to walk for a while. The ranking popularity of the red carpet stars was also displayed on the other side of the screen in the hall. Sister Weiner and her assistant sat in the best position in the hall, and the other internet celebrities were staring at the red carpet star ranking popularity list. After all, as long as they could stay in the top 10 of the popularity list for one more minute, they could increase a lot of traffic and fans. The qualification for this popularity list is very simple, that is, it depends on fan voting, and the higher the number of votes, the higher the ranking. Everyone has 3 votes, and they can vote for one person or 3 people separately. Haha, a bunch of trash, all looking forward to some hopeless fantasy. Sister Warner wanted to laugh when she saw these internet celebrities staring at the ranking board. Is there any need to watch? The final champion must be her. She was too lazy to look at the big screen. After all, no one could compete with her, whether in terms of strength or connections. In her opinion, these people present were just trash. These trash still wanted to compete with her for the red carpet star? No matter how you think, it's ridiculous. However, when she sneered, she always felt that there was a thorn in her heart that made her extremely uncomfortable. When she thought of this feeling, she would glare at Yi Yang and Lin Shuer fiercely. It was all because of these 2 people. If it weren't for these 2 trash who scolded her, how could her good mood disappear? Soon, there were only a few people in the hall. Sister Warner used her connections to make herself the last one. The reason for this was that she had infinite confidence and believed that no one could match her. Even if she doesn't show up, those male fans who are just licking dogs outside will help her to top the list of red carpet stars. There is no doubt about it. She appeared last, which not only showed her status, but also showed her confidence. It was killing two birds with one stone. It was really powerful. She smiled lightly, as if she had seen what it would look like after this honor fell on her, and even thought of her acceptance speech. Her confidence and pride originally came from false reputation. Therefore, she had to fight for all the false reputations desperately, to establish her identity as the number one sister of Douyin, so that she could show her identity and status in the anchor world. And let everyone face her inferiority. In this way, she could hide her true mentality of extremely inferiority. People who really make money and are powerful will never want to show off when they see people, nor will they lose their composure when they fail to show off and are ridiculed by others, because they know that they really have this thing. Those who always rely on their illusory status to bully others, and those who jump up and want to kill others after being criticized by others, are actually very empty inside. However, she obviously didn't understand this. Yi Yang was too lazy to compete for a ranking, very Buddhist. The ranking just put him and Lin Shuer's combination in the second to last place. It's our turn. Yi Yang bowed gentlemanly. Ms. Shuer, please? It's my honor, Lin. Shuer also smiled and bent down in cooperation, put her hand on Yi Yang, and walked out of the door. Together. The afternoon sun shone on them, bright and warm. Almost the moment they appeared, the whole audience was in an uproar. Those fans who had their own idols couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. This is what I dream of, the couple looks like. This is what we call a perfect match. Does the world really have such a perfect male god and female god? I like both of them. A girl said, with starry eyes. Hee hee, girl, are you bisexual? The boy next to him asked, curiously. Yes. What's wrong? Bisexuals eat your rice. The girl said. No, actually, I am also. The boy laughed. Bah. You are so disgusting. The girl rolled her eyes. You are too double-standard. The boy shook his head with a smile. Almost the next moment. In the room, on the red carpet star rankings, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer's rankings, like riding a rocket, broke through all obstacles and rose to the top, and the numbers were still jumping wildly. How is this possible? Sister Warner's assistant exclaimed. What's wrong? Why are you so noisy and startled? Sister Warner snorted coldly. The assistant swallowed silently. Sister Warner, you, look at this ranking. First update. Sister Warner was a little confused. In order to prove that she was absolutely confident, she didn't even look at the rankings. First, she knew that even if she didn't show up, those licking dogs would push her to the front, so she didn't need to look at it at all. In order to show her confidence, she deliberately didn't look at the ranking screen. Second, she was afraid that her fantasy would be unfulfilled. If someone really pushed her down, her pride would be shattered. Her confidence was so fragile and weak. Ahem, there's no one else in the field now. The assistant knew what Sister Warner was thinking, so he also advised her. Sister Warner coughed and turned her head to look at the big screen. What She wasn't the first. She wasn't the second either. She couldn't believe it. She was the first sister of Douyin. There were no powerful opponents walking the red carpet today. How could she not even squeeze into the top two? This was simply intolerable for her. She took a closer look. This. A familiar name came into view. The first one was Yi Shenhao. The second one was Lin Shuer. And now Yi Yang's votes have soared to more than 15 million, while Lin Shuer's is more than 13 million. And I don't even have 5 million votes, and I'm ranked third with a big score difference. This. She couldn't sit still anymore, and hurriedly got up, pacing nervously in the room, almost going crazy. Outside the venue, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. Such a pair of princes and princesses who looked like they came out of a fairy tale, wearing evening gowns worth hundreds of millions, walking on the red carpet, was really too eye-catching. Especially the fans present, both men and women, are basically all face dogs. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay attention to internet celebrities. 9 out of 10 men who pay attention to female face internet celebrities are to see thighs, and the remaining one is to see breasts. 10 out of 10 women who pay attention to male face internet celebrities are to see abdominal muscles. Now, whether it is a male face dog or a female face dog, they are extremely satisfied and crazy about Yi Yang. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have voted for the guy before, woo-woo. If I knew there was such a handsome guy who was so handsome that the world would envy him, I would give him all 3 votes. Yes, can I refund my vote? I want to vote for Brother Yi Yang. A pink-dressed girl waved a fluorescent stick and asked repeatedly. Traitor, we agreed to come together to see the abs guy. The girlfriend next to her snorted. Traitor is a traitor, I can't do it anymore, my child is about to fly out of his mouth, because of his handsomeness. The pink-dressed girl said repeatedly. Ahem, actually I can't stand it anymore, I also want to defect from the organization and become a fan of Brother Yi Yang. The girlfriend threw the cheering card with the words Mr. Abs written on it on the ground, took out 2 large fluorescent sticks from her skirt, and waved them in the air. Yi Shenhao, you are so handsome. Oh. The pink-dressed girl rolled her eyes and waved them. The votes for Yi Yang and Lin Shuer rose wildly. Sister Warner was extremely desperate. No, I don't believe it. She went straight into her own dog group and sent a message, what's wrong with you? You don't vote for me. Goddess, calm down. We have tried our best. I even paid someone to vote for you, but they would rather not get paid to vote for that Yi Shenhao. Yes, goddess, I mobilized all the aunts and uncles in my family to vote for you, and I voted for you with all my salary this month. Me too, I spent a year's savings. A bunch of stupid dogs started to compare with each other. Looking at these dogs, frantically trying to please her, Sister Warner felt a little relieved and sneered, not enough, hurry up and vote for me, no matter what you say, I will be the red carpet star. Shou Dizzy, don't you have money? Sell your company shares for me, and vote for me. This. Shou Dizzy typed an ellipsis, with embarrassment. It's your honor to be qualified to spend money for your master, slaves like you. You can't even spend this little money, how can you be my slave? Sister Wainer sneered. These licking dogs are all masochists. The more humiliated they are, the more excited they are, and the more they work hard. She has figured it out. At the beginning, she was not what she is now. It can be said that a large part of her current appearance is due to her understanding of the temperament of these stupid licking dogs. Before, she didn't believe that there were such garbage and waste in the world, but the reality is that she met so many iron-licking dogs. Once she accepted this setting, she found that she became popular so easily. Many times, the confidence of the queen of poisonous chicken soup on the internet was not given by girls at the beginning, but by licking dogs. Licking dogs is also one of the original sins of the prevalence of poisonous chicken soup. The degree of hate is even more deadly than these poisonous chicken soup queens. Now she looks down on these licking dogs from the bottom of her heart, and thinks that even if they give their lives to her, it is justified. Damn it, let's go all out. This 200,000 yuan was originally the money I prepared for my mother's medical treatment, but I gave it all to you, the goddess. That's better. Sister Warner doesn't care about the life and death of the licking dogs. The most important thing for her is to get on the charts. After these iron-licking dogs started to exert their strength, her votes really started to soar. Soon it broke through 10 million. However, there was still no way to catch up with Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. This feeling made her even more desperate, and she began to use more vicious words to ask for more in the dog-licking group. Oh, that's great. I wish my boyfriend could be 1/10 of him in the future. No matter what. I'm going to get my relatives to vote for Yi Shenhao. This couple is locked for me. Haha, they are a couple of gods. The red carpet is neither long nor short. Without arranging those moths, it will be over soon. No, don't stop me. I want to go up and give flowers. Many girls wanted to rush up to give flowers to Yi Yang and kiss the male god by the way, but they were stopped by the security guards next to them. Those girls were able to rush up before, but why didn't you have such great strength back then? These girls asked angrily. That was arranged. Of course we cooperated with the acting and didn't stop you. You really wanted to give flowers to your idol, so of course we had to stop you. The security guards rolled their eyes and complained in their hearts. Oh. It's all your fault. The idol has already walked down the red carpet, whoa. Oh, the goddess Shuer is gone. I decided not to miss any of her live broadcasts in the future. Yeah. Although Yi Yang has nearly 40 million fans, it is still very small compared to the user base of Douyin. This huge exposure instantly attracted a wave of fans for him. Second update. Hey, the number of fans is really crazy. Yi Yang looked at his backstage and raised his eyebrows. After a catwalk show, in just 1 minute, his number of fans has skyrocketed to over 40 million. Moreover, this number is still increasing. It is estimated that it will stay at a very high number in the end. The two of them are really dressed up so amazingly that you will be stunned just by looking at them. 8 out of 10 Douyin users are old perverts. How is it possible that they are so handsome and beautiful? No one is paying attention? In other words, it is human nature to like beauty. I also gained a lot of fans. Lin Shuer blinked. She originally had hundreds of thousands of fans, but since she met Yi Yang, her fans have increased like crazy. The night I first met Yi Yang, after the carnival battle with Brother Hao, his fans exceeded 1 million. In addition, Yi Yang would interact with her whenever he had nothing to do during this period, making her live broadcast extremely popular. Before participating in the carnival, the number of fans exceeded 10 million. This was something she had never dared to imagine before. She is different from superheroes like Yang. For an ordinary person, only. Those who are truly involved in the internet celebrity world know how difficult it is to become a fan with tens of millions of fans. There are tens of millions of Douyin internet celebrities, but those who can eventually reach tens of millions of followers only have 1 or 200 accounts. A large part of them are celebrities with huge fans like Andy Lau and Chen Qiqi. There are also some super internet celebrities like Poppy or Chen Xiang at 8:30, who have their own traffic from external sites. There are also many official accounts such as Observation and Daily. It is true that Douyin has tens of millions of fans on its own. Looking at the hundreds of millions of users on the entire platform, there are only 100 or 10. There is no way to describe the difficulty of picking one out of 10,000. When Lin Shuer was preparing to launch the show, she never dared to think that she might become an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans in the future. At this rate of increase in followers, I think it will eventually reach 20 million followers, Lin Shuer said in great amazement. Such a magical number of fans was easily achieved just because of Yi Yang's appearance. Ha ha. Yi Yang also shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel much about this. Brother Yi Yang is so strong. Lin Shuer opened the red carpet star ranking list. This activity is currently on Douyin's homepage. Click on it to see the real-time ranking. Brother Yi Yang is now ranked number 1 among red carpet stars. The number of votes has exceeded 80 million. I'm going. It's so dreamy. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and opened the event page. His account name, Yi Shenhao, indeed ranked first. As soon as he spoke, it almost reached 90 million votes. Even if everyone voted for him with 3 votes, 30 million people still participated in voting for themselves. This participation rate is incredible. It's countless times more than the number of people who participated when the so-called top stars competed on the charts. Lin Shuer ranked second, with more than 30 million votes now. As for the third-placed sister, Sister Warner, she kept insulting the licking dogs and drained them of their last bit of ability. She spent an unknown amount of money and now only has over 15 million votes. It is almost certain that it will be impossible to catch up with Lin Shuer, let alone catch up with Yi Yang. As for the ones below Wenger sister, with 3 to 4 million votes, they would rank 4th. The competition with Yi Yang and Lin Shuer is no longer on the same level. Even a fraction of Yi Yang can't keep up. Sister Warner seemed to know the final result. She was so angry that she was shaking all over and her eyes were bloodshot. She walked on the stage, wearing high heels. She didn't take a few steps and fell down on the red carpet without paying attention. This was not a lie. Fall. After he got up, he fell so hard that his nose was bruised, his face was swollen, and his mouth was bleeding. Her hair was down, and her extremely jealous expression now made the whole audience sigh. Many people took off their fans on the spot. However, the irony is that the title, The Wristly Queen arrives on the red carpet that I paid for, did not become a hot search. The photo of her with a crooked nose and slanted eyes became a hot search topic. Many people voted for her out of laughter and fun. Her votes directly exceeded 20 million. You know, she extorted and humiliated those licking dogs and squeezed them dry. In the end, she only gained more than 3 million votes. This ugly photo directly earned her 7 to 8 million votes. When she walked down the red carpet, she went crazy. Aha. It's all that bitch's fault. Sister. Jier was so angry that she beat the assistant violently. The assistant knelt on the ground shivering, wondering who I had offended. However, she was used to being Sister Jier's assistant. Sister Warner, a eldest lady, would pinch her and scratch her if she didn't go her way at all. Not to mention that she was so angry today. I am afraid that if I go back tonight, I will whip her half to death with a whip. This ugly woman's jealous look is so damn funny. Haha, vote for this crooked nose and squinty eyes. All 3 votes were cast. But I just cancelled it. Looking at the messages under her voting area, Sister Warner became more and more crazy. And the strength in her hands became stronger and stronger. Finally, she took off her high heels and hit the assistant on the head. However, one of them was willing to fight and the other was willing to suffer. Although the field staff looked anxious, the assistant did not ask for help, so it was not easy to control this crazy bitch. Ugh, so terrible. If Boss Yang hadn't been protecting her, she would have been killed long ago due to her arrogant character. Humph. That's right. The field staff all pouted. All the internet celebrity anchors are also trembling. This Douyin girl is too scary. However, after today, Douyin's #1 sister is no longer her. In the ranking of red carpet stars, Lin Shuer ranks first among female internet celebrities. I guess they should change their name to Lin Shuer as the first sister of Douyin in the future. Compared to Sister Jier, they still prefer to let Lin Shuer be the first sister. At least Lin Shuer is kinder and more modest. In the future, the atmosphere at internet celebrity circle gatherings will not be so depressing. They have long been dissatisfied with Sister Jier's domineering behavior. At this time, seeing her being so angry that she was helpless and furious, they all snickered secretly and secretly said that they were extremely happy. Soon, the red carpet star also came to the countdown. Yi Yang's votes also reached more than 99.9 million. Whether Yi Shenhao's votes can exceed 100 million will become the biggest myth of this carnival. If it really exceeds 100 million, it will be unprecedented and unprecedented, right? Yi Shenhao, the eternal god. Looking at the surging votes, these internet celebrities felt passionate and felt that they were witnessing the birth of history. It made them all want to vote for Yi Yang. 19. The countdown has begun. Yi Yang's number of votes is rapidly approaching the number of 100 million. First update. 3, 2, 1, close the voting. Yi Shenhao's votes, everyone in the audience looked over. 100,036,833. Breaking 100 million. Breaking 100 million votes. Yi Shenhao, the eternal god. The whole audience exclaimed, Yi Yang is too strong. The votes have exceeded 100 million. One person can catch up with the total votes of most subsequent internet celebrities. Lin Shuer's votes, 43 million, ranked second. Sister Weiner ranked third with 24 million votes. The fourth one has 5 million votes, which is just a fraction of the previous ones. The following votes are even more declining. The 10th one has fallen below the 1 million vote mark. Yi Yang curiously glanced at his Douyin background. In such a short time, his fans have increased to nearly 45 million. It seems that this event has a lot of traffic. There were also many more comments in the private messages, some saying that they were fans of his wife, some saying that they were fans of his mother, and there were also a lot of fans of his son and grandson. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the age of the fans, and they really ranged from 99 to just learning to walk. Men and women, young and old. The matter of lust really does not distinguish between genders and ages. Lin Shuer was also very happy. Her fans were approaching 20 million. As for Sister Weiner, she became more and more angry. She was so angry that she even hit herself. Pay attention, the first stage is over. The next stage is the talent show. In the next stage, the leaders of various departments of Byte will also be present. You must do your best to perform at that time. It is said that Chairman Zhang Ming will also be present today. Don't let him down. The program director held a loudspeaker and notified the next process. Talent show? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He just saw the invitation sent to him by the backstage yesterday, and he didn't prepare any program. Now the specialty he can think of at the moment is that he is very rich. These programs were submitted long ago. And finally approved and arranged. So, naturally, there was no place for him. He was not very interested in performing programs. With his current status, it was just a matter of saying a word to add a program, but he was too lazy to say it. He followed a group of anchors to the main venue. The senior executives of various departments of the character level sat in the VIP area, and the internet celebrities had their own area. The audience who paid for tickets sat in the most ordinary seats. Mr. Yi, you have a special status, we arranged a VIP seat for you. Several venue staff saw Yi Yang, trotted over, bowed respectfully and said, well, in addition to my secretary, she will also come with me. Yi Yang nodded slightly and pointed at Lin Shuer. This. Several field staff members turned their heads to look at Manager Gao, who winked at them. After getting permission, they also said respectfully, no problem, Mr. Yi, please. Yi Yang smiled at Lin Shuer, let's go? After that, he took Lin Shuer and followed several field staff into the VIP seating area. Warner, who was now in a very bad image after throwing a tantrum, went backstage to touch up her makeup. Manager Gao sat next to Yi Yang. And his expression was also very polite. Mr. Yi is really very successful in everything he does. The number of votes for the red carpet star exceeded 100 million, which is simply creating a new era of myths. Admiration. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Manager Gao didn't know that he was the new boss of Zijia. Jumping. He just knew that he was worth more than 100 billion, so he was so attentive. If he knew that he was the new boss of Zijia, wouldn't he instantly become an invincible legendary dog? Boss, I've seen that the senior executives of Zijia haven't arrived yet, and Zhang Ming hasn't come yet. Most of the people who are here now are senior executives of Douyin's subsidiaries. Yumomo whispered in Yi Yang's ear. Got it. Yi Yang nodded slightly, holding Yumomo with his left hand and Lin Shuer with his right hand. One is charming and beautiful, and the other is beautiful. This scene also made the senior executives next to him envious. Although they are senior executives of large companies, they are also salaried workers. There are not many with assets over 300 million. In front of a big boss like Yi Yang, who runs a big company, they are definitely super poor. The scene of hugging such exquisite beauties on both sides is also their dream. Hello, audience friends, next is the second important part of this carnival, the talent show. Audience friends who are not present don't have to worry, we will broadcast The talent show of this carnival live. Give a tip to your favorite internet celebrity and help him or her to become the talent king of this year. You will get an exclusive fan avatar frame and a limited fan title. The host came on stage and explained the process. Yi Yang looked at the ranking board next to the big screen and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was indeed a super large company. The ultimate goal of holding any event was to make money. The previous red carpet star was to accumulate popularity. Now this talent show has begun to make money. To be a red carpet star, you only need popularity and votes. The talent show list depends on real money. Da-da. Sister Warner had fixed her makeup. She had just fallen and her high nose bridge from plastic surgery was flattened. She urgently found a doctor to re-patted it. She didn't care about the pain and rushed out of the backstage directly. She was extremely angry about the defeat of the red carpet star just now. However, she had also squeezed those guys in the licking dog group dry during the ranking competition just now, and it is estimated that she could not get a single point if she wanted to win back a game in this link. She could only rely on her old boyfriend Ouyang Jiu to help. He is the vice president of a subsidiary of Douyin, and he has a lot of money. She wants to let Lin Shuer know who is the real Douyin #1. Warner? What's wrong with your nose? It looks a bit strange. The 53-year-old Ouyang Jiu looked at Sister Warner, and it felt more and more strange. Ahem, I accidentally fell just now. Sister Warner stuck to Ouyang Jiu in a coquettish voice, and began to attack the 53-year-old old comrade. Ouyang Jiu was very comfortable being attacked. The VIP area is very high, and the live camera cannot see it. Otherwise, if the licking dogs who have just been squeezed dry in the licking dog group saw this scene, I am afraid they would be so angry that they would have a cerebral hemorrhage on the spot. The goddess, who was so noble in their imagination, actually threw herself into the arms of such an old man. Sister Warner also knew this, but she felt extremely excited. This feeling of being almost discovered by fans, but they definitely couldn't discover her coquettishness, was too exciting. Huh. Lin Shuer's mouth twitched, and she leaned towards Yi Yang repeatedly, as if she wanted to stay away from Sister Warner. Even a few centimeters would be good. Second update. Yi Yang smiled faintly and glanced at the two tired people beside him. 53 years old, I don't even know how old the child is, but I can really hold back my nausea and move forward. Soon, the anchor of the first performance program came on stage. He wanted to stand out among the fierce competition on Douyin and become the only one among the hundreds of millions of internet users with more than 5 million fans. People. These internet celebrities are all talented. However, those who edit movies like Poisonous Tongue don't have much talent that can be displayed on the spot. You can't edit a movie on the spot, right? Therefore, although they also want to go on stage to show off themselves and attract traffic, but because there was nothing to perform, I had to sit in the audience depressed. Similar to this, there were some game anchors and the like. This resulted in almost all the people performing on stage being girls. After all, if a man can't sing or dance, he basically has nothing to watch behind the stage. As for female internet celebrities, even if they don't know anything, if they go on stage and twist a few times and the music atmosphere is in place, it can be called slow rocking art. In this aspect, male internet celebrities are inherently at a disadvantage, but they readily accept this. Wouldn't it be nice to Enjoy the beautiful girls dancing and singing in the audience with peace of mind? Although they earned a lot less reward money, they all felt very happy in the audience. Yi Yang couldn't help but nod. For a girl to become a highly popular internet celebrity, she basically has both beauty and talent. Fan Cece, Peng Lu, etc. are all quite eye-catching. The big white legs dangled in front of my eyes, causing waves of excitement in the scene. Indoor tickets for the talent show are still very expensive. Those who are willing to pay this price to come in, except those who are extremely fond of a certain internet celebrity, are basically senior perverts. The reward list on the site is also constantly rising. Each of these beautiful anchors has many big brothers. These big brothers naturally wanted to give face to such activities and contributed a lot of reward points. This great god is so awesome. He actually rewarded him with millions of dollars. It's so embarrassing. Today is really a war between the eldest brothers. I'm going, eh? Big brother suddenly appeared and it was a fierce fight. That's awesome. Each barrage passed by, and everyone was amazed. Today's Douyin live broadcast unit, the prompt message of the tipping carnival announcement has not stopped. Congratulations to Anchor, XXX. The news that user XX brother rewarded XXX carnivals passed by like water. It's really awesome. There are still many rich people. That pretentious brother has already rewarded you with nearly 10 million, right? This is not how you spend your money. That's awesome. It would be great if I could have the amount of property he rewarded me with. Yeah. Regarding these barrages, Yi Yang smiled slightly and felt nothing in his heart. The amount of rewards was really too low. On all the live broadcast platforms on the internet, if one offers a reward of 10 million in one night, it will become a hot search item the next day. Respected as a god. But, he was going to tell them today that Shenhao didn't reward him like this. During this period, Sister Whir also got up, went on stage, and performed an extremely sexy pole dance. She's so slutty. Lin Shuer complained in a dumbfounded voice. How about you come for a while too? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What? Such a naughty dance. I only danced for Brother Yi Yang to see. Lin Shuer snorted and said. Yi Yang gave a thumbs up, that's it. Hey. I was just kidding. Lin Shuer blushed, feeling excited and shy. After all, Sister Wanner is the former #1 Douyin sister. As soon as she appeared on the scene, she aroused cheers on the barrage, although many of them were fake. Of course, there are also a lot of girls on the hot search list who have had plastic surgery in order to mock her crooked nose and slanted eyes. Suddenly, the barrage was polarized, and a group of demons danced wildly. Dog lickers and anti-fans flew together, spit and rewards danced together. Those who were in the dog-licking group before were even squeezed out of the money for my mother's medical treatment, so now they have no stamina. Seeing that Sister Wanner can't even enter the top 3 of the talent list. Suddenly a horizontal screen floated across, causing everyone present to shout in shock. Congratulations to the host Sister Wanner for receiving 6,666 carnival points from user Lao. Na is 53 this year. Holy shit. Damn it. Isn't the carnival free? Or am I blind? 6,666? I'm so frightened that I'm paralyzed. 5,000 each, 6,666, even with discounts and activities, it still costs 30 million. Right? 30 million reward, I'll go, awesome. This 53 is probably going to be popular. Except for Yi Shenhao, no one in Douyin dares to reward like this. I don't know if Yi Shenhao is a contestant. If he is a contestant and rewards himself, the scene will probably be interesting. Indeed. I only accept Yi Shenhao's rewards from Douyin. I've been able to grab hundreds of thousands of red envelopes since I was in his live broadcast room. With the money from the red envelopes, I just bought myself a car. Thanks to Dad Yi for the reward. That's hundreds of millions of real money. What a super red envelope. That's right, Yi Shenhao. Ouyang Jiyu, who was sitting on the side, had just given a reward with great pride, and was about to accept the envy and surprise of the whole network. But before he could get enough praise, the wind direction completely changed. Almost everyone was discussing Yi Shenhao. Damn. He was also very upset. 30 million was not a small amount of money for him. In addition to using it to praise Sister Weiner, he also wanted to show off. As a result, the limelight was snatched away by Yi Yang, who had not given a penny yet. This made him feel worse than eating a mouthful of flies. Damn, I'm so fucking. But Yi Yang really made a name for himself with real money, and Ouyang Jiyu couldn't say anything. He is now the vice president of a subsidiary of Douyin, and has a 5% stake in the subsidiary of Douyin. In total, his assets are also several hundred billion. Anyway, half of the reward given to Warner will eventually return to my pocket, and the half that Douyin takes away, and a small amount can become my own dividend. A reward of 100 million is equivalent to a reward of less than 50 million. Ouyang Jiyu looked at Yi Yang, who was calm on the side, and felt a little unhappy inexplicably. Haha, don't blame me for stealing your limelight today, blame your fans for being too ignorant. After that, he also made up his mind and marked out a bunch of carnivals. Oh my god. Awesome. Fuck, how much is this, am I dazzled? 10,000 carnivals? 50 million? This is more than 80 million rewarded to Warner sister. Is this the rhythm of another Yi Shenhao? First update. No way. Then what should we call him? Old Shenhao? Or Shenhao 53? I don't know, maybe I can call him Old Monk. The audience was all chatting enthusiastically. Thank you, Old Monk, for giving my goddess a gift at the carnival. I'll thank you on her behalf. Yeah. Haha. A group of licking dogs started licking together. Yi Yang laughed so hard when he saw these licking words. Why are you here to thank me? Your goddess has to play old man fun with others every night, and even if your goddess doesn't get a cent of the reward money, she has to give it back to Ouyang Jiyu. It can be said that the money spent by licking dogs is divided into 37 accounts, and the rich people's money is returned in full. That's it, these licking dogs are still here. Thank you, Ouyang Jiyu? Yi Yang laughed so much that his stomach hurt. I really want to know what the expressions of these licking dogs will look like if the camera turns away later and the scene of Sister Warner clinging to Ouyang Jiyu is broadcast. Yi Yang tapped the back of the chair with his fingers, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. With these two waves of super rewards, Sister Warner's ranking has jumped directly to the first place, and she has lost countless times to the second place. After all, although the eldest brother is generous, he is not an idiot. It is rare to find a reward worth millions on the internet. No one is so mad as to actually spend tens of millions just to get a female internet Celebrity. Ouyang Jiu did this purely because he was the vice president of Douyin and could get a lot of dividends, so it was not a big loss. Although it's not over 100 million, it's still not as awesome as Yi Shenhao, but it's still pretty awesome. Haha, from now on this old monk can be the second son of Douyin. Why does it sound weird? Yi Shenhao is the boss, and he is Shenhao's second child. Puff. Ouyang Jiu's face became even uglier. He spent 80 million, but his nomination was not as high as that of others who didn't spend a penny. Instead, he became a foil. If an ordinary anchor made him so embarrassed. No matter how many anchors have tens of millions of followers, they are all dead. But who made him Yi Shenhao? What makes people awesome is not the tens of millions of fans on their accounts, but their huge wealth and real money. The awe that other people have towards him is due to his absolute strength. Even he didn't dare to offend him too much before breaking his skin. Damn, what a bad luck. He muttered, 80 million is almost enough. He could see that Yi Yang had the same goal as him, and also wanted to make the girl next to him popular as the top Douyin sister. He didn't believe it. After Yi Yang saw him praising sister Jier so much, he still ignorantly continued to praise Lin Shuer. He didn't believe that Yi Yang dared not give him face like this. After all, this is his territory after all. Even if your assets are hundreds of billions. I'm not bad, and you're on my territory, so I don't believe you won't give me face. Ouyang Jiu sneered. He expected that Yi Yang would not dare to reward her too much for a while. In his own territory. Even if he wanted to praise Lin Shuer, he could only give her second place. If he doesn't give himself this face, he doesn't mind letting him know whose territory this is. A group of Douyin executives nearby also praised him. As expected of Vice President Ouyang, he is awesome. The CEO is so courageous. He is really serious about this skill and has spent a lot of money on it. That's right, that's right. Humph, just SOSO, after all. It doesn't mean much to me. Ouyang Jiu waved his hand, his face was calm, and his heart hurt like blood. It's my turn to take the stage. Lin Shuer stood up. She is a street photographer and a singing anchor. Singing is not difficult for her, and she is extremely confident at this time. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Hey, isn't this the goddess Shuer? Today's red carpet stars among female internet celebrities. I envy her so much that she can walk on the red carpet with Yi Shenhao, woo woo woo. The goddess is so beautiful. My face is countless times better than the plastic surgery before. I love it so much. Lick the screen, lick. The screened chi lu, that one above is so disgusting, get out. The popularity of the red carpet has not subsided yet, and Lin Shuer caused a wave of exclamations and discussions as soon as she took the stage. For nothing else, just for the amazing red carpet show just now, a carnival, you're welcome. Haha, let me do. 1-2 Lin Shuer's fans were obviously very enthusiastic about giving rewards. Even before Yi Yang took action, she was promoted to the second position. Others rely on their big brothers, but Lin Shuer's live broadcast room has basically no big brothers. Because everyone knows that Lin Shuer's live broadcast room has the biggest brother in the entire Douyin. With that person here, who dares to show off in her live broadcast room? Knowing that there is no hope at all. Naturally, I won't pay too much in this live broadcast room. It can be said that it was purely because there were so many people giving rewards that Lin Shuer was forced to take the top spot. Soon, Lin Shuer started singing. Her sweet voice and beautiful rhythm soon caused a wave of gifts to burst out in the live broadcast room. Good. Yi Yang became interested, counted the numbers casually, and handed out rewards. Next, 2 prompts popped up. Congratulations to anchor Lin Shuer for receiving 5,210 Carnival points from user Yi Shenhao. Congratulations to anchor Lin Shuer for receiving 13,140 Carnivals from user Yi Shenhao. Oh my god. Isn't this too romantic? A confession worth 100 million. I'm crying with envy. Fuck. Day. Isn't this the pure stench of money? Damn, it smells so fucking good. It's said that confessing with money is tacky, but Yi Shenhao has vividly proved the following sentence with facts. Tacky to the extreme is trendy. More than trendy, it's so trendy, it's directly leading the international trend. I think that's called tacky to the extreme, and that's the god of wealth. Haha. At this moment, nearly 20,000 Carnivals were given out, with a total value of nearly 100 million. Originally, Lin Shuer's base was higher than Sister Warner, and Yi Yang, the big brother, was even more powerful than that old man Lu, and he quickly pressed Sister Warner under him and became the first on the Talent King list. He actually dared. Unlike the revelry audience, Ouyang Zhiyu's eyes flashed with a gloom. He was so confident before that Yi Yang would not dare to hit him in the face. This guy doesn't care about his face at all. He doesn't care about his idea of supporting Sister Warner at all. Okay, you are good, Yi Yang. Ouyang Zhiyu gritted his teeth. Anyway, I can get back nearly 60% of my money with tips. You are rich, but on my turf, I don't see how you can compete with me. Second update, weekly no prize guessing game. How much did Yi Yang tip to Carnival in the end? Now Lin Shuer's ranking has surpassed Sister Warner and become the first, and she has surpassed Sister Warner's nearly 30 million reward points. Oh my god, is the number 1 Douyin sister really going to change hands today? Alas. As expected, this is a game for the rich. As long as you have money, it is so easy to create a traffic king. I have seen how Lin Shuer becomes the new Douyin number 1. A group of internet celebrities are discussing and whispering one after another. Although they all know that Sister Warner is Ouyang Zhiyu's little lover, Lin Shuer's backer Yi Shenhao is not easy to mess with. Now the two people are obviously fighting. And the final standard for the two to win is who will support the internet celebrity to become the new Douyin number 1. They are also looking forward to it. After all, if you really want to compare the wealth, Ouyang Zhiyu only has 5% of the shares of the Douyin subsidiary and a net worth of hundreds of billions. It should not be as good as Yi Shenhao, who has a net worth of at least 100 billion. But Douyin belongs to Ouyang Zhiyu after all. In their opinion, this is a battle of equal strength, a fight between dragons and tigers, and the result is worth looking forward to. If it was someone else who made it popular, Ouyang Zhiyu only needed to let the technical department use some tricks to make a new anchor fall. But behind Lin Shuer is Yi Yang, who is not easy to mess with. Just knowing that he has at least one Genie Entertainment Company in his hands, the influence and market value are huge. Playing these tricks with Yi Yang, angering him, there are also countermeasures. If Douyin suffers any major losses in the end, Ouyang Zhiyu, a vice president, will be directly dismissed. Therefore, he did not dare to use vicious means. Under the checks and balances, now they can only rely on money to fight head-on. Let's see who is better. I bet Yi Shenhao can win. No way, I bet Vice President Ouyang can win, after all, he is the local snake of Douyin. Do you want to open the market? It will be bad if the vice president finds out. We actually bet on him to lose. Who cares, let's play our own game, do you want to come? Hey, it's just entertainment. If he wants to find fault, he can't be so unreasonable. Hey, I'll come. I'll come too. A group of internet celebrities also secretly formed a group, betting and voting in it to bet on which rich man behind this internet celebrity battle will win. The final result shows that more people think Ouyang Jiu can win. Hubby, you have to help him. You can't let him bully you like this on your territory. Sister Warner also fanned the flames, seemingly wanting to protect Ouyang Jiu's face, but actually wanting him to pay to help her stabilize her position as the internet celebrity sister. Ouyang Jiu is cunning and naturally knows what Sister Warner is thinking, but now the situation has become a secret fight between him and Yi Yang, and these are no longer important. Even for his own face, he has to make trouble. Haha. Don't worry, I'll let him know whose territory this is. Ouyang Jiu sneered, besides, either don't make a move, or if you do, I'll make him despair in one wave. Despair directly? Sister Warner's eyes glowed, and seeing this old man so ambitious, she knew that today was stable. Isn't it just a carnival? Ouyang Jiu sneered. Clicked a bunch of numbers casually, and sent it out directly, it's just romance. Who wouldn't? Soon, the shaking screen message that shocked the entire Douyin live broadcast area made all the viewers in the live broadcast area feel suffocated. They couldn't believe the text notice they saw. I'm dazzled, who can help me check what number that is? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. That's 99,999 carnivals. Congratulations to the anchor for winning. 99999 carnivals from the user Lao Na is 53 this year. 99,999 carnivals. How much is that? Who can help me calculate it? I can't think straight. How stupid, 99999 is 100,000, 5,000 each. Damn, 500 million. Fuck, 500 million in one reward. Damn. Wow. Should you be so crazy? Are these two super rich people declaring war on each other? Hey, you know what, it really seems to be like that. At this point, even the audience has tasted the taste. Oh my god, this is the first time I've ever seen such a huge battle between super rich people. Yeah, those big brothers like Dosha were praised to the sky for giving out 10 million in rewards in one night. Compared with this, they are so weak. Don't be scared, Yi Shenhao. Kill him. I only recognize him as the super rich person on Douyin. That's right. Yi Shenhao will definitely follow up. How can a big shot who casually gives out red envelopes of several hundred million in a live broadcast room not react to such provocation? Look forward to Yi Shenhao's counterattack. Hee, I'm afraid he will be silent when he sees the real super rich. Tens of millions of rewards are the best for operation, but he gave out 500 million. Do you know what 500 million means? It's so funny, and he still fights back. That's it. Ouyang Jiu's 2 waves of giving out money obviously gained a lot of fans, and he himself has a lot of water army. At this time, these people also spoke up and quarreled with Yi Yang's fans. Everyone guessed that Yi Yang was angry at the moment, and some guessed that he was disdainful. In short, everyone guessed what Yi Yang was feeling. But no one could really guess what Yi Yang was thinking now. Yi Yang looked calm on the surface, but he was ecstatic. In his heart. You know, Byte is now his company, Douyin is his subsidiary, and half of the rewards go to Douyin. This Ouyang Ziyuan was so smart that he thought this was his territory. In fact, this place has always been completely under his control. Reward? Good, the more rewards you give, the more money you give yourself. And what about his rewards? Half goes to Lin Shuer, and the other half goes to Douyin, which is his hands. It can be said that his rewards cost almost nothing. Even Ouyang Ziyuan is still giving himself money in disguise. He was so happy in his heart. Where can I meet such a fool in the future? Yi Yang sneered. But he was not in a hurry to give the other party the final blow. His ultimate move would be saved for the last. Now, let him give him more money first. All the money that this old man has earned in his company over the years, he wants him to spit out without leaving any. He turned his head and saw Ouyang Jiyu looking at him with a confident and proud face. He grinned at the other party, clicked a number at random, and sent it out. Next, a live broadcast screen that shocked the entire Douyin again detonated. The circle. First update. Congratulations to the anchor Lin Shuer for receiving the carnival reward of 100,000 from user Yi Shenhao. 100,000. Carnival. Just one more than the 53. I'll go, great. Ha ha ha, the ruthless ridicule, from Yi Shenhao. This is the real 500 million. Those sunspots from before are calling again now. Yeah, why didn't you scream? Either Yi Shenhao doesn't take action, or once he does, you will be speechless. Oh shit. Ouyang Jiyu slammed the table and was so angry that he couldn't breathe properly. Damn, this young man. You're really slapping me in the face. You don't give me any face at all. Ouyang Jiyu clenched his fists. Although he has a net worth of tens of billions, most of his assets are held in the stocks of Douyin subsidiaries. The funds he can mobilize are actually only 20 to 3 billion. Investing 500 million in rewards has already strained his muscles and bones. It would be too rash to follow up again. Young and energetic, you make a little money and you're gone. Damn it. Although Ouyang Jiyu is furious now, he really has no means to counterattack. He can only vent his dissatisfaction with harsh words. At this time, Lin Shuer also finished her performance and sat next to Yi Yang. Brother Yi Yang, isn't this a bit too? Lin Shuer was a little worried for Yi Yang. She didn't want her reputation as Douyin's #1 sister to be bragging, but she was also worried that Yi Yang had invested too much in her. Which would be too? Yi Yang shook his head, smiled lightly and leaned close to Lin Shuer's ear to whisper a few words. Lin Shuer suddenly realized, and said with a relieved smile, it turns out that brother Yi Yang is teasing fools, ha 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 ha, then I can rest assured. Husband. Look. Everyone is already smiling in victory. They simply don't take you seriously at all. Look at this, you and me, it's so disgusting. Sister Jier couldn't stand the sweet look between Lin Shuer and Yi Yang, and attacked angrily. Husband, you can't be compared to him. Look at that bitch's mouth. It seems to be saying that you are a fool. Seeing that Ouyang Jiyu's face was gloomy and uncertain, Sister Jier continued to practice the fire way. What? Ouyang Jiyu had already begun to hesitate, but when he said this, a bit of anger surged in his heart again. Amir Jr. really doesn't take me seriously. He gritted his teeth. If he really lost today, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? How would he be able to raise his head in the business district in the future? Damn, give it a try. Jiu gritted his teeth and finally started to count the numbers with trembling hands. After finishing his harsh words, he hesitated for a long time. After all, he is just a reward anchor, fighting for face. If it is to buy a house, he can spend the 1 billion without feeling distressed. But now that he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, he cursed in his heart and rewarded him again. Look, 53 is following again. Awesome, how much money does this new tycoon have? Let me go. Awesome. This wave really shows me off. 20,000 carnival? 1 billion. 1 billion. 10 small goals. I have been striving for one small goal all my life, but 10 small goals are spent just like this. Is this the world of rich people? Too strong. Yang raised the corner of his mouth. Very good. After that, he followed up directly. 20,001, another one beat. Shou is too good. I would like to be called Shou Emperor. Haha, 5 words floated from the sky. Shou is awesome. Jiu was depressed. This Shou is really bottomless and unfathomable. It's as if no matter how much money you can take out, others can fill it in at will. Day. He sighed. Although he had more than 3 billion working capital in hand, there were still many places that needed to be used. Spending half of it as a reward was already outrageous. He really didn't dare to reward anymore. If all 3 billion were smashed down. And this young man, Yang, didn't care at all and directly followed up with 3 billion, wouldn't he be unable to find a place to cry? Husband, look at people laughing at you openly. Look at how happy they are laughing. I can't bear it. Sister Jier continued to make fire on the side. Damn, it's all about face. Only young people like to fight. I don't care about it. Be obedient. I won't fight with him. He's just like a fool. Jiu comforted Sister Wanner. No, no. Sister Wanner acted coquettishly again, and the fear in her heart that she was about to lose the title of Douyin's first sister made her become more and more demanding. Shut up. At the end, Jiu shouted impatiently, you stupid old woman, do you really think my reward is for you? Sister Jier was stunned in disbelief, but she didn't dare to say anything more and quietly. Shut up. Willfulness and pride are both relative. How dare she act like a child when facing her top financial sponsor? If the sponsor is unhappy, she will have nothing. Let you have fun. You are a young man who doesn't know how to restrain himself. Let's see how long you can have fun. Ouyang Ziyuan glanced at Yi Yang fiercely, took a deep breath, and had to give up. Although he said the harsh words beautifully, he knew that he had been timid in front of Yi Yang. The shameful act of losing in a financial competition with a young man would probably accompany him for the rest of his life and become a big black spot. When he thought that he had lost more than 1 billion yuan and got nothing in the end, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. That's it? Yi Yang sneered, it's not lasting. In that case, it's time to make you despair. The playful look in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and a trace of coldness came out of his eyes. You want to provoke me, you are not qualified. After saying that, he directly typed a number and sent it out. In an instant, the entire Douyin background was paralyzed. In such a short period of time, the influx of such a huge amount of funds was really too terrifying. A prompt banner that no one dared to believe appeared in everyone's eyes at this moment. Even Ouyang Ziyuan was so scared that he stood up and looked at the big screen in disbelief. Almost everyone present stood up subconsciously at this moment. Just because that number was too shocking. The entire live broadcast room was silent. Everyone was so frightened by the number that they couldn't even type. That message, arrogant and arrogant, pierced everyone's eyes. Yi Shenhao, rewarded anchor Lin Shuer, Carnival, 521-1314. Second update. This, how much is this? After a long time, someone finally groaned. 520-1314, more than 5.2 million carnivals. Don't talk about more than 5.2 million carnivals. I don't even have 5.2 million yuan. This. I was shocked. Is this Yi Shenhao's true strength? We all underestimated him before. Isn't this so extravagant? I'm going to give you 5.2 million carnival coins as a reward. Let me go. Forget it, I can't figure out how much it is. I've calculated it for you. It's a total of 26,056,570,000 Chinese coins, which is 26 billion. How can you be so fast? I have a computer. 26 billion, I'm so damn suffocated. This is outrageous. Ever since someone calculated the price. In the live broadcast room, an unprecedented wave of shock swept through the minds of every viewer. After all, this number is really terrifying. Those who were shocked were not only the ordinary people watching the live broadcast, but also the internet celebrities and Douyin bosses present. They were so frightened that they stood up and forgot to sit down. Let me go. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Is this fake? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Does Yi Shenhao have a bug in Douyin? Can he generate any number of Douyin coins at will? Maybe it's really cheating. How can it be possible to really reward more than 26 billion? Then, that's more than 26 billion. Everyone's mind went blank and they didn't know how to evaluate it at all. Yi Yang shrugged. It didn't cost any money anyway. Half of it would go to Lin Shuer and half to the company under his name. The most he can do is pay a tax to the country in the name of the company. But to him, it's only a mere 200 million, and it's not a big loss if it's used to stage a shocking show. It can be said that he can reward as much as he has cash. He could even point out a reward worth hundreds of billions, but that would be unnecessary. After all, that would be ridiculous. Even if you are pretending, you have to do it just right so that you can shock Shou and impress everyone. For example, just like myself, low-key and choose to reward more than 20 billion, which can achieve the effect of shocking the whole audience without causing unnecessary misunderstandings, because of being too ridiculous. Yi Yang looked at the stunned expressions of the audience and nodded with satisfaction. This is simply impossible. Ouyang Zhiyu felt his mind go dark. And almost fainted. What does more than 20 billion represent? If there are no bugs or some kind of modifier cheating, it proves that Yi Yang has at least more than 20 billion in liquidity. And it has to be when he gets mad and uses all his working capital for rewards. But that's impossible. No one would choose to spend all their money on rewards. Someone who can do such a thing would not be able to make so much money by doing business. In other words, if Yi Yang had not cheated, his liquidity would have even reached 40 to 50 billion. What is this concept? According to the normal ratio of liquidity and assets, even if it is the ratio of the smallest weighted financial company, Yi Yang's personal assets are at least 3 to 400 billion. In China, do individuals control 300 to 400 billion yuan of funds? Even the former richest man Wang Xilin couldn't do it. Even when Wang Xilin was at his peak, the amount of funds he could mobilize was only over 300 billion. Doesn't that mean that this young man is more powerful than the richest man in China? He has to be a fool to believe it. Cheating, pure cheating. Ouyang Zhiyu shouted directly, haha. Young man, you are so impatient. Are you crazy about wanting to be famous? This is simply outrageous. You can fool fools with this trick, but I am a professional. You definitely have a way to cheat. Others also looked at this scene with suspicion, not knowing what to say. After all, more than 26 billion is enough money to buy several listed companies and use it directly for rewards. Even if they are senior executives of Douyin and stand in high-end and upper-class circles, they cannot understand this success at all. To what extent can you do this? Similar things happened in Dosha before. An ordinary person, relying on a card bug, got hundreds of millions of dosha coins, and rewarded them all in one night. Then he was directly called the #1 god by the entire network. It's equivalent to a reward of tens of millions in one night, which makes all the big anchors of shark fighting lick him. But it was later found out that he was just relying on bugs to earn so many shark fighting coins. Is it possible that he and that person are in the same situation? Everyone present was doubtful. Boy, you are so arrogant. Haha, you want to step on me to become famous, and you want to support your little lover to become the new Douyin sister, right? Haha, you are so arrogant. I will completely ruin your reputation today. Ouyang Zhiyu pointed at Yi Yang angrily and roared without caring about his image. Yi Yang looked at the people being led around him and looked at the people whose eyes were not right with him, and smiled slightly. It seems that I was already the winner before I rewarded more than 20 billion, right? Everyone was stunned again. Yes, Yi Yang had already rewarded more than 300,000 carnivals before, which scared Ouyang Zhiyu so much that he dared not make any more moves. He had already won. If he just wanted to support the new #1 sister, there was no need to risk the exposure of bugs and cause more trouble. You young man, you want to steal the limelight. Haha. Do I need to say more about this kind of thinking? Ouyang Zhiyu sneered. It was really the waves of slaps in the face today that made him angry. In addition, he lost more than 1 billion yuan without any return, which made him want to ruin Yi Yang's reputation. He just attacked Yi Yang directly and called him a cheater. However, he could not take back these words in front of all the audience. At this time, he could only bite the bullet and keep arguing for his previous statement. At this time, the Water Army and black fans he cultivated also began to spray angrily on the internet. Most of them were about Yi Yang, who was just another fake rich man who relied on cheating to brush Douyin coins to pretend to be a rich man. Bullshit. I followed Yi Shenhao all the way here. Relying on a 100 billion bet, he acquired Genie and frequently appeared on the hot search, which time was not relying on real money. You're fake Shenhao, show me the real estate certificate of Prince Gong's mansion. That's right, he spends millions of dollars on a meal. I saw Schwer doing a live broadcast once and took a photo by the way. Among the huge number of viewers in the live broadcast room, the loyal fans who followed Jiangjing all the way here are, in proportion, a minority after all. The voice was soon drowned out by various rhythms. First update. What did he actually spend money on? It was all for promotion. Maybe he is rich, but not that rich. Where is his money in a 100 billion bet? In the end, he won. He got something for nothing and fooled fools. Do you believe it? Whether Genie has changed its owner or not, how can you ordinary people know? Why did he become popular in the beginning? Didn't he become famous by giving out tens of millions of rewards in one night? His fans increased by 5 million in one night? That's right. Think about it. Later, he made you feel rich, basically by sending red envelopes on Douyin. Maybe he got the money by using a bug. In fact, he doesn't have much money at all. The black fans only fabricate and attack things that can be distorted and twisted. As for the property certificate of Prince Gong's mansion, they didn't mention it at all, diverting the focus, distorting the facts, exaggerating the contradictions, and misleading passers-by. It's their traditional art. The quarrels on the internet were fierce. And even more so in the venue. Ouyang Ziyu also directly ordered the technical department to start checking the data. Before proving that Yi Yang was innocent, the amount of his reward would be considered invalid. In this way, the first place on the list of the King of Talents is still Sister Weiner. Sister Weiner is still the number one sister of Douyin. He won the final game. The scene became subtle for a while. Just as everyone was waiting for the next development, a group of people walked into the venue. What's going on? We shouldn't have been notified in advance when to arrive, right? At the entrance of the conference hall, a group of Byte Group executives just arrived and saw the whole audience standing up and stunned by the funny scene. What's going on? As a subsidiary of ZG, Douyin is almost the top brand. It is natural for ZG's executives to be present in person to show their importance when holding a super event like Carnival. Especially this year, ZG invested a huge amount of money to create an unprecedented super carnival, which made Douyin internet celebrities the most valuable on the internet, surpassing traditional platforms such as Doucha. ZG chairman Zhang Ming frowned slightly. In order to achieve the effect of surprise attack, the schedule of ZG senior executives was kept confidential. No one should know when they would arrive. Why did the whole audience stand up in advance? After a closer look, he realized that he had thought too much. The whole audience stood up and was stunned, obviously not because of his arrival. No one even paid attention to them at all. He followed the gaze of the audience and looked over. When he saw the first reward value of the talent star on the big screen, even he was slightly stagnant. The first reaction was, "This is too outrageous." However, when he saw the name of the anchor who contributed the most to the reward below, Yi Shenhao, he smiled slightly and was relieved. This super boss who acquired Bytes, although he had never seen it in reality. But his personal secretary Yu Momo had been in Hainan to discuss the handover with him a few days ago. In the past few days, he also took great pains to understand his new boss. I can only say that this person is an incredible super existence. Whatever he does, it is not surprising. This person can only be described in one word, unfathomable. Let alone more than 20 billion in rewards, even if more than 100 billion in rewards, he would not be surprised. Who let the entire Byte belong to him now? As long as you know this information, you can guess it. In addition to paying taxes, half of the reward money belongs to the anchor who gave the reward, and half belongs to him. Why not? Coupled with the unruly character of this new boss, more than 20 billion, he really thinks this is a low-key way of playing. Ahem. He deliberately coughed a few times. But he found that everyone in the audience was attracted by the quarrel between Ouyang and Yi Yang, and no one paid attention to his group at all, which made him very embarrassed. Attention everyone. Chairman Zhang Ming is here. Zhang Ming's personal secretary was very perceptive, and he didn't dare to let him continue to be embarrassed at this time, and announced it repeatedly. Only then did someone notice the arrival of Zhang Ming and his group. Especially the senior executives of Douyin, their faces were pale. This is his immediate superior. The immediate superiors came to inspect, but he didn't notice it at all. It was really too careless. Chairman Zhang Ming, you are here. All the senior executives went to greet him. After Ouyang Jiu glared at Yi Yang, he also sneered, you are so embarrassed today. These are the top executives of our Zijia jumping headquarters. Chairman Zhang Ming has a net worth of trillions. In front of him, you still want to show off? Humph. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked Momo, is he Zhang Ming? Yes, boss. Momo nodded repeatedly. Haha, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. It's really wonderful. Yi Yang laughed. Momo obviously understood the meaning of Yi Yang's words. Looking at Ouyang Jiu, who was smart and proud, she almost laughed out loud. Brother Yi Yang? Lin Shuer was a little confused. She didn't know about Yi Yang's acquisition of Zijia. She usually chatted with Yi Yang and never touched on Yi Yang's business field. Don't worry, just watch the show. Yi Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. Oh. Lin Shuer nodded obediently. Now she has become accustomed to believing in Yi Yang. After all, this man is so strong that there is almost nothing he can't do. Look at this little bitch, she is still laughing. She will cry soon. Sister. Warner sneered at the side. That's right, they will not be able to cry soon. Ouyang Jiu sneered. As the vice president of Douyin, the most outstanding subsidiary of Zijia, many of Zijia's senior executives are naturally his friends. Any of these big guys is not much stronger than Yi Yang. Husband, you are awesome. Sister Warner smiled. No matter what Ouyang Jiu's purpose is, she is the ultimate beneficiary. Of course, she is very happy. What's going on? The jumping senior executives of Zijia followed a group of Douyin senior executives into the VIP area. Seeing the wonderful expressions on everyone's faces, they couldn't help but ask in confusion. Only Zhang Ming didn't care about the atmosphere in the field at all. With his intelligence, he could guess what was going on after just a quick glance. At this time, he went straight to Yi Yang. Just as Ouyang Jiu was adjusting his collar and preparing to greet Chairman Zhang Ming, who was coming to shake hands with him. But he saw Zhang Ming stopped in front of Yi Yang, shook his hand solemnly, and said in a deep voice, Boss, Zhang Ming is late. Second update. What's going on? Ouyang Jiu was stunned, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted his collar. He couldn't believe what he saw. Even Sister Warner, who was ready to laugh at Lin Shuer, was stunned. What on earth is going on? The other Douyin executives and internet celebrities in the scene had not offended Yi Yang before, so they were not in a state of panic, But the impact of this scene was too terrifying and it happened too suddenly, making them all stunned. Gurgle. Even if this scene was incredible, everyone was not stupid and could still see what was going on. However, this speculation was too absurd and they couldn't believe it at all. Chairman Zhang Ming actually called Jiangjing, boss? This is too fake. Isn't Chairman Zhang Ming the biggest boss of Zijia? Zijia is already one of the largest companies in China. Why does he need to call someone else boss? It's incredible. Could it be that Yi Yang is actually the ultimate boss of the entire Zijia? Hiss. Almost everyone took a breath. General Manager Gao tilted his head, looking at Yi Yang for a while and Zhang Ming for a while. Although he had long felt that this Yi Yang seemed not as simple as he seemed, now it seems that there is something a bit too scary behind this. As the general manager of the live broadcast department, General Manager Gao had noticed Yi Yang a long time ago. It can be said that he knows Yi Yang better than his fans. Basically, they will watch Yi Yang's live broadcasts and videos. He had long felt that Yi Yang's identity must be extraordinary. The property certificate of Prince Gong's mansion alone is worth 1 or 200 billion. Not to mention the relationship and property behind it. So, he took the initiative to go out to greet Yi Yang just now, and he was so attentive. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Yang could make Chairman Zhang Ming call him boss. Zhang Ming looked at the shocked expressions of the people around him and smiled faintly. There's nothing to be surprised about. Originally, after this carnival, the company would also announce that our Zijia has now been acquired by this Yi Yang. Mr. Yi. Now Mr. Yi Yang is the controlling shareholder of Zijia and the actual big boss. A few days ago, his secretary and I have completed the handover, but I am still the executive director of our company and concurrently the executive chairman. Everyone was shocked. It's true. In short, Zhang Ming's words mean that the company is now someone else's. Although he is still the chairman, he is only responsible for doing things. Although Yi Yang usually doesn't interfere in the company's affairs, he has the highest decision-making power. He does all the work and Yi Yang gets most of the money. How is this possible? Ouyang Jiyu collapsed in his seat, and his high spirits collapsed in an instant. Even if he offended other trillion-dollar bosses, he was a Zijia man and couldn't do anything to him. But Yi Yang is now his boss's boss's boss. If you offend him, the consequences. Just thinking about it makes him shudder. Yeah. Yi Yang also nodded with a smile, confirming Zhang Ming's statement. Zhang Ming looked around, and the shock of the people around him was completely within his expectations. During the acquisition, he collected a lot of Yi Yang's deeds. With his identity, he could naturally collect information that ordinary groups could not collect. After reading the information, he made up his mind that he would never disobey Yi Yang, and only by hugging his thighs could he go smoothly. Yi Yang is an international super boss with a promising future. If you turn against such a super boss for a momentary gain or loss, it would be too much of a loss. In other words, if others want to spend 1 trillion to get on the ship of such a big boss, they may not be willing to take you. Now that Yi Yang has taken the initiative to acquire Zhang Ming's company and tied his own interests to Zhang Ming's company, Zhang Ming can't wait to be happy. Just now I saw everyone gathered together. What happened? Although Zhang Ming had guessed about 70% of the matter, he still had to find a topic to support Yi Yang. This is now Zijia's immediate superior, his new boss. The carnival held in his own company was still ridiculed and suspected? That was simply ridiculous. No matter who provoked Yi Yang today, Zhang Ming decided to make him remember the wrong decision of this day for the rest of his life. Chairman, it's like this. Now, everyone present saw the situation clearly. A vice president of a subsidiary and a new boss of Zijia, anyone with a brain knew how to stand in line. At this time, the guy who had sworn allegiance to Ouyang Jiyu and was his lackey jumped out first and exaggerated what had just happened. In between the words, of course, it was all Ouyang Jiyu's fault. In their narration, the image of Yi Yang, the new boss, was so glorious and righteous. He was simply the embodiment of justice, the heir of light. You guys. Ouyang Jiyu covered his chest, almost having a heart attack from anger. It really fits the saying, when something happens to you, the people who usually flatter you the most are the ones who throw the most stones at you when you are down. That's how it is. The people who complained nodded righteously. I guarantee with my personal integrity that this is how it is. That's right. We also testify. Vice President Ouyang. No, this old guy Ouyang is too unruly. He dared to talk to Mr. Yi like that. It's simply against the sky. This old guy must be severely punished. The executives next to him were also indignant. Just now, Ouyang Jiyu had offended Yi Yang to death. There was no chance of turning things around. They took this opportunity to lick the new boss well, and there were great benefits. Puff. Ouyang Jiyu couldn't bear the grievance any longer. His throat felt sweet and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. These guys thought he was dead. Every word was whipping his corpse. Oh? There is such a thing. Zhang Ming shouted angrily and looked at Ouyang Jiyu angrily, arrogant and lawless. Do you really think that Douyin is yours? I'm not. Chairman. Listen to me. Ouyang Jiyu forced himself to calm his breath and tried to defend himself. What the hell is the explanation? Zhang Ming didn't even have the patience to listen to him, and waved his hand directly. All your shares will be taken back, and you don't have to come tomorrow. From now on, you are the enemy of the entire Zijia, and we will do our best to ban you in the industry. With the non-compete agreement, don't even think about developing in other companies in the same industry in the future. With every word Zhang Ming said, Ouyang Jiyu's face became paler. First update. He thought that his previous scoundrels were ruthless enough, but he didn't expect that his former boss was the most ruthless. The recovery of equity directly caused him to lose his financial support. By proposing a non-compete agreement, he will not be able to gain a foothold in the industry or change jobs in the future. It completely eliminated both his past wealth and his future hopes. In a few words, you will destroy yourself. Most of his funds had just been rewarded, and the remaining money, based on his original living expenses, would probably be stretched out soon. But even so, he is confident that he still has about 1 billion in hand. With his knowledge and connections, even if he cannot succeed to the extent he is now, he will not be unable to survive by opening a small company in other industries. But after that sentence, he is the enemy of Zijia Company, which is too serious. This is the internet age. As an internet giant company, it is sanctioned as a public enemy by everyone in the ranking. It is afraid that it will not survive in almost any industry. You are so cruel. After all, I have been with you for so many years, and you don't miss the old relationship at all. Ouyang Jiyu shouted angrily. I have never had any friendship with you, it's just an exchange of interests. Zhang Ming snorted coldly. Now that Ouyang Jiyu is becoming more and more popular on Douyin, he is like a rich man. He has long been unhappy with him and wants to get rid of him. This kid actually dared to offend Yi Yang today, so we just took the opportunity to eradicate him completely. Put away your ridiculous ideas and prepare for the funeral. Zhang Ming waved his hand impatiently and said calmly, this is what I, as the executive director, have listed as the company's treatment of you. As for your offending Mr. Yi, naturally it is between you and Mr. Yi. What? Ouyang Jiyu was immediately confused. Zhang Ming completely regarded him as a tool to please Yi Yang. Boss, do you think the company's handling of this is okay? Zhang Ming rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. Yi Yang nodded slightly, it's okay. All the Douyin executives around me twitched their lips. They are so ruthless. Is this okay with you? How harsh is your usual behavior? It seems that whatever you do, don't provoke this new boss. Zhang Ming's answer was unexpected. This boss's usual behavior was not something ordinary people could understand. A group of internet celebrities were also whispering nearby about this kind of power struggle between super bosses. These little internet celebrities couldn't get a word in at all, so they could only sit back and watch the fun. Chairman Zhang Ming's attitude is worth thinking about. Yeah, to be aware of the identity change so quickly, to be so respectful to Mr. Yi, no matter how you think about it, it doesn't feel right. Yeah, something's wrong. Maybe this Mr. Yi is even more unfathomable than what we see now. Hiss, you mean, he is not only a boss of a certain rank, but also has other identities that make Chairman Zhang Ming extremely fearful. That's right. Hiss. If this is really the case, then his status must be as high as the sky? These internet celebrities were all amazed and looked at Yi Yang with something wrong. Isn't this too awesome? Fortunately, I didn't seek death to get involved when Sister Warner was arguing with him in the red carpet preparation hall, otherwise I would probably be doomed by now. People probably don't even bother to deal with little ants like us. That's true. Yi Yang turned his head lightly and looked at Ouyang Jiyu. Ouyang Jiyu gritted his teeth, what else do you want? I have nothing left. Is there really nothing left? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Jiyu's heart trembled. He could see things that these internet celebrities could understand more clearly. If this was really the case, then the power behind Yi Yang was a bit too terrifying. If I don't satisfy him today, and I am hated by such a vindictive and powerful boss, my future life will be terrifying. What are you up to? Ouyang Jiyu finally sighed and had to give in. He was just out of anger, but now he has regained some sense and knows what to choose. It's nothing. Yi Yang glanced at Sister Jier next to him. I just want you to disclose your relationship in front of the camera. That's all? Ouyang Jiyu was a little surprised. What do you mean it's like this? Sister Warner was anxious. Ouyang Jiyu is already 53 years old, so he is naturally shameless. At least he still has some money in his hand, so he will have enough food and clothing for the rest of his life. But she just relies on her face to create the perfect goddess persona online, to attract lickers and make money. If he announced that he was the lover of Douyin's vice president, a man in his 50s, his life would be completely over. What else are we talking about? Douyin's first sister? There is no need to be an internet celebrity anymore. Uh-huh. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You really think about your female companion. Ouyang Jiyu was able to get to this level, and he was also a smart person. Naturally, he understood Yi Yang's intention instantly. It's nothing more than completely stinking sister. Jiren making her fall completely from the altar of Douyin's top sister. Let Lin Shuer completely secure this position. In his opinion, this is just a pure transaction, with no loss to himself. A big CEO is just keeping a lover. Is it considered a scandal? This has nothing to do with gender. If a female CEO worth tens of billions of dollars is exposed to have more than a dozen male lovers, the same principle applies. The world will only blindly condemn the weak, and will not delve into the root cause. What's more, this Sister Warner is indeed not a good person. He's just greedy for her body. As for true feelings, there is no real feeling at all. Just now, he fought for her to protect his own face, and he didn't really want to help Sister Warner maintain any status. I don't agree. Sister Warner screamed. You are not qualified to refuse. Ouyang Jiyu sneered, everything you have is given by me. Now I want you to give it back to me and use it to eliminate disasters for me. Haha, all given by you. That's all earned by my own beauty. It's none of your business, old bird. Sister Warner turned her face and refused to admit it. Ouyang Jiyu's face darkened. Don't be ungrateful. You're done now. Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Do you think I'm willing to tolerate you, an old man? I've hated you for a long time. I've been disgusted by you for a long time. So what if I don't want to be an internet celebrity? The more than 1 billion yuan you rewarded me. This time, I can at least withdraw 400 to 500 million yuan next month. Don't even think about this money. It's all mine. You owe me. Yi Yang wanted to applaud Sister Warner. This wave is called turning the tables. Second update. What did you say? Ouyang Jiyu didn't expect that just after his downfall, this little mistress whom he had cultivated would dare to change the world. What can you do? I am considered a public figure now, with tens of millions of fans. You have been stuck for several years, and I want you to pay hundreds of millions in compensation. What's wrong? Sister Jier sneered. Do you think you are a bitch with gold and diamonds? You are worth hundreds of millions in a few years? Do you think too highly of yourself? Before I lifted you up, you were worthless. You couldn't go to the store for more than one night. 1,000 yuan thing, what makes you lose your self-awareness? Ouyang Ji laughed in anger, and couldn't help but angrily said, also, don't you feel happy about you sleeping with me? You wanted to, but now you see me fall and come over to demand compensation? What did you say in the first place? Don't tell me. Why don't you say something old and disgusting when I communicate with you every night? Now that there is no money to support you, why are you pretending to be so decent? How can you, a creature that is even meaner than a dog, have the courage to say these things? Ouyang Jiyu was so angry that he couldn't even breathe. Today is truly the most unlucky day in his life. Sister Jier sneered, so what? Anyway, you don't want to take your money back. What can you do to me? Yes, I am not a good person. For these 500 million, I will become a rogue. What can you do? How? Yi Yang didn't bother him. Watching dogs bite dogs was quite interesting sometimes. Haha, if I can't deal with you, I've spent all these years in vain. Yang Jiu sneered, I know your handle very well. If you dare to do this, tomorrow I will post our nightly video online to see how you behave. Do you think I care? Sister Wire burst out laughing. How much money can I make by being an internet celebrity? With these 4 to 5 billion, I can be free for the rest of my life and have a worry-free life. You can do it if you want, I won't wait for you anymore. You. Yang Jiu's face suddenly darkened, don't force me. At his age, he had experienced the turbulent times in China, and had done a lot of dirty things. In his early years, once this woman dared to completely anger him, he promised to let her take his hundreds of millions and disappear from the world forever. Whatever you want, although Sister Jier has seen a lot of tricks. She is too young after all, and has not seen the chaos and darkness in the early years. At this time, she looks like an idiot who doesn't care and has never been beaten up by society. Well, Yang Jiu laughed angrily, and without saying a word, he directly found someone to upload the video to the internet. By the way, I also compiled a set of embellished copywriting about how the former #1 sister of Douyin used tricks to seduce Douyin's vice president, etc. Put all the sewage on Sister Jier's head. In fact, at the beginning, they were just a stinky fish looking for a bad shrimp, and a bastard looked at the mung bean. They looked at each other and got together in a tacit understanding. There is no distinction between who comes to whom first. Soon, the image of a serious money worshipper who, in order to get ahead, was willing to trample on his personality, sell his underpants, and play old man's fun at night with old men, became popular all over the internet. Later, one big melon led a bunch of small melons, and Sister Wanner's bad habits and bullying of other anchors were exposed one after another, like a hornet's nest. Wave after wave of popularity pushed her directly to the top of the popularity list. How difficult is it to be on trending searches very quickly? This matter is already popular and attracts attention. If you spend a little money, you can get it on the hot search. You think you are playing tricks on Weibo, but in fact it is just the financial backers behind Weibo who are playing tricks on you. Of the hot search lists you see, 8 out of 10 are hot search spots bought by others. In this era of seemingly advanced information, wealthy people only need to spend 10 million to fill 10 hot search positions and blind the eyes of hundreds of millions of ordinary users. You think you are paying attention to what you want to pay attention to, but you don't know that you are only paying attention to what others want you to pay attention to. This has to be said to be an irony. I told her a long time ago that she is not a good person, haha. You licked her for a while before, making her look like a cold goddess. How about it, now you are so big, right? It's really not a good bird. Haha, damn. How can a 53-year-old man be able to speak like this? Brother upstairs, how did you know this person is a subordinate? The old lady upstairs approved it. Sister Jier looked at the voices scolding her on the internet. With her arrogant temperament of being arrogant about everything except money, she was naturally angry. However, thinking that a little scolding could be exchanged for 500 million, her face also improved a lot. About there. After Zhang Ming thought about it in his mind, he also raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Since he decided to abandon Ouyang Jiu and make Yi Yang feel comfortable, he naturally had to consider Yi Yang's perspective completely. The most important thing about being a subordinate is being able to guess what the leader is thinking. Let the boss get things done without having to express his thoughts clearly. Now Yi Yang obviously wants to completely disgrace Sister Jier. Everything that happened now was within his plan. Now it seems that Sister Wanner's reputation is basically irreversible, and what follows is the straw that breaks the camel's back that he has prepared. Well, the company has already punished Vice President Ouyang just now. Now, it will punish the anchor's wrist. Sister Jier was confused. Why does it still matter to me? Why should I be punished? You are suspected of using your own internal personal relationship in the company, maliciously competing, suppressing other anchors, and causing extremely bad influence. And your own behavior is not decent, and now you have become a tainted internet celebrity. We, Douyin, cannot allow anchors like you who have incorrect values and bring bad atmosphere to settle in. From now on, your account will be banned, and the funds that have not been released will also be investigated and confiscated as Douyin's reputation loss fee. Zhang Ming said with reason. Why? You are breaking the law. Sister Wanner shouted angrily. Oh? Zhang Ming smiled lightly and said, otherwise, you can sue our Douyin's legal department? Let's see who wins. Sister Wanner was immediately speechless. Then I will use my public resources. Please, your account has been blocked. Are you still thinking about it? The anchors who were bullied by Sister Wanner were all sneering at this time. I didn't expect that such a money-worshipping lady would have such a day. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He had to say that Zhang Ming played this trick brilliantly. He is indeed an old player. This move really pleased him. When the dividends are distributed at the end of this year, give him some chicken legs. I gave you face. Sister Wanner yelled at the anchors in a cowardly manner. First update, search Yi Jiuyang on Douyin and follow the author's personal account. Haha, do you still think you are the top Douyin girl with the support of the vice president? That's right. It's really funny, sister, please be smarter. Who are you showing off your arrogance to here? You bitches. Even if it's this morning, if you dare to say that, I will tear your mouths apart. Sister Jier roared angrily. Yo, you are so awesome. Cow. We are really scared hee when Sister Jier was in power before. Her face was so ugly that most of the internet celebrities present were bullied and excluded by her. At this time, she was sarcastic with a strong sense of sincerity, which made Sister Jier almost explode on the spot. Ah! She scratched her head frantically, almost going crazy. She stared at Zhang Ming with red eyes. You Zhang Ming. Aren't you just a top-level CEO? I really think I'm easy to mess with. Believe it or not. I'll jump off the building with you in my arms. What if we die together? Do I care about that? Zhang Ming laughed loudly. Your threat, in my eyes, is ridiculous and funny. There are always some ants who, with the courage they don't know where they came from, always feel that as long as they act cruelly, everyone will be afraid of them. This is purely because my parents beat me lightly when I was young. If you act like a monster at home, your parents will be more tolerant. But out of society, is there any point in being cruel? Die together with a super boss with a net worth of trillions? There are not even 1,000 but 10,000 people who have said this to him over the years. But unfortunately, Zhang Ming is still Zhang Ming. Ha ha ha. The senior executives of Zijia and Douyin on the side burst into laughter. Obviously, these words seemed extremely ridiculous to their ears. In their opinion, this kind of big fool who is too lazy to use his brain and will act cruelly when something happens is the best opponent to deal with in this society. And for people who have gotten to their level, this kind of low-level reckless mad woman is not even an opponent, she is a clown. At best. You stupid bitch, are you satisfied now? Haha. Okay. I can't get this money, and you can't get it either. Haha, you're just a shameless bitch, you really thought you could turn around, just turn a chicken into a phoenix. Jiangjing taunted wildly from the side, it's all because of you that I've gotten to this point. Today. I swear that you will live in my shadow for the rest of your life. Now, Sister Jier was really scared. She offended Jiangjing and her character collapsed. In the end, she couldn't get the money. It's like losing everything. It's over, it's really over now. The fragile and childish self-confidence in her heart collapsed at this moment, and she knelt on the ground in a daze. Only the female assistant who was slapped and treated harshly by her for no reason came over and supported her. You're not really a jerk, are you? Seeing the distressed look on the female assistant's face, Yi Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. Another person is hit on the head by his master with high heels in public, and he waits for the master to lose power. Why not take revenge? This guy is nice and looks distressed. It's really weird looking for weird things. Now these two people are completely useless. Yi Yang was also quite satisfied. Go out and resolve your personal grudges yourself. Don't delay our company's carnival process here. Zhang Ming snorted coldly. Jiangji's face turned green and white, but he understood that there was no room for maneuver in this matter. He sighed secretly and transferred all the anger in his heart to Sister Jier. If it weren't for this stupid woman, how could I have ended up in this situation? Yes, it's all her fault. He must make this stupid woman pay the price. Sister Warner was made cold all over by Ouyang Zhiyu's look before he left. After Zhang Ming's question in return, she seemed to have grown up in an instant. Suddenly I felt my own insignificance and my own ridiculousness. Now her heart is filled with despair and she feels like she is dead. She was finished in every sense of the word. However, all this has nothing to do with the people in the venue. After these two people left, the venue became lively again. The anchors were all happily discussing their grievances. They felt that it was very satisfying to get rid of Sister Warner, and they also thought that the new controlling director was really awesome. It is simply the light of righteousness. As for Douyin's top executives, they are extremely active. The position of vice president is now vacant. It proves that these senior leaders have a possible opportunity. With their minds active, they all wanted to be courteous to Yi Yang, but unfortunately, it was too late when they saw the opportunity. Manager Gao had climbed up the big tree Yi Yang early, and he was very happy at this time. Haha, I'm like the reincarnation of Monkey King. With my piercing eyes, I actually paid attention to my future boss in advance. I'm so awesome. Manager Gao couldn't be happier at this moment. Currying favor with Yi Yang in advance was the wisest choice he now considered alive to this day. As for the senior executives of Zijia, they were just acting on the occasion, and they have returned to normal at this time. For them, who they support as the vice president and cultivate their own power in Zijia is what is important. Everyone, each with their own thoughts, sat down. The second stage finally came to an end. Zhang Ming is the executive chairman after all. Without Yi Yang's veto, his order was quickly and resolutely executed. The notice of Sister Warner's ban was issued directly. On the list of the king of talents, Sister Warner, who was originally ranked second, was gone. Damn, the official speed is too fast. Awesome. She must have taken medicine. So fast. She was once the one sister of Douyin, and she fell so quickly. It's faster than a meteor. The misconduct just made it to the hot list, and it's not even 10 minutes, and the ban notice was issued directly. I think there's something behind it. I guess she must have offended a big shot, otherwise it would be impossible for her to be completely cold so quickly. The old conspirator upstairs, talking about conspiracy every day, how is it possible? Haha, I can see that you haven't seen the real society, silly and innocent. What's the point of arguing about these things? Whether there is a conspiracy or not, it has nothing to do with ordinary people like us. It's good to eat melons. That's not right. What if we find out what's going on behind the scenes? Wouldn't the melon be more delicious? Curiosity kills the cat. Such a big anchor was completely killed in just a few minutes. If you spy on the secrets of other big shots, be careful that you will disappear from the world one day. Ahem, let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about who this big shot is, but Yi Shenhao is really awesome. The conspiracy theorist tried to change the subject. This wave of rhythm is very smooth, and everyone in the live broadcast room starts to see Yi Shenhao as awesome. Feng Chuiliang said, yes, Yi Shenhao is really awesome. The super reward of 26 billion is probably the best in the world of gods. I'm afraid there is no one before or after. Yi Jiuyang, I feel like the only one in the world who can break his record is himself. Ancestor of the Zhatian gang, that's right. I bet there will never be such an awesome reward in the world except for himself. Insisting on checking in every day, no one just said that his reward was a card bug. Is it fake? Why did these people suddenly disappear? It's so stupid upstairs. Lin Shuer is at the top of the list. Seeing that her position is not guaranteed, the one she doesn't want the most is definitely Sister Warner. She might have hired that wave of trolls just now. Now she has been banned, and there is no one if you give them money. These black men will disappear. Insist on checking in every day, you are right. I'll go. It's scary to think about it. Great conspirator, why are you so scared if you think about it carefully? Insisting on checking in every day, think about it, who did Lin Shuer rely on to get the first place? Big conspirator, of course it's Yi Shenhao? You don't have to ask, fuck. F asterisk CK, I seem to understand. The chrysanthemums are blooming, what do you understand? Big conspirator, didn't Sister Zhier's banning notice just now say that there is malicious competition and bullying of peers? Maybe that's what it's talking about. The reason why it can be completely cooled down so quickly is probably because of provoking Yi Shenhao. Silly little sister, you are starting conspiracy theories again. How can the world be so dark? Big conspirator, humph, based on the above conditions, I am 90% sure that this is what I speculated. Please call me Sherlock Holmes. Guibao Special Attack Number 1, if it's like what you said, then how awesome is Yi Shenhao? He didn't arrive for half an hour, and the former Douyin number 1 sister didn't even have her account? This is too outrageous. The whole internet asked for his father, what are you doubting? Isn't it already a consensus on the entire internet that my father, Yi, is awesome? I couldn't stand it, so I yelled, damn, it's you. Upstairs again. I've seen you several times. The whole internet is looking for Dad. What you see may not be me. We are a mysterious organization. I am just an ordinary member of it. The title of Dad Ma was very popular on the internet before, and we were the first to bring it up. If you don't like it, you will complain. Damn, these times are really outrageous. Anyone looking for a father can form an alliance. Candy Fairy. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard that I even dropped my lollipop. In the venue, there was only the last minute left before the end of the talent competition. With a reward of 26 billion overwhelming all the heroes, there is no longer any objection to the ownership of the King of Talents. All the internet celebrities are trying their best to compete for the second place. As long as they are on the list, they will get traffic support, which is what internet celebrities like them urgently need. Yi Yang was also chatting with the senior manager and Zhang Ming. His consciousness was flipping through the system pages. The system prompt sounded when he was giving rewards just now, but he ignored it. Only then did I turn it over and read it. After all, he is now worth several trillion, and has hundreds of billions of funds directly available in his hands. There are almost all the companies that should be there, and the skills that should be there are almost enough to support the business. Even if the system rewards him with another 1 trillion yuan, he is afraid that there will be no disturbance in his heart. So he doesn't care about what the system gives him. After checking, I found that there were actually several messages. Congratulations to the host for getting rid of the low-level reward category and making a medium-level reward. The special rewards are as follows: lottery opportunity worth 100 billion *1. The primary system mall is open, and the host has the right to consume at face value in the mall. The consumption is limited to once per week, and VIP can be recharged to unlock more consumption times. Yi Yang was confused. As he used and developed the system became more and more dreamy. How about recharging VIP? A chance to win a lottery worth hundreds of billions was nothing to him. He opened the junior system mall directly. He was about to scold the system for recharging VIP. But he stopped talking. Fuck. Yi Yang breathed out softly. Zhang Ming and others on the side were shocked when they saw Yi Yang's sudden reaction. You know, Yi Yang has now reached the pinnacle of the Chinese business world. And Zhang Ming even knows that Yi Yang is considered a super boss even internationally. What is it that could make such a being lose its composure? However, Yi Yang had no intention of explaining and kept looking at the products. In the system mall, there are all kinds of black technologies in it, such as super blue gold rice seeds, fully immersed 7D somatosensory suits, genetic potions, mechanical prosthetic development principles, super electromagnetic gun development engineering lines, high-energy quantum computers. Take it out casually, and it can become the golden finger of the protagonist in a novel. It's simply a collection of golden fingers. Yi Yang was amazed. It seemed that in the world that produced the system, the technology had advanced to a sci-fi level. No wonder he consumed so much. In the eyes of the system, it was just mediocre. He wants all of these. In addition to sensitive things like weapons that can cause trouble, any other black technology that appears on the market will become an epic-making super industry. The epic-making resources and benefits it represents behind it are easy to think of without even using your brain. For these products, you can buy the blueprints and production process, or you can buy the finished product directly. The price of the finished product is very suitable. The blueprints and production process are many times more expensive. However, there is only one finished product, which is not very meaningful to him. Damn, I want them all. For the first time since becoming a super rich man, Yi Yang has a real desire to make money in his heart. However, looking at the purchase opportunity that only happens once a week, Yi Yang gritted his teeth and said, "System. How much does it cost to open a VIP?" VIP users have 10 purchase opportunities per month, with a monthly rent of 200,000 face value, and an annual rent of 20% discount, which is 1.92 million face value per year. How much face value do I have now? Yi Yang asked in confusion. The host now has a total of 610,000 face value. Yi Yang suddenly fell silent. As a top super rich man, he felt his poverty at this moment. His face value added together is not enough to buy 2 or 3 black technologies. Even if he spends money to open a VIP, it doesn't make much sense. He searched with his eyes, and finally his eyes lit up. At the end of the mall, on the crazy big promotion page, there is a 0.1% comminuted fracture level discount. He calmed down and made sure he was not mistaken. A black technology company of your own, limited time promotion of 0.1% off, only 500,000 face value, you can get your own black technology company. First update, Douyin, Bilibili, my username is Jiangjing. Just buy this. Yi Yang directly bought the black technology company. Congratulations to the host, please name the black technology company. Yi Yang thought for a while and confirmed, let's call it Future Technology Company. Sorry, the company name has been registered. Yi Yang scratched his hair. How about calling it a Super Technology Company? Sorry, the company name has already been registered. Damn, why have they all been registered? Damn it. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry, it's called a shit technology company. It can't have the same name, right? This name has not been registered. Are you sure? You want to use this name? The system beeps. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry, forget it, I'll think about it again, let's call it Yishan Technology. He was rewarded for the company with the name Yishan. The first 2 characters happened to be used as a kind of commemoration. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Yishan Technology Company. When purchasing a company for the first time, you can receive a random item as a gift. The item has been sent to the storage space, please pay attention to claim it. After that, the system placed all the company's relevant qualifications, materials, etc. in the storage space. Bonus items? Yi Yang glanced at the storage space and saw a reagent bottle with packaging and instructions outside. It should be the gene potion he saw before. Now, it seems a bit difficult to explain that this long stick-like object was suddenly taken out from an inexplicable place at the venue. Yi Yang also suppressed his temper and prepared to use it after the carnival. After coming back to his senses, the competition for the King of Talents has completely ended. Lin Shuer deserves the title of the King of Talents. Originally, there was a bit of suspense, but now Sister Warner is cold, and a new sister is born. Haha, yes, congratulations on the birth of a new sister. Many fans posted words of celebration on the public screen. The next step is the final stage, the ability competition. After the beautiful host came on stage, her eyes couldn't stop looking towards Yi Yang. After all, beautiful women yearn for capable men, and in society, the most powerful things are power and money. It sounds vulgar, but people themselves are vulgar, and the world must have a standard of measurement after all. Noble taste needs to get rid of low-level taste, but what can be done to get rid of low-level taste? After all, it still depends on being rich and powerful enough. Interpret the vulgar with the vulgar, and only then can you achieve elegance. The VIP area where Yi Yang was located was the place where all the beauties in the room focused their attention the most. Nowadays, with the rise of e-commerce, bringing goods has become a new trend for anchors. In order to reflect the professional business capabilities of anchors, and also to help the circulation of goods and facilitate thousands of households, the final part of this carnival is to bring goods. Link. The beautiful host said with a smile. Yi Yang almost wanted to applaud her. Good guy, it was indeed a business carnival. The first part was to attract people, and the second part was to create a character and attract rewards. In the third step, you start to officially sell goods and make money naked. But it's true, the company's routine is so deep, I want to go back to the countryside. So, which anchor will come up first? To test the waters? The host held the card, but the order had already been decided within the company. It's just that Lin Shuer suddenly emerged as a new force today, and Sister Warner is now completely cool again. The plan was disrupted. Yi Yang has no interest in bringing goods, and plans to just be a bystander like the second link. However, when I looked at the comments on Douyin's background, they all begged him to start broadcasting and bring goods. Yi Shenhao won't be able to get up for a while. Yi Shenhao, I'm embarrassed to have snatched so many red envelopes from you. Let's give something back to you. Even a little bit. Yes, otherwise our conscience will be uneasy. Yes, that's right, Yi Shenhao, please start broadcasting and bring goods. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When other fans saw that the internet celebrity they followed started to bring goods, they all shouted to unlock, unblock, uncheck. Why, when it came to his side, his own fans even actively shouted for him to bring goods. Is it possible that his fans are not normal? By the way, I took another look at the number of my fans, and I saw that it had reached an astonishing 50 million. This rate of increase in fans is really amazing. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. This speed was the envy of all the other anchors watching, but when they thought that Yi Yang was so rich and didn't care about these fans at all, they were even more envious. Haha, let's start broadcasting then. Yi Yang is still very interested in communicating with fans. Since fans want him to start broadcasting and bring goods, how can he refuse because he loves his fans? Boss, do you want to bring the goods in person? Zhang Ming was surprised after hearing this. With your identity, there is no need. Being spontaneous is my rule in life. Yi Yang waved his hand. No label can restrain me. Who said Shenhao can't go out and bring the goods? Listen to the boss. Zhang Ming nodded repeatedly and said nothing more, but sighed in his heart. Maybe, this is the boss. The organizer of the carnival was overjoyed. At this time, it was great that Yi Shenhao was willing to come down and bring the goods. He would probably make up for the vacancy of the upper sister. Because before Yi Yang's identity was revealed, he had already been recognized as at least a billionaire. His status is too special, so although he was invited as a host, the organizers did not dare to consider Yi Yang in their plans. After all, he is a billionaire and came here to show his support. If he is not willing to lower his status to bring goods, he can't order him around. Wanerji originally planned to appear at the end, so after Yi Yang got the order of appearance, he was not in a hurry and waited casually. This carnival has been hyped to a very high level. Many fans of each company are watching. In order to win face for their own hosts, they sell goods very well. However, the first round of ticket swiping and the second round of reward swiping have already emptied the private money of most of the host's fans. Now, if they want to spend a lot of money to bring goods, they are willing but unable to do so. Therefore, in the end, each host is far from the final live broadcast. The organizers of the carnival are also a little anxious. If the final target is far from the target, the third step will be a failure. Soon, it was Lin Shuer's turn to go on stage. As soon as this new Douyin Queen came on stage, she received a warm response. What I bring to you today? No need to introduce. Just put it on the shelf. Helping you is helping Yi Shenhao. Hee hee, go, go. The enthusiasm of the audience made Lin Shuer's words for bringing goods, which she had prepared for half a day, difficult to say, so she had to put it on the shelf directly. As soon as it was put on the shelf, the title of the goods turned gray in less than a second. 0.3 seconds, sold out. Second update. I'll go, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye, I didn't even grab it. Haha, that's awesome, I'll go. Isn't this the first time the stock has been sold out so quickly? As expected of the newly promoted sister, she is really awesome. The barrages are all frantically calling 666. Yi Yang originally wanted to take over Lin Shuer's goods. But seeing how enthusiastic the audience was, it seemed like there was no need for him to take action. What I bring below is a very popular celebrity lipstick recently. Before Lin Shuer finished speaking, the lipstick was sold out again. I'll go, I'm jealous. That's awesome. This ability to carry goods is even better than that of Sister Jier back then. Haha, that's so fucked up. All the anchors who bring goods are full of envy. For account owners like them who mainly rely on bringing goods to increase their income, if they could also have such great appeal and purchasing efficiency, they would make a lot of money. Earning over 100 million a month is not a dream. But when I thought that Lin Shuer was following Yi Shenhao and earning over 100 million a month, it suddenly became boring. The amount of reward money that people randomly spend is in the tens of billions. Instead of looking forward to earning over 100 million a month, it is better to look forward to having Yi Shenhao enter his live broadcast room once to give a reward. Oh, why don't I have such a good life? Lin Shuer's live broadcast of selling goods, the whole audience was selling like crazy. She had the shortest playing time in the entire selling process, and was the only one to exceed the target so far. Even the senior executives were speechless. Unfortunately, the grand occasion soon came to an end at Lin Shuer's place. I thought it was getting better. But when I switched to the next anchor, the number of goods delivered was still relatively bleak. Comparing them with each other, the anchor who came up later couldn't help but cry. Oh, there are still a lot of goods left that haven't been sold. The organizer felt like his head was getting big. If the signed orders cannot be sold, he will lose money to the company. Although the first two links are very successful, big companies have too many competitors. They will seize the failure of the third link, magnify it infinitely, and make it difficult for them. I just hope that Yi Shenhao will be more powerful in the end. When Yi Yang left his seat, everyone in the audience was paying attention. After all, he is now the most affluent audience present, the most successful internet celebrity, and even the boss of all the executives. No matter which group he is a well-deserved number 1. Just sat on the chair with the goods. The barrage in the live broadcast room filled the entire screen. The whole screen is filled with Yi Shenhao, who is awesome. Today is the day for us to repay Yi Shenhao. Brothers, no one is allowed to do anything. That's right. Let everyone see the power of our Yi Shen. Powder. Yi Jiejun, rush. Go 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 go. Yi Shenhao will put the products on the shelf soon, can't wait. This barrage made all the anchors drooling. Damn it, these fans are so enthusiastic. I cried with envy. If I had so many die-hard fans, my income would beat the entire internet celebrity world. What's Yi Shenhao's identity, and what's yours? Do they care about this little income? I guess the red envelopes they give out are much more than what I earn as an internet celebrity in a year. Ahem, you scold me again. All the anchors sighed when they saw this unprecedented barrage. I'm here today to chat with you all and bring some goods. When Yi Yang said this, he put the electric shaver he was going to bring on the shelf. Before the message was even spoken, the goods were gone. Yi Yang turned his head and looked at the technician next to him with some confusion. The technician couldn't laugh or cry. That's right, sold out. What? Anyway, Lin Shuer's one was gone. In a blink of an eye. It was gone without even blinking. This is too outrageous. Do you want to hit people like this? Many internet celebrities who had been carrying goods for a long time just cried without finishing any goods. Ahem, everyone seems to be very enthusiastic. Yi Yang looked at the next item dumbfounded, then let's move on to the next item. This item is called. The earphones haven't been exported yet, and the shopping basket has turned gray again. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This really didn't give him any experience as a goods anchor. I didn't even say the name of the product and it was sold out in seconds. At least it gives him a sense of ritual. These fans are a little too enthusiastic. The third time he became smarter and introduced the goods slowly, and finally put the goods on the shelves. Sure enough, the moment I put it on, it was snatched away. This is a product brought by a super tycoon. If you buy at home, show the transaction records, it will be resold for 10 times the price and people will buy it. Humph. You are really a little business genius. I am overflattered. Yi Shenhao, please hurry up, I can't wait to buy it. Oh. Oh. This level of enthusiasm and instant delivery is such that even Douyin's first brother, Obuyali, is so envious that he cries. In order to extend the sense of ceremony, Yi Yang took out all the goods that the previous anchors had not brought out. What adult plush toys, what sour plum snack packs, etc. It's quite fun. Yi Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. Fuck. He actually said it's fun. A group of anchors who make a living by selling goods, cried. Is this the legendary, you do your career to make a living, but others do it purely for entertainment? Why? The gap is too big. I can't figure it out. Is it because he has money? I don't quite understand it either. Thank you all for your great help today. Yi Yang gave a thumbs up to the camera. I'm happy today, and I'm happy to send out 1 billion red envelopes. A group of internet celebrities were directly confused. He said, how much? Did I hear it right? 1 billion. 1 billion, 1 billion. Isn't this much more than the total amount of goods he sold tonight? A group of anchors opened their mouths wide and exclaimed that I don't understand the world of the super rich. I didn't understand why his fans were so nice just now. Now you know why his fans are so enthusiastic? I understand. I understand everything. Woohoo. In the live broadcast room, the fans are all celebrating. As expected of Yi Shenhao. So generous. It's so happy to be your fan. Fuck, who else? I got more than 80,000 yuan. Oh my god. My New Year's pocket money is not as much as this. Please call me Koi. I got 400,000 yuan, and I have the down payment. Wow, thank my father Yi Yang. From now on, my online name will be Yi Koi. No one is allowed to compete with me. Awesome. Yi Shenhao is awesome. Soon, another wave of Yi Shenhao's awesomeness swept the screen. Again. First update. 1 billion sounds like a lot, but it's not too much. 1 million packages were sent out, and the average person who got 1,000 yuan each, that's 1 billion. Some people got hundreds of thousands of yuan with great luck, and some people got only a few hundred yuan with very bad luck. In this way, amid the cheers of the crowd, the sales session ended perfectly. Is this what sales is? Doesn't it feel difficult? Yi Yang scratched his head. It's really a good way to make a fortune. Ding, it's detected that the host spent 1 billion yuan to send red envelopes to reward the top-level driving skills of humans. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Top-level driving skills? I don't know what kind of driving skills it is. Driving skills or driving skills? After reading the introduction carefully, it proved that I didn't think too much. It was indeed driving skills. For this kind of icing on the cake skills, Yi Yang still cares about it now. After all, he is no longer short of money, but these rare and precious skills are what he lacks. No matter how rich he is, he can't erase the time and hard work of learning a skill. With top-level driving skills, I can take girls racing together. Yi Yang thought, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Generally, driving skills are a must for the protagonist of a disaster movie. With a flick of the steering wheel, he is simply handsome and elegant. Finally, it is the award ceremony. There were originally 3 links: the king of the red carpet, the king of talent, and the king of carpet sales. The first place in each award had a bonus of 10 million. The rest was halved, and the top 10 got money. Now the king of the red carpet and the king of carpet sales are both Yi Yang, and the 20 million is the bonus. The organizers feel that they are a bit embarrassed. Others give out 1 billion yuan for a red envelope, and 20 million bonus. It is indeed a bit chilly. The most embarrassing thing is that Douyin is originally someone else's company. As an employee, you use the company's money to award the boss. It's weird no matter how you think about it. Seeing the high-level Douyin executives looking embarrassed, Yi Yang asked and said with a smile, since it is a process, it must be completed according to the process. I will reluctantly go on stage to receive the bonus, haha, just think of it as earning a few meals for myself. This is all earned by my hard work. Boss is wise. As expected of the boss. You are farsighted and wise. The high-level executives were caught off guard by Yi Yang's pretentiousness, and they couldn't even flatter him. The more they flattered, the more outrageous they became. Yi Yang shrugged, but didn't care. He was just telling the truth. It's really painful to be a rich man, and you have to experience this kind of loneliness that no one understands. Do you have to be so awesome? While the high-level Douyin executives breathed a sigh of relief, they were also complaining wildly in their hearts. After that, the leaders gave speeches, and so on. After the speeches, it was free time. The anchors can interact with fans or choose to go home. However, most anchors choose to stay in the carnival venue to interact. After all, fans are their foundation, and more exposure is always good. Yi Yang is preparing to leave the venue with a few girls. His fans are so enthusiastic that if they stay in the carnival, they will sign autographs until their hands are broken. Hainan is an island province of China, and the entire province is on the sea. The scenery and entertainment are extremely rich. Many Chinese people choose to go to Hainan in winter to avoid the cold. It's almost December. You have to wear a cotton jacket when you go out in Beijing. I didn't expect it to be more than 20 degrees here. You can just wear short sleeves, sunbathe, and eat coconuts. No wonder people in my hometown like to come here in winter. Lin Shuer felt the even hot evening breeze and couldn't help but exclaimed. Are you hungry? Take you to eat delicious food. Yi Yang waved his hand. Hainan is rich in seafood, so of course you have to have a top-notch seafood meal here. Soon, Yumomo drove Yi Yang to the food-gathering place in Sanya. This is the most popular seafood food city in Hainan. Would you like a cup of Shanlan wine? It's made with the secret method of the Li people. Would you like some coconut cake? It's an authentic Hainan specialty. Bring some to your family. Grandpa and Grandma both like it. As soon as I entered the food area, I felt the lively atmosphere around me. Although it is located in one of the southernmost provinces in China, you can hear accents from almost all provinces in the food area. It's amazing. Lin Shuer and Yumomo are girls. They can't change their shopping habits. They quickly bought a lot of things. As for Yi Yang, he also likes to eat and drink, and he also made a lot of money. Coconut Neptune wine, you can become a Neptune after drinking it. A strange hawking voice attracted the attention of several people. This advertising slogan is too special. How can you teach people to be a Neptune? Lin Shuer said with a smile. I'm afraid it's fooling those single dogs who can't find a partner. Yumomo smiled slyly. Haha. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. He walked closer and saw that the promotional picture showed the Aquaman holding a trident in the DC movie Aquaman. Only then did he realize that he had thought wrongly. When the boss saw Yi Yang and his group coming, he said enthusiastically, handsome boys and girls, would you like a few bottles of coconut Aquaman wine? This wine is great. How is it great? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. The raw materials of coconut Neptune wine are amazing. They are all carefully selected sea snakes and oysters from the sandy waters of the South China Sea. There are also natural native medicinal materials collected in it, brewed using modern technology. Look at the color of this wine, it is as clear and transparent as amber. After entering the mouth, the aroma of medicine and wine is mixed, and the aftertaste is sweet and mellow. The wine body is coordinated, and it is very refreshing. Hee, this is a Hainan specialty wine. After drinking it, I guarantee that you will be like Neptune, with waves after waves at night, and you can't stop at all. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After saying so much, it turned out to be a big health wine. However, seeing that the young boss is so eloquent, it would be a shame not to buy it to try it. Boss, don't. You are already strong enough at night, and you still have to drink medicinal wine. Momo and Lin Shuer both changed their faces and said in unison. Yi Yang coughed and turned his head to look at the wine cellar. The boss was obviously stunned. Damn, he met the real Neptune today. Awesome. He gave Yi Yang a thumbs up repeatedly. Young people nowadays are so open-minded. Both girls blushed, quickly bought the wine, and dragged Yi Yang away. Don't you want me to buy? Why did you wait until I finished buying before dragging me away? Yi Yang asked with a smirk. We want to drink it ourselves. Isn't that okay? Momo defended himself with a righteous tone. Second update. After buying the Neptune wine, Yi Yang took Momo and Lin Shuer to inquire about the best local seafood restaurants. The best seafood restaurant? It must be Royal Fresh. After asking a few people, they all said this. Then, let's go to this one. Yi Yang didn't care at all. After asking about the place and the way to go, he took the two girls to Royal Fresh. The decoration here is very original, like a village built with coconut trees. However, the interior decoration is simple, but reveals the meaning of expensiveness. This decoration style can be said to be very strong. The owner has great taste at first glance. Really not bad. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Handsome beauties, the menu is here. You can also go directly to the aquarium food area nearby and pick out delicious food. Our ingredients are all the freshest, super fresh ingredients that have been fished from the seabed for no more than a day. You pick it now, we make it fresh. The waiter introduced enthusiastically. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. No wonder it was called Royal Fresh, it was really fresh. After saying that, he also stood up and walked towards the food area. It would be a pity to come here once and not experience the characteristics of this place. Just recommend the best ingredients to me. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said to the waiter on the side. The waiter laughed. Handsome guy, you don't know. Our store is the top seafood restaurant in Sanya, and the ingredients are also the top. If you want to eat the top ingredients, money is not a problem. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. The beautiful waiter glanced at Yi Yang, who was extremely confident, and was too embarrassed to expose him. When I came to Hainan and heard about the reputation, I approached Huang Xian. There were many young people like Yi Yang who would say this in order to show their generosity to beauties. But in the end, before we even reached the final top-notch ingredients area, we were so scared that our legs went weak as soon as we arrived at the high-end ingredients area. Then handsome guy, please come with me, she smiled slightly. As a waiter in a high-end gourmet restaurant, she was very qualified and could see through things without telling them. Therefore, she patiently led Yi Yang and the others towards the high-end ingredients area. As the saying goes, don't give up until you see the Yellow River. Once this handsome guy saw the prices of high-end ingredients, he naturally gave up. From here on, it's the high-end food section. The beautiful waiter pointed forward with a faint smile. The ordinary ingredients in the previous area were all fished from the local sea, while the high-end food area hired planes to purchase the top seafood ingredients from all over the world. On average, every day, for 1 kilogram, the cost of shipping and the unique guarantee of active freshness alone is as high as several hundred yuan. Yi Yang looked at it casually. In the water tank on the side, a big fish was swimming. The whole big fish showed a light golden color. Under the sunlight, it seemed to be like gold. This golden yellow-lip fish weighs 20 pounds. It is the largest among the yellow-lip fish. Because of the color of its body, it is also called the money lurch or the money fierce fish. It can only be caught at a depth of 50 to 60 meters offshore. This fish hides in deep-sea caves all year round and does not eat any bait, and the number is extremely rare. In addition, its hearing is extremely keen and its swimming speed is very fast, so it is extremely difficult to hunt. Many fishermen have never seen one for 3 generations. In the fisherman community, this kind of fish is respectfully called the golden fish. When fishing methods were still very traditional, the price was as good as gold. A piece of such a golden fish can be called an heirloom of a wealthy coastal businessman's family. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Let's just discuss the price. He knew that the waiter told him this just to prepare him mentally when he heard the price. It's just this 20-pound golden yellow-lipped fish, sold in its entirety for 488,888 Chinese coins, no bargaining, and only sold individually. The beautiful waiter said while studying Yi Yang's expression, fearing that he wouldn't be able to accept it. Yi Yang was stunned. Sir, if you think it's expensive, we can go back to the general ingredients section and choose the ingredients. Generally, you can eat well with only 2,000 yuan per person. Seeing Yi Yang's reaction, the beautiful waiter was indeed shocked by the price, and she added again and again. Yi Yang waved his hand, and after a while he said in disbelief, "That's it?" Sir, what did you say?" The beautiful waiter was a little confused. "You said so much and exaggerated so much atmosphere, making me think it's so expensive. Is this all about feelings? 20 kilograms only cost more than 400,000 yuan, and 1 kilogram averages only more than 20,000 yuan. Are you telling me it's expensive?" Yi Yang was confused. The waiter looked down on him too. "Much." Sir." The beautiful waiter looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. This was the first young person who came here. She was not shocked when she heard the prices in the high-end food section. Instead, she asked her why they were so cheap. "Learned a lot. What a long time to see you. Is there any better ingredient?" "It can't be the famous Hainan Royal Fresh, the most precious ingredient, right?" Yi Yang asked with a smile. "Ahem, of course." Thinking of this, the beautiful waitress nodded repeatedly. Did she meet a real boss today? This is so lucky. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to make fun of the other party, otherwise he would have been really embarrassed. Thinking of this, she led Yi Yang and the others into the top ingredients area. This is the top ingredients area in our store. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Wow, those who know this is a fish tank, but those who don't know would think it's simulating the deep sea. The fresh and precious creatures are wandering in it. Some look very strange, and Yi Yang can't name them. Compared with the popular ordinary ingredients area, the high-end ingredients area is sparsely populated. Not to mention the top ingredients area, there are only 2 groups of people besides himself. He even recognized one of them. Shou? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He had just said goodbye to Beijing a few days ago, and he met the other party in Hainan. Brother Yi. Wang Xiaozong was also very surprised to see Yi Yang, and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Yi, I just saw you showing off your prowess on the Carnival Live broadcast, and I didn't expect to meet you. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly, just playing around. Haha. That 26 billion reward that swallowed the mountains and rivers scared me. Brother Yi, you actually said it was just playing around. Wang Xiaozong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He himself pays the most attention to the movements of internet celebrities. Douyin held the anchor carnival, and he was naturally like a cat stealing fish, and he came when he smelled the fish. Just now, he had been looking for internet celebrities who wanted to visit tonight outside the carnival venue. I also watched the live broadcast and was thinking about finding an opportunity to meet Yang. Unexpectedly, I met him now. This is not a coincidence. First update. Song, who is this? What a handsome little brother, the internet celebrity Wang Xiaozong had just hooked up with coquettishly asked. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Although the other party seemed okay, he still couldn't accept the charming look and snake face. He couldn't compliment Wang Xiaozong's taste. However, this is not a bad thing. After all, one of the important reasons why they can play so well is that they have completely different tastes in choosing girls. The female internet celebrity named Jing was also extremely shocked at this moment. She is just an ordinary little internet celebrity who is not even qualified to enter the general venue. I don't know what kind of luck she had today. But she was actually spotted by Wang Xiaozong, who was hunting. Wang Xiaozong is naturally famous in the internet celebrity world. Everyone knows that his taste is for standard internet celebrity faces. It can be said that most female internet celebrities have dreamed that one day they would be attracted by him and fly up a branch to become a phoenix. Therefore, they also checked a lot of Wang Xiaozong's information in preparation for that day. Although Jing Ma is just a small internet celebrity, he also knows how impressive Wang Xiaozong's background is. His father is the former richest man in China, the man who stands at the top of the entire Chinese business world. His son was so respectful to another young man. In the interview program, Wang Xiaozong was not so respectful to Wang Xilin. This is simply more intimate than meeting your biological father. So this young man's identity, is that okay? The beautiful waiter on the side was also confused. What is going on? A handsome customer whom I casually received could actually make Wang Xiaozong lower his posture and take the initiative to show his kindness. This is simply outrageous. Now when I think about Yi Yang talking about so many things with him just now when he said 20,000 pounds, I don't think he is bragging at all. For such a big shot, he only has something worth 20,000 per caddy. It is just a waste of his time to introduce so much. He is the one I told you, whom I met in the capital, my good brother, Yi Yang Yi Shenhao. Wang Xikong frowned. You are an internet celebrity on Douyin, don't you know Yi Yang Yi Shenhao's name? Ah. I'm a new anchor. Meow, meow, meow. Jing Ma was confused when he heard this, and had to pretend to be cute in an attempt to get through. Haha, don't embarrass other girls. Yi Yang waved his hand. There are hundreds of millions of Douyin users and tens of millions of internet celebrities. You only have the attention of more than 50 million people. How can you force everyone to know you? All right. Wang Xiaozong laughed, waved his hand, and started shopping with Yi Yang. I have been here before. And the top-notch ingredients here are indeed too expensive. Even if I come to eat, it will feel very painful. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Even you feel pain? Then I have to take a closer look. The beautiful waiter resisted the urge to search Yi Shenhao on Douyin, and took Yi Yang to visit the top ingredient area. Jing Ma took advantage of this time and quickly took out Douyin and took a look. Because he met Wang Xiaozong at the carnival just now, he had no intention of watching it at all. He kept coaxing and offering sacrifices to the big Buddha, for fear that a bad waiter would offend Wang Xiaozong. Then he ruthlessly abandoned himself. "I'll go, no." Jingma was dumbfounded. When he opened Douyin, 6 or 7 of the 10 hot searches were about Yi Shenhao and Lin Shuer. A new brother on Douyin, a new sister on Douyin. OMG. Jingma was stunned. The two pillars of the live broadcast world were standing in front of her, and she didn't even recognize them. Moreover, this Yi Shenhao relied on 26 billion in rewards to become famous in the live broadcast industry. If he could get such a large amount of money in rewards, he must have an extraordinary status. It can be seen from Wang Xiaozong's attitude. This, I am afraid, is a master whose true identity reaches the sky. Why are you dazed? Wang Xiaozong slapped her buttocks hard and tilted his head. Hurry up and follow her. Oh. Jingma nodded repeatedly. She was a cute new anchor. What kind of luck did she have today? She unexpectedly met such awesome people one after another. Sure enough, what kind of people can you follow, and what kind of circles can you come into contact with? If Wang Xiaozong hadn't taken a liking to her by accident, a little person like her might never have had a chance to pry into the lives of truly top heroes. King Crab is known as the King of Crabs. The gourmet circles in Europe believe that the reason why the king crab is king is not only because it is big and meaty, but also because it bleeds blue blood. The symbol of European medieval royalty. This Australian king crab weighs 13 kilograms. Even among the Australian king crab categories, it is the undisputed king. We spent a lot of effort to auction it, and the auction price alone cost 200,000 Australian dollars. The beautiful waiter tried her best to explain. The rule here is that the sales price is 1.5 times the auction price. Wang Xiaozong was obviously very knowledgeable and explained. Yi Yang nodded slightly. 200,000 Australian dollars was equivalent to 1 million Chinese coins. If it was 1.5 times that, it would be 1.5 million. 1.5 million crabs are indeed worthy of the title of the world's top ingredient. Since we met today, let me treat you. Yi Yang pointed at the king crab. I want this, and let your chefs cook it with their best skills. Yes. The waitress felt her heart tremble. 1.5 million. For this dish alone, she can get a commission equivalent to her annual salary. Oh my God, is this the wonderful feeling of being a big shot on the list? It's so dreamy. For the 5 of us, 1 crab is probably not enough, so pick something else. Yi Yang said with a smile. More than 20 kilograms of king crab sound a lot, but in reality, it's good to have 6 or 7 kilograms of pure meat. After steaming, frying, boiling, and deep frying, it will shrink again. It shouldn't be enough for 5 people, especially him, a martial artist, who has a big appetite. So, Yi Yang picked a lot of side dishes. In addition to precious meat ingredients, there are also top plant ingredients such as deep-sea golden algae. All in all, another 700,000 or 800,000 was spent. Well, it's almost done, and there's only one hard dish left. Yi Yang turned his eyes and saw a big guy. Good guy, brother Yi, you won't be interested in that, Wang Xiaozong said in disbelief. That's right. Yi Yang smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Hiss. Wang Xiaozong gave a thumbs up. Brother Yi is awesome after all. Even the beautiful waitress was surprised for a long time before asking. "Are you sure you want to buy this ingredient?" Yi Yang shrugged, "Of course. Sorry. We saw it first. You, get out." At this time, several foreigners heard Yi Yang's conversation and were unhappy at the time. They started to quarrel in a mixture of Chinese and English. Second update. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the people who came. The clothes of these people were very elegant. It can be seen that they were all very old-fashioned European aristocratic clothes. I thought I had traveled to the Middle Ages. There were 3 foreigners and a Chinese tour guide. What did you say? Wang Xiaozong frowned. He was originally a straightforward person. He asked unhappily at this time. My name is Wei Ba. I am the tour guide of several nobles. These nobles have already taken a fancy to this bluefin tuna. You can go and choose other ingredients. The Chinese tour guide had a matter-of-fact expression on his face, and his tone did not sound like he was negotiating, as if it was a matter of course to be polite to them. What the hell? Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to show off in front of me? Wang Xiaozong frowned. He had a straightforward personality since he was a child. He would fight if he didn't agree. This tour guide obviously didn't take him and Brother Yi seriously at all. When he spoke, he made them look like masters. Damn, I've been spoiled by these bastards. What is he saying? The foreigners obviously don't understand Chinese very well and speak haltingly. The tour guide looked very unhappy, and kept saying, I know you dare to come here to choose ingredients, you must not be ordinary people in China, but these few are foreigners. If you dare to treat them badly, be careful to sue you for disrespect. Damn, I don't know how many foreigners I have beaten since I was 6 years old studying in England. What's the difference between you and me? Wang Xiaozong sneered, China is our territory, don't be too arrogant. I can make you unable to leave China with just one phone call, believe it or not. Haha. You are provoking international disputes. The tour guide directly raised the issue, can you bear it? Can China bear it? Yi Yang frowned, aren't you Chinese? Haha, Chinese? Who cares? I changed my nationality a long time ago. Now, I am a noble citizen of France. The tour guide stiffened his neck and sneered, his words full of pride. Oh. Yi Yang nodded meaningfully, so he is a banana man, no wonder he has no bones. You. The tour guide shouted angrily. Before he could say anything, he flew up into the air. Bang! He flew more than 10 meters away and landed directly in the simulated ocean. He couldn't swim yet, so he immediately floundered. If no one rescued him, he would drown in a while. Oh. Oh. What if he fell into this simulated ocean? Such good simulated seawater will be tainted by him. The beautiful waitress on the side was very anxious. These seawaters are specially formulated for top ingredients. High-end seawater with high trace element content costs thousands of yuan to make 1 cubic meter. Every time the seawater pool is changed, it costs millions. It's not worth changing the water for such a scumbag. Gurgle. XXX. Gurgle gurgle. The tour guide was completely confused. He didn't expect that the other party didn't even say a few words and started to beat him up. This is totally different from the cowardly and fearful Chinese people he had in mind. Wang Xiaozong blinked his eyes. I've heard that you, Brother Yi, are a master. You're really awesome. This kick must have taken 20 years of practice, right? Teach me afterwards? When I meet this kind of boneless dog thing in the future, I'll kick him 1,000 times. Okay. Yi Yang smiled and shrugged. He never indulged idiots. Idiots like this from the heart are simply hopeless. It's meaningless to waste saliva with such people. If you meet such an idiot, if you can beat him up on the spot to vent your unhappiness. If you can't beat him up, just ignore him completely. There is no point in any communication. This kind of pure idiot is not worthy of normal communication with people. It's too embarrassing. It's just like seeing a mad dog. If you can beat it, kick it a few times to make it subdue, otherwise just take a detour. It was obviously the first time for several foreigners to encounter such a thing. They were so scared that they dared not move on the spot and started to speak softly. Sir, we can discuss it. No, don't use force. Yes, yes. Oh? You are so scared that you can speak Chinese so fluently? Wang Xiaozong mocked from the side. It is true that crisis makes people progress. Ahem. Several foreigners scratched their heads in embarrassment. Foreigners value personal heroism and have admiration for the strong. If you can kick people away and conquer them with strength, they will naturally be in awe of you and dare not despise you. There was an old saying in China. Villains fear power, but not virtue. That is to say, there are some people in this world. No matter how well you reason with them, it is useless. As long as you beat them up with a punch, they will immediately regard you as the truth. If you are upright and modest to him, they will regard it as a sign of cowardice. The reason why Bruce Lee was so famous in foreign countries was that he relied on his fists to beat all the foreigners who opened martial arts schools one by one. Finally, he gained everyone's respect. Obviously, Yi Yang's kick frightened them and made them respect him, so they naturally became polite. Heh, this foreigner is really weird. Yi Yang shrugged. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be angry about the person who kicked them away? Okay, I'm not bullying you, I just don't like him. Yi Yang glanced at the tour guide who had been rescued and said lightly, since you all want this fish, then follow the rules. Auction it on the spot. Whoever bids the highest will win. Rules are made by the strong. This is the truth from ancient times. We respect your choice. Several foreigners said repeatedly. This is their worldview and outlook on life. The tour guide looked at this scene in disbelief. These foreigners were all very arrogant. They thought they were of noble descent in France. They were usually very arrogant, but they were scared like this by a kick. This directly broke his impression of the noble, beautiful, and tall foreigners. It turned out that they were such people. Some things that look tall and noble are just because they have not been thoroughly understood. Once you understand it thoroughly, you will find that it is just the difference in appearance caused by two thinking habits. There is no such thing as innate nobility, and there is no such thing as fairy tale beauty. We all live in the same world. You can be envious, but there is no need to worship blindly. How much does this fish originally sell for? Yi Yang asked, casually. The beautiful waitress originally thought that the matter was going to get out of hand, and was still worried about how to deal with it step by step. Unexpectedly, this handsome guy solved all the problems with one kick. This is too handsome. First update. She found that she seemed to have fallen in love with this little brother. But she also knew that the gap between them was too big, and she was not worthy of this handsome guy at all. Therefore, I picked up my job with peace of mind and introduced diligently. Bluefin tuna is called the Rolls-Royce of seafood. Its meat is extremely tender. Because it is tender, it is very suitable for making sashimi, so it also has the reputation of the king of sashimi. Bluefin tuna is one of the most popular food fish in the world. However, because of its scarcity, the price is extremely high. The last super-large bluefin tuna sold at public auction weighed 222 kilograms and sold for 1,480,000 of Chinese coins. We were lucky enough to get this bluefin tuna after searching for a long time. The whole weight is 100 kilograms. The price obtained at the auction at that time was 6 million. And the selling price in the store was 888,000 Chinese coins. It is also the most expensive and top-notch ingredient in the entire top ingredient area today. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he had really good taste. He actually directly selected the top ingredients in the entire top ingredient section. Brother Yi Yang, we must not be able to finish eating such a big guy, right? Lin Shuer was stunned. It actually weighed 100 kilograms. It's too big. However, the biggest selling point of bluefin tuna is the belly. Only this part of the meat is extremely tender, and it is also the best choice for sashimi. The pink fish belly is known as the supreme existence in the fish world, and gourmets call it the most delicious. The fish belly is plump and has a uniform and delicate texture. Because it is rich in oil, it melts in your mouth and has a bursting taste. Many wealthy people buy whole tuna, give it to the chef, and only eat the belly piece. If you only make belly sashimi out of 100 kilograms of tuna, you won't actually get much meat out of it. Wang Xiaozong knows a lot about this aspect. I went to England to eat last time, but that time it was the Earl of England who personally paid for my father to invest in a project there, so that I could benefit from it. If I had to pay for it myself, I'm afraid it would be. It's so distressing. Yi Yang nodded slightly, knowing that what Wang Xiaozong said was true. After all, bluefin tuna weighs at least 70 to 80 kilograms. If you want to auction it, it will cost 5 to 7 million, plus the processing fees of professional masters, seasonings, famous wines, and wine expenses. A meal would cost at least 18 million. The startup capital Wang Xilin gave him was only 500 million, but he spent 18 million on one meal? Even for him, the top rich second generation in China, it seems too extravagant. Only Wang Xilin, a top generation super boss, is willing to spend huge sums of money to taste this top delicacy in the world. Shall you bid? When I bid, you will have no chance to speak again. Yi Yang said calmly. This is too loud. These foreign adults are so high status, and you don't have a chance to bid as soon as you leave the house? You are too bragging. I'll see how you get slapped in the face later. The half-dead Chinese tour guide on the side is still angry in his heart. His servility is rooted in his bones and cannot be changed even after death. Unexpectedly, the foreigners themselves were convinced of this, and their expressions became solemn. We even started to get together and have a small meeting. Although they have great wealth and a lot of money, this is just a meal. If they really spend too much, it will be unacceptable to them. For businessmen, the root of everything is profit after all, including eating. Once the benefits of eating delicious food in their hearts are greater Then the valuation they accept in their hearts, they will give up directly. When big businessmen discuss business, there is no concept of face at all. Even if you talk about face, it is just a way to increase your bargaining chip, and you don't care at all in your heart. One of the foreigners came forward and said solemnly, "Our final bid is 965 Huasha coins." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. "That's it? Are you not considering raising the price?" Several foreigners shook their heads. "There are still odd bits and pieces, so let's do it." "I won't spend too much. 15 million, this fish belongs to me." Yi Yang waved his hand casually. 15 million. Oh, my God. Several foreigners shook their heads in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. The highest price they had originally set was 10 million, but this young man asked for 15 million as soon as he asked. They really can't accept it. Mr. Yi is indeed unparalleled in his courage, and we are convinced. Now it seems that whether it is personal force, financial resources, or courage, they have completely lost. Foreigners don't have any face to say, "If you can convince me, I will recognize you as the boss," let alone the boss. You can be the father anyway, after all, you are better than me. At this time everyone was obedient to Yi Yang, imitating the Chinese way of bowing and clasping their fists, and saluted. Yi Yang nodded slightly, but didn't care too much. He spends money to make money. If he wasn't worried about scaring them, he would have quoted tens of millions more. The tour guide on the side was stunned. As soon as Yi Yang opened his mouth, those foreign adults had no chance to speak. Why is this happening? At this moment, the tall and beautiful image of the foreigner in his heart was broken again and again, until several foreigners followed the Chinese etiquette and bowed to Yi Yang. The last glimmer of hope in his heart was crushed invisibly. Shattering a person's faith is more terrifying and uncomfortable than killing him. At this moment, he was completely desperate and felt that his life had lost its meaning. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. His eyes turned black and he finally couldn't stand it anymore and fainted. What happened? Wasn't he fine just now? It wasn't as serious as choking on water? It just looks like Mr. Handsome broke more than a dozen ribs. How can this scum be so weak? The beautiful waitress muttered and shook her head. After seeing the other party fainted, she called 120 and asked someone to rescue him. If someone really died, it would not end well. In this way, the main ingredients of a simple top-grade seafood feast worth nearly 20 million were purchased. Yi Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Okay, open the best private room for us." Okay. The beautiful waitress said repeatedly. "Let's just wait for the dishes to be served." Yi Yang looked at Wang Xiaocong's not-so-good face and laughed. "Don't worry, I'll treat you this meal, no need to split the bill." Wang Xiaocong's face was relieved. A little. It was the first time he went out to eat with his peers and was afraid of splitting the bill. After all, the ingredients Yi Yang ordered were too expensive. Happy Lantern Festival everyone! Have you eaten glutinous rice balls? Hee, I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. Finally, Douyin, Yi Jiuyang. Those who understand will understand. Yi Yang also smiled and shook his head. Wang Xiaocong, after all, is a top second-generation rich man, but he is unwilling to pay for a meal. He is a bit stingy. Let's go. Please follow me. The beautiful waitress could no longer suppress her inner joy. What happened today is really too dreamy. This casually received handsome customer actually ordered 10 million ingredients in the top ingredient area. The commission alone can make her rich. If she goes back to her hometown, the commission today is enough for her to pay a down payment for the house. This feeling is really great. It can be said that Yi Yang is simply her lucky star. Therefore, she is also extremely enthusiastic about Yi Yang and his party. Such a rich and handsome little brother is simply loved by everyone. And flowers bloom when they see him, and cars burst tires when they see him. This is the top private room of Royal Fresh. Today, it belongs to you. Originally, the top royal private room of Royal Fresh would cost more than 30,000 yuan for a meal. But because the ingredients Yi Yang ordered were too expensive, Royal Fresh directly waived the small amount of more than 30,000 yuan. If you are not willing to give up this small profit, how can you do business as a big boss? The environment here is not bad. Yi Yang looked at it casually and nodded slightly. The only box I have seen that is better than this one is the Black Dragon Pavilion. The Black Dragon Pavilion is the signature of Han Pavilion and the gimmick that made it so popular. Therefore, Tang Rugua spent a lot of money and spent nearly 100 million to build it. Then only the Black Dragon Gold Card VIP can enter and enjoy it. It is because of the gimmick that Han Pavilion has become the first Chinese restaurant in the Magic City. And this royal box, after entering, has a breath of the ocean. It is like being in the ocean, maintaining the tranquility and comfort of the ocean, but it just happens not to have the darkness and depression of the deep ocean. Just this perfect environment treatment is better than the box technology of 90% of the top restaurants. Dining here is indeed an extreme enjoyment. At Yi Yang's level, the cost is no longer something he wants to consider. He just wants to pursue a better and more excellent experience. This place obviously makes him very satisfied and is in line with his philosophy. Really good. Several people talked and laughed. Soon, the dishes were served. The crystal crab meat shaved from the Australian king crab was divided into 3 parts, which were made into the most authentic crab meat lemon juice dipping dish, the carefully prepared crab meat sauce, and the most distinctive crab meat barbecue. The other side dishes are also dazzling and amazing. The last bluefin tuna was also processed and made into sashimi on the spot by the most senior chef of Royal Fresh, with several 5-star chef assistants. These people are at the forefront of China and even the world in terms of seafood cooking. It can be said that their processing of ingredients is an enjoyment and art in itself. I thought crab meat could never be made into barbecue, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. Yumomo hummed with satisfaction. It's so delicious. Yi Yang was already eating very fragrant, and after hearing Yumomo's humming, he felt his saliva flow more. It's really delicious. Wang Xiaocong also ate with relish. Jing Mo on the side was very reserved. After all, her family's property added up. Even if she sold the house, it would only be 1 million yuan. This casual bite would be tens of thousands of yuan. Can she really eat this kind of superfood feast? That is more valuable than gold? Don't be reserved, you don't have to treat me. Yi Yang saw that Jing Mo was a little embarrassed, and advised with a smile. Okay. Thank you, Shenhao. Jing Mo stood up and saluted repeatedly, and then dared to move his chopsticks. Once he took a bite, he was stunned. Oh my God! Is there meat in the world that can be so delicious? In comparison, what did I eat before? She was shocked. So, this is the world of the rich. This wonderful food, this upper-class life. It was beyond imagination. Gurgle. Yi Yang was used to it and didn't feel anything, but it's really delicious. He took a sip of Latour red wine, squeezed out the original Hainan premium lemon juice, and poured it on the crystal clear original crab meat. Feeling the freshness and tenderness after entering the mouth, mixed with the taste of red wine that has not yet dissipated and the sourness of lemon juice, this bite is simply a great enjoyment. Yi Yang kept nodding. After eating a few bites, he looked at the scene of processing bluefin tuna in front. Several chefs have extremely deep knife skills. Each piece of fish belly can be cut to the most perfect color. The crystal clear and translucent fish belly sashimi slices like gems make people just look at it, and their mouths can't help but secrete happy saliva. The assistant beside him was concentrating on mixing the top-secret sashimi sauce that he had learned in Japan at a high price. After processing, the wonderful fish belly sashimi and the secret sauce were also served. There are 7 kinds of sauces in total, and each one can be paired with sashimi to produce a completely different and wonderful taste. After all 7 bites, you will get the 8th most perfect and wonderful taste. Paired with the top quality bluefin tuna belly, this secret sauce can also bring out the top quality auxiliary taste. Several chefs obviously had a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The most perfect ingredients, the most perfect condiments, this is what they dream of as chefs, a perfect meal. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and ate 8 slices of delicious fish belly according to the other party's instructions. Wow! Even he, a gourmet who has tasted all kinds of gourmet feasts, was surprised. Good job. You deserve a reward. It is our honor if customers eat comfortably. Several top seafood chefs all showed a gratified smile. Be my private chef, and I will give you 10 times the salary before. Yi Yang put down his chopsticks and grinned at several chefs. Ah! Several chefs were stunned. Is this a rich man? But our price is very high. Are you sure? Several chefs were a little tempted. After all, 10 times the salary, there were big bosses who wanted to hire them as private chefs before, but they all had principles and were unwilling to leave the royal fresh where they could get access to top ingredients and make the most beautiful meals. After all, they were not particularly short of money, and being able to make a perfect meal was their dream. But what if the price becomes 10 times higher? Then the situation will be different. After all, he gave too much. How much did you earn before? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled. The head chef scratched his forehead and said, including commissions and special services, I earned 1.3 million Chinese yuan last year. My 2 assistants earned less, but at least each of them earned 700,000 Chinese yuan. First update. Huh? 10 times the price in a year is only the cost of this meal? It's not much, right? Yi Yang spread his hands. The chefs finally realized that the man was a super willful rich man who spent 15 million to buy the bluefin tuna at the auction just to eat it. Even if the chef earns more than 10 million a year, plus a few assistants, it's only more than 20 million a year. It's indeed the cost of a meal. Ahem, chef, what do you say? The beautiful assistants were obviously crazy about it. The chef's proud chest rose and fell, and he was obviously uneasy about this super high price that could not be refused. Yi Yang looked at the few people with a smile, not in a hurry, and tasted the food in front of him casually, if you are worried about the top ingredients, I will give you 100 million yuan every month for purchasing fresh ingredients for me, and ensure that you can make the best ingredients every meal. The head chef and several assistants all showed bright light in their eyes, and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This treatment is simply too awesome, right? Even foreign royal chefs don't have this treatment. Finally, Yi Yang looked at the head chef's eyes sincerely. Becoming my private chef means being a member of our big family. When we eat, we naturally eat together. You made the most perfect meal in the world. Don't you want to taste it yourself? This point directly hit the hearts of several chefs. These top ingredients are higher than their salary for several years. Although they are qualified to handle and make these top delicacies, they are rarely qualified to taste them. What else can I say? Several beautiful assistants couldn't help but want to make decisions for the head chef, and their eyes were almost wet with anxiety. The head chef took a deep breath. I agree. That's right. Yi Yang nodded with a smile and snapped his fingers. Add 4 more seats. The beautiful waitress Orange Juice, who had been in charge of Yi Yang's group, blinked. Huh? Why 4 seats? There are only 3 chefs. You can eat together, you helped a lot today, Yi Yang said with a smile. The amount of bluefin tuna meat exceeded his expectations. It is estimated that they can't finish it. More people eat, and maximize the value of this perfect ingredient. This, is it really okay? Orange Juice was almost stunned by the surprise that suddenly hit her. The boss asked you to take it, so take it. Yumomo smiled and waved. My boss doesn't need this little bit, it's more lively with more people. Oh. Good. Orange Juice ran out to help arrange chairs. Today is her super lucky day. 4 little beauties sat at the table, making the atmosphere more lively. My name is Zhou Ziqian. I've met the new boss. The head chef sat down, her chest undulating, which made Yi Yang's appetite increase. My name is Zhou Jinan, and I'm the second sister of Sister Cici. I'm the third sister of Sister Cici, Zhou Jibei. Yi Yang asked with a smile, do you have a brother or sister named Zhou Jidong? Ah. How did you know? The 3 girls blinked at Yi Yang and asked in surprise. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. There is really affection, it's hard not to know, right? The table immediately led to a laugh. Well, it's the first time to eat the most advanced food cooked by myself. It's so great. My cooking skills are so great. Wow. Zhou Ziqian squinted her eyes in ecstasy. Sister Cici's narcissism is back. The new boss is still here. The 2 sisters covered their faces and didn't want to recognize their sister. Haha. Yi Yang smiled as he looked at the 3 sisters. Besides being beautiful chefs, they were also 3 funny people. The 20 million yuan was worth it. After a good meal, the group even held a small KTV concert on the spot and had a lot of fun. However, the carnival ended very late. Now it was almost 12 o'clock after dinner. Boss, we are all drunk. We depend on you to go home. I depend on you tonight. The 3 chef sisters were obviously not good at drinking. After a glass of dry red wine, they all became limp. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly. Everyone present was drunk, so he could only call for a designated driver. When he thought of this, he realized that he seemed to Have not bought a place to live in Hainan, which was embarrassing. Although a phone call could let Zhejiang arrange the best accommodation for him in Hainan. But when he came to a place, he always felt a little uncomfortable. If he didn't buy a villa or a mansion here, how could he prove that he had been there if he didn't leave his own big villa in the place he had been to? You're right, right? Oh. Brother. Yi, don't go anywhere tonight. Just go to my private villa, hee hee, I'm telling you. The big villa I bought in Hainan is really cool. Just as he was worrying, Wang Xiaozong started to brag drunkenly. Huh? How cool. Is it? Yi Yang couldn't help but get curious and asked with a raised eyebrow. That guy. Let me tell brother. Yi, those are the legs that fill the room, no, the breasts that fill the swimming pool, that's not right either, oh my, anyway, they are very beautiful. Very exciting. Wang Xiaozong waved his hand and said confidently. Did you buy a villa in Hainan or a fleet of internet celebrity cars? Yi Yang shook his head, dumbfounded, but since Wang Xiaozong invited him so kindly, he had nothing good to go for the time being anyway. So he nodded and agreed. The price of a luxury car comes quickly. Damn it. I'm so damn weak when driving a Daikaniza 11. When several chauffeurs saw the king of luxury cars at the scene, they were so frightened that their legs went weak without drinking. This car costs more than 100 million. If it gets bumped, the tens of millions of dollars in repair costs is no joke. Yi Yang shook his head. It was really troublesome to buy a luxury car. Every time he hired a driver, he had to tell them that if he got into a car, he wouldn't have to pay for repairs. This must be the problem for rich people. After calling several other luxury cars, Didi took the group to Wang Xiaozong's private villa in Hainan. As soon as he entered the villa, several internet celebrity-faced maids came to greet him. Good guy, Wang Xiaozong really didn't coax me. As soon as Yi Yang entered the manor, he saw a lot of good guys. There were no men at all in the manor, they were all girls, and they were all internet celebrities with long legs and faces, and some of them had bad looks. It is simply a paradise on earth, not inferior to the heaven and earth back then. You really know how to play. He gave Wang Xiaozong a thumbs up. Hee hee, just be so careless. Brother Yi, you are laughing at me. Wang Xiaozong waved his hands. Second update. This area is the best luxury property park in Hainan. Only those with assets exceeding 30 billion can purchase it. Wang Xiaozong laughed and was quite proud. Actually, based on my own assets, I am not even qualified to buy the house here. Therefore, my father helped me subscribe for the house here. Oh, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This rich second generation is different. What's the name of this park? Yi Yang asked. The name here sounds quite vulgar. It's called Dragon King Palace. This kind of specially approved community cannot be found through normal channels on the internet. After all, it is not prepared for ordinary people. Wang Xiaozong waved his hand. You also know that the rich people of the older generation have very vulgar names, haha. Well, Yi Yang quite agrees with this point. I have to say that this kind of villa area that cannot be found online is really high-end and classy. The garden settings and the 24-hour fully automatic cleaning robot inside make you think you have stepped into a science fiction movie. Adding these wonderful girls and big white legs is just the finishing touch. The entire park was suddenly filled with a wonderful atmosphere. This is great. Jingma, who had just entered the garden, sighed with emotion. Before today, she couldn't believe that there was such a kind of residence in the world that exhausted people's imagination. Brother Tsong, how much is your house worth? Although she knew that the numbers she was about to hear would probably make her doubt her life, Jingma still decided to ask to make herself give up. Haha, if it were me, I really couldn't afford it. Let me tell you, my father spent 1.8 billion to buy this for me. Wang Xiaozong laughed. 1,800 million, just to buy a place to live, oh my god. Jingma felt that his worldview had collapsed. She felt that the surprises she received today were as much as those in the previous 20 years combined. Another tens of millions to eat a meal, and another 2 billion to buy a house or something. For an ordinary person, it is really too shocking. It's nothing to me. I'm telling you, Brother Yi, there is a Prince Gong's mansion, which was where the ancient princes lived. Wang Xiaozong laughed and said, my little villa is nothing compared to his Prince Gong's mansion. What? The palace? How much is that worth? Jingma felt that his worldview was destined to be shattered into pieces today. How much is it worth? I'm not going to brag about it. If I buy it all, it's probably between 2,000 and 100 million. Wang Xiaozong did a casual calculation and said, more than 200 billion. My biological mother. Jingma felt like he was almost scared to death. Haha. Wang Xiaozong seemed to be very satisfied with Jingma's surprised look. One of his interests in discovering ordinary internet celebrities was that these internet celebrities generally had never seen much of the world. Just taking them to see their ordinary life is enough to make them so surprised that they can't close their legs, and they are also very sincere to themselves. This feeling of being able to capture all of her at just a small price made him feel very comfortable. Hey? Brother Yi, who are you calling? Wang Xiaozong asked in confusion. Okay, that's it. After Yi Yang hung up the phone, he smiled at Wang Xiaozong and said, oh, it's nothing. I called Zijia to buy me a set of luwang from Neptune Palace. Wang Xiaozong was confused. Have you finished buying it? Yeah, I'm done buying it. Yi Yang smiled slightly. No, I was just bragging, and you bought the whole building king directly. Now it was Wang Xiaozong's turn to doubt his life. If I remember correctly, the building king of the Dragon Kings palace costs 2.5 billion, right? It comes with a private lake, it's like a private castle. Wang Xiaozong didn't dare to enter the channel, and the requirements for purchasing qualifications there are even higher. At the beginning, several of China's richest men competed for all the qualifications for building kings, but they all failed in the end. Oh, I told their person in charge to add another billion, and they sold the house to me directly, and immediately organized a top-notch welcome team to pick me up. Yi Yang smiled slightly. Wang Xiaozong suddenly realized it and gave Yi Yang a thumbs up in a dumbfounded manner, as expected of me, Brother Yi. Yi Yang shrugged. As long as it is a product, there is nothing difficult to buy. The difference is at most how much it costs and how much extra it costs. As for why the big guys can't buy it, some of them are just because the price of the product itself has been increased to the point where they feel it's not worth it, and it doesn't fit in with their business logic. Soon the professional team arrived outside Wang Xiaozong's mansion, waiting for Yi Yang. I'm going to check out my new house first, and I'll come back here tomorrow morning to see you happy. Yi Yang waved his hand casually and left with the three sisters, Yumomo, Lin Shuer and the chef. The entrance to Wang Xiaozong's villa. The professional team of the villa estate lined up neatly. It was more grand than when I first settled in Yending Mountain. On the left is a dazzling array of long legs and white stockings, and on the right is a stunning array of long legs and black stockings. The beauties in maid costumes on both sides stood up and bowed. Congratulations to the owner of the building king for moving in. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. If both of them were men in suits, they would be almost exactly the same as the video on the internet welcoming the return of the Dragon King. All that was missing was Wang Xiaozong coming out of the villa to greet the Dragon King, and then he smiled crookedly. After wandering around the villa complex with the professional team for a long time, he finally saw the building king of the Dragon King Palace, the Dragon King Hall. Next to the Dragon King Hall was a lakeside. The entire Dragon King Hall was built next to the lakeside. It was indeed like a small castle, as Wang Xiaozong said. The entire Dragon King Hall had 3 floors and looked very grand. This castle door has an absolute confidentiality procedure. It can only be opened with the consent of the castle owner. It can be said that this place combines the world's top confidentiality and privacy protection methods, and can provide you with the world's safest living environment. Please feel free to live here. Yi Yang was surprised. It can be said that this is the most security and privacy conscious of all the houses he has bought. Yes. There is a nuclear bunker at the innermost part of the castle, which can avoid the attack of armor-piercing shells. Important residential areas are equipped with infrared scanning and video surveillance, which can monitor any movement within a 3-kilometer radius around the villa at any time. The team leader introduced repeatedly, and his eyes kept looking at Yi Yang curiously. Yumomo looked at the team leader's eyes, and couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met Yi Yang, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The more Yi Yang listened, the more black lines on his face he had. To be honest, this villa is as good as a war fortress, but it is not armed. This kind of castle, what kind of imaginary guests did the builders build it for in the first place? First update, QIVN, 1054/117/329. On the 3rd floor of the Dragon King Palace, there is the main living room. Yi Yang randomly picked up a ruby apple and took a bite. After placing a few girls, it was already very late when I looked at the time. It's time to see what effect this gene potion has. He is still very interested in future black technology. After getting this potion, he has been thinking about using it, but he has never had a chance. Now it is finally time for no one to use it. In the dead of night, I secretly drink a small potion, which is stimulating just thinking about it. Gulu. Yi Yang raised his head and drank the genetic potion. In the test tube, a strong stimulating taste directly filled his mouth. Immediately, it exploded all over his body. Oh. This effect is really immediate. Yi Yang soon felt a slight change in his body. Rumble. The body that had been transformed by the internal force of the martial arts had once again undergone many changes that he could not understand yet. His original height of 1.8 meters was once again raised, and his body shape was reshaped, becoming extremely perfect. The muscle lines are extremely well proportioned, with the kind of muscular look that makes you look thin when you are wearing clothes, but you are muscular when you are undressed. He felt that his strength seemed to become stronger. Energy has also become more abundant. If after the transformation of the martial arts, he felt like he could fight for 7 days and 7 nights without being defeated, then now, he felt that he had inexhaustible energy, even if it lasted for a month, it didn't matter. Ding. The host uses gene potions to strengthen his body, and it is now equivalent to the level of an advanced genetic warrior. Just a high-level genetic warrior? Yi Yang originally thought there would be beginner, intermediate, or something like that. The gene potion is modified based on the host's original physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness before, the higher the improvement it can withstand. The host was proficient in Chinese martial arts before, and his physical fitness was already extraordinary, so after the transformation, he directly reached the level of a senior warrior. Level. I don't have any idea about this. Maybe give me an idea that I can understand. Yi Yang rubbed his chin and asked. The advanced genetic warrior is roughly equivalent to the physical fitness of Captain America in the Marvel movies on Earth. Of course, the host's current fighting skills are stronger than him. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling that he would become Captain America? Invulnerable to bullets? Can you jump 10 meters high when you charge up? This is beyond the scope of ordinary people. Moreover, his combat skills are rated higher than those of his opponent. Doesn't it mean that if he has more shields, he will be a real superhero? It is indeed a black technology from advanced civilization, it is awesome. He secretly praised himself and walked to the window, suddenly eager to test his current physical fitness. This place is about 15 meters above the ground. Will you fall to death if you jump directly from here? Yi Yang hesitated for a long time and, after confirming with the system several times, he started testing from the window on the first floor. After feeling no pain on the second floor, which was 10 meters high, he felt relieved and jumped directly from the window on the third floor. And down. Boom. Before landing, Yi Yang also used Chuanwu's force-relieving technique to ensure accuracy. Stepping his legs outward, most of the impact of landing was fed back to the ground. The ground immediately cracked. Yi Yang himself only felt a slight numbness in his feet. The numbness was not even as good as when he was an ordinary person and stamped his feet hard on the ground. This is too outrageous. Yi Yang was prepared to be thrown to the point of grimacing, but this was the result. Is this really a superhero? In the rest area on the second floor, in the room assigned to the three chef sisters, Zhou Jinan was stunned at the door after returning to his room after getting up at night. What's wrong, Nan Nan? Zhou Ziqian yawned and asked. Did you just see a black shadow outside the window? It flashed past in a flash. Zhou Jinan asked again. And again. What a dark shadow. Are you dreaming? Ah, I'm so sleepy. Go to bed and let my sister hug you, hee hee. Zhou Ziqian said with an evil smile. What, I want to hold my third sister to sleep. Elder sister, go aside. Zhou Zhibei on the side kept saying. While Zhou Jinan was struggling, a black shadow quickly passed by the window. Look, look. The two sisters quickly turned to look at the window, but saw nothing. Third sister is really scared because of her nightmare. Come and give her a hug. Both sisters smiled evilly. No. No, no, no. There was just a black shadow falling down, and then jumping up again. Zhou Jinan said unconvinced. Oh. Stop talking nonsense. The two sisters walked out of the bed, threw the third sister on the bed, and then jumped on her with a bad smile. On the large open-air balcony on the third floor, Yi Yang looked at The broken marble balcony floor under his feet. He just tried his jumping ability again. This ability is convenient, but it is a bit expensive. It suddenly collapsed for more than 10 meters, and there was no one left. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. It seemed that the transformation ability of this genetic potion was indeed terrifying. After testing the gene potion, he started researching the second item for today's reward. This is a lottery ticket. The whole body is golden in color. How to use the lottery ticket? Yi Yang asked repeatedly. You only need to open it with your mind. The instructions for use are explained in detail below. Perhaps because Yi Yang just spent 500,000 face value in the system mall, the system has recently forgotten the principle of silence is golden, and is very enthusiastic in answering questions. 80% of the system is thinking about how to persuade me to apply for VIP. Don't be fooled and keep him hanging. Well, let's do it. Yi Yang made up his mind and then ignored the enthusiastic system. Lottery. Yi Yang immersed his will into the lottery ticket. A flash of light passed and the lottery ticket disappeared in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending a lottery ticket and obtaining the identity of the president of the International Top Luxury Car Association. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The president of the International Top Luxury Car Association? Just such a position is worth hundreds of billions? It's too watery. He opened his mobile phone and searched it. I couldn't help but look up. This association is equivalent to a large car club for world-famous cars. With this identity, there are no restrictions or rules to buy any luxury car in the world. For example, many rules of Ferrari or Rolls-Royce that limit a single person to buy only one car are not applicable to such an identity. If this model is limited to 6 cars worldwide, as long as Yi Yang wants to buy and has enough money, he can monopolize these 6 cars in his hands. There are many other benefits. It is the dream identity of countless rich people who dream of luxury cars day and night. Second update. In this case, such a reward is worth the money. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. This kind of world-class status is extremely rare. You can draw lottery tickets worth hundreds of billions, which is already considered a profit. Yi Yang was still very satisfied with the result of the lottery. Nowadays, only black technology companies are left without inspection. Yi Yang dug up relevant information about black technology companies in the system's storage space. Just as he was about to call the other party, he received a call from the black technology company. After understanding, Yishinhei Technology Company is located in a deep mountain. The company operates fully intelligent AI and robots, realizing a worker-free factory. The only biological managers are biochemical humans who are absolutely 100% loyal to their master. It can be said that it is indeed a very black technology. However, the company's relevant procedures and documents are all complete, so there won't be any problems. It was opened deep in the mountains to make it easier to collect relevant raw materials. Because they are both robots and biochemicals, he does not need to pay a salary. He pays the company's electricity bills regularly every month. And there are no other problems at all. It can be said to save worry and effort. However, now, there is still one biggest problem. That is, although the company has it, the relevant production lines do not yet. Damn. Relationships are a shell company. Yi Yang had a dark look on his face. The company has a dedicated R&D team, and by investing in the R&D team, it is possible to develop its own production line. Watson, the person in charge of the biochemical people over there, kept saying. Invest funds? Yi Yang had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, it was a high-end gadget created by the system. Once it involves investing money, it might not be a small amount. Self-research technology, climbing the technology tree according to the world's current technological level, requires an investment of 10 billion per month in the initial stage, and the research direction is random. With an investment of 100 billion per month, you can choose the direction for research. Watson continued to introduce. Yi Yang was confused. Does your R&D department have nothing to do every day, sitting there and burning money? Master, the R&D department is full of top-notch scientific research biochemical people. Climbing the company's technology tree is the most fundamental core of every successful company's success. Yi Yang sighed. This is still the initial stage. It is only 10 billion a month and 120 billion a year, which is really scary. If after decades of research nothing comes out, he will become a pauper again. He suddenly understood the psychology of some rich people. The second generation of rich people can eat, drink, whore, gamble, and do anything except starting a business. Starting a business can be said to be the most money-hungry hobby. However, since he had spent most of his face value to buy a black technology company, he couldn't just leave it unused, so Yi Yang had no choice but to agree to invest money in random self-research and development. He still doesn't know the efficiency of the R&D department. If he invests 100 billion a month in targeted R&D, if there is no results in a year, then the cash in his hand will be drained. Click, click, click. Just when he was thinking about the problems of black technology companies, there was a knock on the door. Come in. He waved, and the door opened by a gesture and voice control. After the door opened, the first thing that came in was a black stick. He raised his eyebrows. Where did this song come from? It turned out to be Lin Shuer. After she entered, she directly erected the black steel pipe in the center of the hall. Ah, this is it? Yi Yang looked at Lin Shuer with some confusion. Shuer is here to fulfill the promise of the carnival. Lin Shuer leaned against the black steel pipe and smiled shyly at Yi Yang. Yi Yang frowned and thought for a while. Oops. Brother Yi Yang is so bad, I have to explain. Lin Shuer stamped her foot. Didn't I tell you when that one or sister was pole dancing that I would do it for you alone? Yi Yang suddenly realized that there was indeed such a thing. He made a joke at the time, but he didn't expect Lin Shuer to take it seriously. Can you do this? You have to be a professional to do this. Right? Yi Yang asked with raised eyebrows. Don't underestimate people. Bad brother. Lin Shuer smiled, walked to the side and turned on the soundtrack. As the Dragon King master bedroom in the Dragon King Palace, it is naturally extremely luxurious. It comes with fully immersive top-level audio equipment, and the atmosphere is immediately in place. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. Lin Shuer looks innocent, but when she dances this dance of pure desire, she is also extremely on point. And very sultry. When the innocent beauty becomes sultry, the contrast becomes even more touching. Dark lights, immersive soundtrack, passionate dance. It didn't take long for Lin Shuer to get excited about dancing. She threw off her clothes while dancing. The perfect body was displayed in front of Yi Yang, bit by bit. Well, Yi Yang felt a little eager in his heart. He couldn't help but walked up and danced a pas de deux with Lin Shuer. Dance is a kind of soul interaction, but the highest state is the dance of body and soul. Pole dancing is extremely hot and refreshing. Lin Shuer has obviously studied dance and overpasses, and she knows every word at her fingertips. The morning light shone into the master bedroom of the Dragon King Palace. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer danced all night long. Now she was so tired that she fell asleep and probably wouldn't wake up before noon. After dancing all night, Yi Yang didn't feel tired at all. The body transformation of the Jin potion seems to be very powerful. Now he even feels energetic and full of energy. After stretching his body and practicing a set of Away 36 styles in the courtyard, the three beautiful chef sisters and Yumomo also woke up and ate a simple and delicious meal of bluefin tuna meat dumplings with king crab meat porridge. It was 7 or 8 in the morning. The ingredients from yesterday were not completely eaten up, and the remaining ingredients were naturally placed in the Dragon King hall, waiting to be cooked. So comfortable. Several beauties were facing the morning sun, showing their perfect S-shaped curves, which made Yi Yang feast his eyes. Soon, Wang Xiaocong came. It's worthy of being the Dragon King hall. Even with my father's status, I can't buy it. It's awesome inside. Wang Xiaocong looked all the way and was amazed. Haha, it's okay. Yi Yang waved his hand. Some facilities are refreshing, but compared with Prince Gong's mansion, it's a little smaller. Well, that's right, haha. Wang Xiaocong obviously exercised too much last night, with dark circles under his eyes. After having breakfast at Yi Yang's place, he was obviously in better spirits. By the way, Brother Yi, the Hainan famous car show will be held soon. Do you want to go and see it together? First update. Famous car show? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This is the first time I've heard of it. There is a famous car show in Hainan every year, which is held by the China branch of the International Famous Car Association. It is full of the latest sports cars from various major sports car manufacturers. Each one is a sports car, worth tens of millions. Wang Xiaocong said repeatedly. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I already have a lot of luxury cars, so it doesn't make sense to go or not. Haha, Brother Yi, going to a car show is not to see cars. Wang Xiaocong smiled and winked. Oh, Yi Yang instantly understood what Wang Xiaocong meant, thinking that he really hadn't bought any luxury cars in Hainan, and it was time to buy some. He wanted to go, but it had nothing to do with seeing big white legs. Let's go. He waved his hand. Are you going? We need to study how to cook the remaining top-grade ingredients. The three sisters obviously had no interest in luxury cars. In their eyes, fish meat was much more fragrant than luxury cars. Of course I have to follow the boss, Yumomo said repeatedly, and then looked around. Where is Shuer? She must have danced too hard last night. She hasn't gotten up yet, Yi Yang said confidently. Huh? Dancing? Shuer is also a singing and dancing anchor? I didn't know it before. Yumomo smiled. She is really hidden and unfathomable. Ahem, let's not talk about this. Let's go. Yi Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Koenigsegg 11 carried Yumomo, and Wang Xiaocong drove a Pagani worth more than 30 million. It was a whirlwind of speed. The Hainan Auto Show happened to be held in Sanya. He drove all the way and drove very fast. It didn't take long to reach the exhibition area. The entire exhibition area is very large. After all, it is an exhibition area dedicated to luxury cars. If the brand does not have a supercar model worth tens of millions, it is not qualified to join this auto show. The exhibition area of each car model is very luxurious and has a large space. The decoration of the auto show is also extremely grand, and it is a high-end auto show at a glance. Although the auto show is very high-end, the entry restrictions are very low. As long as you have a balance of more than 10 million, you can get an admission ticket. It can be said that as long as you can prove that you can pay 10 million to buy the lowest end sports car, you can enter. Therefore, there are many ordinary people with assets of only tens of millions who come to the venue to admire these world-class luxury cars that are more expensive than their assets. This auto show is very luxurious. The auto shows held by the world-famous car club in various places every year are very luxurious, but this year's show in China can be said to be the most expensive and luxurious one held by the world-famous car club in the past 10 years. Wang Xiaozong obviously knows a lot of inside information, and he introduced it again and again at this time. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. And while talking, he also parked his Koenigsegg 11. Oh my god, am I not seeing things? That's the Koenigsegg 11. Damn, it really is. Damn, I have 10 million in total, and this car is more than 10 times more expensive than my assets. You already have a supercar king, why do you come here to pick a car? Is it okay for people to collect luxury cars? Is that what rich people are? Ah, it's really ironic. Those who can afford supercars at the supercar venue are all rich people who drive supercars. Poor people like us, who drive a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, are just here to enjoy the sight. Yeah. I have to work hard to make money. The gap between us and the big guys is really too big. Yeah, I also feel my poverty. After all, the rich are a minority. Most of the people present are ordinary people whose net worth barely reaches tens of millions. They looked at Yi Yang's Koenigsegg 11 and burst into exclamations and sighs. Yi Yang is used to this kind of exclamation. Brother Yi, this way. Wang Xiaozong obviously attended the Hainan auto show held by the Huaxia branch of the famous car club for the first time. He took the initiative to act as a tour guide. Damn. Who is that? They actually let Mr. Wang be the tour guide himself. What a grand show. I don't recognize him. He looks very young. That's awesome. You don't know this person? Haven't been online for a few years? Didn't you watch the carnival yesterday? Watch the chicken carnival. He's so busy making money every day. He still has time to watch that stuff? What? Is this person famous recently? More than famous. He's so popular. He spent more than 26 billion in rewards at the carnival yesterday to support his woman. My dear mother, can you imagine how exciting that scene was? I thought, what, isn't it just? Hey? Wait, what the hell? What the hell, this young man is really awesome. Look at you, you're busy as shit every day, but you've only made 18 million now, right? Haha, someone just gave out a red envelope yesterday and made 10 billion. You're working for nothing, and your life is not as good as the red envelopes they gave out. Hee hee, stop talking. I'm going to cry if you keep talking, you're a lemon seller, right? You're right, brother, would you like to buy some lemonade? My store is a chain store, and it tastes great. Get out of here, you idiot. Wang Xiaozong led Yi Yang into the exhibition area. Yi Yang looked casually. The exhibition area is extremely high-end, and on the high-tech booth, in addition to the handsome luxury cars, there are also supermodels, which are dazzling. Speaking of the supermodels next to the luxury cars, they are really beautiful, with two super large headlights and super white car paint. It's so pleasing to the eyes. Wang Xiaozong looked around and drooled at these luxury cars. This car is so white. The headlights are so big. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have so many beauties hidden in your manner, but they are not enough for you? Hey, brother Yi, what you said is that there is no such thing as too many good cars. Wang Xiaozong laughed. That's right. Yi Yang nodded slightly and agreed deeply. In addition to these pleasing car models, the commentators on the scene were all great commentators. This Aston Martin 187 perfectly inherits the advantages of its predecessor, the Aston Martin 177, and has been upgraded and remodeled, with a new generation of carbon fiber shell installed, and the acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour has been optimized from the previous 3.5 seconds to 3 seconds. The previous 177 was priced at 47 million Chinese yuan, and this new version has so many optimizations and improvements, but it maintains the most conscientious price. Now I announce it. The official price of this latest Aston Martin 187 is not 70 million, nor 60 million, but only 58 million. Wow, so cheap. Much cheaper than I expected. Wang Xiaozong muttered, I thought this 187 would sell for at least 60 million. This price is really conscientious. If you put it this way, it's really not expensive. Yi Yang nodded slightly. In fact, for the data of luxury cars, just listen to it. After all, the functions of top luxury cars are so powerful that they are not used at all. In fact, most of the uses of buying them are to drive them out to show off, or to put them in the garage at home, just to admire his handsomeness. After all, the top speed is 4,500 km per hour. Who dares to race like this in China? Even on the newly launched superhighway, the speed is almost reached at 150 km per hour. If you want to race to a speed of 200 to 300 km per hour, you have to go to a parking lot specially prepared for luxury cars. Moreover, there are not many second-generation rich people who have enough skills to drive cars at such high speeds. They will not do this if they fail to react and the car crashes and everyone is killed. Do you want to buy it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked Wang Xiaozong. I don't have much money left in my hand recently, and I have to recycle the funds, so I can't afford it. But if you want to buy it, brother Yi, you must lend it to me and show off. After all, this is the top Aston Martin, the brand's latest model, hee. Wang Xiaozong rubbed his hands repeatedly. You still need to show off? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Oh, showing off is a fundamental need of human beings. It's the fourth level of human needs according to Marlowe's theory. Who doesn't want to show off? It's just that the objects and methods are different. Wang Xiaozong suddenly became philosophical. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Wasn't he just trying to show off, but he actually said so many things and said, okay, I'll lend you a photo later and that'll be it. Gegegi, brother Yi, you are so good. Wang Xiaozong was so moved that he felt that he was serving Yi Yang as a tour guide for nothing. Huh? Wait, Brother Yi, you really want to buy it? I thought about it, and it seems that I really don't have a top-end Aston Martin luxury car in my garage. I just took this opportunity to make up for it. Yi Yang smiled lightly. It turns out that Brother Yi is also a collector. It's a pity that I'm too poor. I can't even afford some of those high-end sports cars that I like. Alas. Wang Xiaozong lamented. Well, if someone hears what you said, they will probably want to beat you to death. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. The son of the richest man in China actually said that he was too poor. Ha. Ha. Wang Xiaozong scratched his head. If you want to borrow a luxury car, why don't you lend me this Koenigsegg? Isn't it more classy? This car is not even 60 million, but the Koenigsegg is hundreds of millions. Yi Yang asked with some confusion. There are only a few Koenigseggs in the world, and it's impossible for me to afford one at this price. Even if I post it on WeChat, people won't believe it, right? Wang Xiaozong smiled bitterly. Ah, that makes sense. Yi Yang nodded slightly, then walked up and prepared to pick up the car. Hey, master? I finally found you. Before he could reach the big, white salesgirl, a familiar voice of surprise came over. Huh? Jiangjing? Why are you here? Yi Yang was a little surprised. Didn't Brother Xiaozong say he was coming to Hainan to watch the carnival a few days ago? I saw you on the carnival live broadcast yesterday. So I asked him about it. Sure enough, he was with you and masturbated all night. There was a look of pride on Mo Xingjing's face. The way you came here is quite unique. Yi Yang teased and rubbed the little girl's head. Humph. Mo Xingjing laughed and said, I knew that, master, you must like luxury cars, so I came here to try my luck, and sure enough I met you. Yes, that's right. I'm indeed here to choose a car, and I'll pick it up soon. Yi Yang said firmly. Mo Xingjing didn't think much about it. She nodded repeatedly, looked around, and asked with some confusion, why don't you see Sister Shou? A few lines of black lines appeared on Yi Yang's face. What's going on today? When he meets an acquaintance, he won't pick up the pot. She was tired from dancing last night and is still resting. Oh? Sister Shou can also dance? That's great. I want to dance with her one day. Mo Xingjing chuckled. Ahem. Yi Yang shook his head and imagined that beautiful scene, and his heart was filled with ripples. By the way, I contacted a best friend who lives here in Hainan. She will be arriving soon. Mo Xingjing looked around. She is very interested in you, master. Yi Yang spread his hands and saw that there were many women interested in him. So I didn't care too much and went directly to the Aston Martin 187 sales counter. 58 million? Yi Yang asked in confirmation. Yes. Sir, you want to test drive first, or? The beautiful commentator's eyes lit up. Although this kind of top luxury car exhibition area has the highest number of people, most of the onlookers are just here to broaden their horizons and do not really want to buy anything. Just now when she said that this car was sold for 58 million, the customers next to her, who were still smiling, were so frightened that they subconsciously took 3 steps back. At that time, she knew that she might not be able to sell the car today. Yi Yang was the first to come up and really ask. No need to look at it, just place an order. Yi Yang smiled. Ah. Are you so decisive? The beauty salesman was immediately confused. This is a 60 million project. Just buy it without blinking or asking any questions. It's just a collection anyway. I don't know how long it will take for me to drive it. No need to ask so many questions. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, confirming. The beautiful saleswoman had never been so shocked in her life, so much so that she suspected that the young man was making fun of her. She had been preparing for the auto show these days, so she naturally didn't watch the carnival live broadcast and didn't know Yi Yang. Okay, sir, if you want to buy this Aston Martin 187, the manufacturer has this rule. You must buy more than 5 cars of the same brand in your name to be eligible, and one of them must be a previous high-end model. Oh? How many cars of the same brand do you have in the exhibition area this time? Yi Yang asked. Only the latest models are exhibited this time, and there are only 3 Aston Martin brand cars in the entire exhibition. The female saleswoman thought for a while and said. Then it's not enough to buy them all. Yi Yang waved his hand. What? So you were planning to buy all the other Aston Martins on the spot? The saleswoman was incredulous. You know, all the cars on the spot were the latest models. Together, the 3 cars were worth nearly 120 million. Well, but now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. Yi Yang smiled. Actually, I am from the Global Car Club. Sir, since you don't have so many Aston Martins under your name, please make way for me, and don't delay my car purchase. Just when Yi Yang wanted to reveal his identity, a discordant voice came over. First update. Yi Yang turned his head and saw a strange young man with a gloomy appearance, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and there was a hint of deliberate indifference. The lips are very thin, and the corners of the mouth are slightly hooked, revealing a smile that is half cool, one half sarcastic, and one half disdainful. But the overall look is not ugly. On the contrary, I have a bit of a domineering CEO falling in love with the CEO temperament in me. But in Yi Yang's eyes, this deliberately displayed expression seemed a bit silly, with a strong sense of deliberate pretentiousness. Although pretentiousness is a fundamental need of human beings, this big brother shows his pretense clearly on his face. That means he is not pretending to be pretentious, but he is a fool himself. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. On the contrary. The man with slit eyes was just about to pose, so he carefully found his tone of voice and pretended to be cool. Yi Yang slapped him in the face. If you have nothing to do, get out of here and don't shake your hair in front of me. What are you doing here, to extract oil? Puff. Yumomo on the side suddenly laughed out loud. This guy was indeed too greasy. I don't know, he thought he drank too much Indian sacred oil. The man with slit eyes did not expect Yi Yang to be so strong. With this slight push, he was pushed back 6 or 7 steps. He lost his balance and fell directly to the ground, causing pain in his butt. You vulgar man. The man with the slit eyes was about to accuse. Mo Jingjing poked her little head over and said, Hey? Isn't this air fat brother? You are actually in Hainan too. The man with slit eyes, who was called Peng, scratched his head. In embarrassment, Jingjing, you said you are not allowed to call me by my nickname anymore. Call me brother you. Okay brother Huang Yu. Mo Jingjing said oh, and then shouted. Do you know each other? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Well, his name is Huang Yu. We went to an aristocratic school in England together. Since we are both from China, we know each other. Mo Jingjing explained. Oh. Yi Yang nodded slightly, as his name suggests. He is simply too greasy. He used to watch romantic idol dramas, and what bothered him the most was the image of a domineering president. Every time he saw that there was no need to add oil when cooking at night, he got tired of it. Haha, are you the new master that Mo Jingjing recognizes? Huang Yu stood up and looked Yi Yang up and down. If Jingjing's best friend hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that Jingjing had fallen in love with you, you little bumpkin. What did you say? Yu Momo frowned and immediately wanted to kick him. Stop talking nonsense. Mo Jingjing blushed. My best friend just said to bring an acquaintance over, and she was talking about you. I should have known better not to tell her my location. This chubby guy has been very confident since he was a child. He pretends to be a domineering CEO every day, which annoys Mo Jingjing to death. The key point is that she was unfortunately attracted by this oil guy, and she was really unlucky. For 8 lifetimes. Fortunately, his father was very discerning and directly rejected his family's proposal of marriage. This can be regarded as one of the few good things that my old-fashioned father did. At this time Mo Dongshan, who was in a meeting in the capital, suddenly sneezed. Oh, my daughter probably misses me. Really, it's only been a day. It seems that I have been quite successful as a father. Haha. Jingjing, don't be angry. Huang Yu stood up and scratched his head. At this time, Mo Jingjing's best friend Tan Mingqian also came over. Oh, Jingjing, it's been so long. I miss you so much. Sister Mingqian, why did you bring him here? How much did you charge him as a favor? Mo Jingjing asked complainingly. I can't help it. Isn't this for the sake of your life's important events? You said that you have never been with a partner in more than 20 years since you were a child. Alas. Tan Mingqian shook her head and sighed. Who said that? He is my partner. Mo Jingjing immediately leaned against Yi Yang and waved her hand impatiently at Huang Yu. We can't do it, give up, Cho, hurry. Hurry up. Is he just such a rough guy? Huang Yu looked at Yi Yang with an unkind look and asked in disbelief. What kind of job are you in, to talk to me like this, brother Yi? Wang Xiaozong had almost sorted out the relationship on the side, and at this time he also went directly to help Yi Yang save face. Who are you? Ah, no, isn't this brother, Xiaozong? Huang Yu was very tough in the first half of his words, but he softened on the spot when he saw that it was Wang Xiaozong. You are here too. Ha ha ha. I didn't see clearly just now, you said this. Wang Xiaozong hummed casually. The Mo family and the Zhuge family are now the right-hand men of Yida, with market values exceeding hundreds of billions. Huang Yu had not been favored by Mo Dongshan before, purely because his family background was too rubbish, and the entire family's total assets were only more than 100 billion. A poor guy still wants to marry Bai Fume? It's like a toad wants to eat swan meat. Of course, Huang Yu himself is a bit too pretentious. Not as good as Zhuge Zhu. Although his personality is not pleasant, at least he knows how to behave in front of his elders. He deceived Mo Dongshan before letting him go on a blind date with Mo Jingjing. This is my brother Yi. Even I have to give you face. You are very brave. I think you are lighting a lantern in the Toilet, looking for shit, death. Wang Xiaozong sneered and said lightly. Ah. Huang Yozhen didn't expect that this young man, who didn't look prominent, had such a background. Even China's top rich second-generation Wang Xiaozong didn't dare to offend him. How could a third-tier rich second-generation like him dare to show off? But he himself loves to show off, and even if he can't use his identity to show off, he still has to make up for it through other things, especially now that Mo Xingxing is still present. If he doesn't show off for a day, he will feel uncomfortable all over. He turned his eyes, and a smile that was half sarcastic, half cold, and one half disdain came out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the beautiful salesperson. The beautiful saleswoman looked at the idiot looking like he was looking for a beating and smiled professionally. She wanted to go up and tear his face apart. It can be said that I am really smiling with a smile on my face. But my heart is full of laughter. Does it take 5 Aston Martins to buy this car? He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking arrogant. Yes, sir, you. The beautiful saleswoman resisted the idea of rushing up and kicking his face, and asked with a smile. I have exactly 5 Aston Martins to my name, give me one. Huang Yu waved his hand with great confidence. He happened to be an Aston fan. He had 4 or 5 Astons worth around 2 million. A few years ago, he asked his father for one worth over 10 million. Aston Lagonda Taraf. Just qualified enough to buy this new 187. Okay, please show me your Aston membership account. The beautiful saleswoman took out her tablet and prepared to inquire. Second update, there are always people who say that Jiangjing Khan is unfair. Some plots are quite long and I just can't finish them in one day. I didn't mean to be cute, confident face. Welcome everyone to search for Jiangjing on Douyin. 54385438 Huang, you reported a series of ID numbers. Password. The beautiful saleswoman handed the tablet to Huang Yu. 74587458. After Huang Yu entered it with great confidence, he logged in. Well, after checking, it was found that there is indeed this account. There are 5 Aston Martins in the name, one of which is a 10.5 million model and is eligible to be purchased. After confirming the sale, the beauty nodded slightly. Then, if you confirm the purchase of the car, please pay 58 million for the car. What? Huang Yu buttoned his ears. How much? 58 million. The beautiful saleswoman thought there was something wrong with Huang Yu's ears, so she added. Ah, this. Huang Yu was completely stunned. Although he knew that the Aston Martin 1 Series was expensive, he never expected that it would be so expensive. Although he is the second rich generation of the Huang family, he actually does not have much money in his hands. He bought the Aston Lagonda Taraf worth 10 million yuan after he begged his father for who knows how many days and talked a lot. 58 million? It is estimated that even if his father is beaten to death, it is impossible to pay him this money. On the contrary, if he really opens his mouth to care about his father asking for so much money, he is afraid that his father will beat him to death. Thinking of this, an awkward yet pretentious smile appeared on his lips, and he froze on the spot, digging his toes into the ground. Damn it, I was just thinking about showing off in front of Xingxing, but I actually forgot to ask the question. How much? If it was more than 20 million, if he made a poisonous oath, my father would probably turn around. 60 million. It would be weird if his dad didn't just smash the phone into pieces and pretend not to recognize him. Sir? Sir? The beautiful saleswoman waved her hand in front of Huang Yua. Huang Yu finally came to his senses and saw that Wang Xiaozong, Yi Yang and the others were looking at him, and his whole body felt bad. Pay. The beautiful saleswoman frowned, obviously realizing that something was wrong. Where was this guy's confidence just now? Why does it feel like your soul has been sucked out? Can I pay in installments? Huang Yu held it in for a long time and finally came out with something that made the whole audience burst into laughter. Let me go, it turns out he has no money at all. Is he really an Aston Martin member to buy a super luxury car of this level on installment? I'm laughing so hard, fuck. Looking at his cocky look, I didn't know how awesome he thought he was, but he turns out to be such a pretender. When Yi Yang just walked up to pay, he had already attracted a lot of people to watch. Huang Yu's arrival only made the commotion even bigger. At this time, many people were watching, wanting to see who would finally buy Aston's latest supercar, and this is the result. Get a loan to buy a super luxury car. Sorry, Aston owners do not accept installment car purchase agreements. After holding it in for a long time and suppressing the urge to curse, the beautiful saleswoman showed a professional smile. Puff. Wang Xiaozong on the side couldn't help it anymore. What I'm saying is that even I can't afford this much money to buy this car. Your family's combined industry has a market value of only 100 billion, and it's a family business. You and the Huang family can't afford it. Just an ordinary rich second generation, but he actually has the courage to buy a car? Huang Yu felt extremely embarrassed at this time, but still pretending to be calm on his face. Isn't it true that money is tight recently? I'm not telling you, I have just done a few big projects recently and have no money in my hand, otherwise I would buy this little broken car. It's not a matter of minutes. Yi Yang even laughed. Why did he think of saying this bragging routine that even a 3-year-old child no longer uses? Seeing that everyone on the side was laughing their heads off, Huang Yu finally couldn't hold back his face, showing a hint of urgency, and looked at Mo Xingjing. Xingjing, what I said is true. You must believe me. Mo Xingjing held back her laughter and nodded reluctantly. Tan Mingqian was also covering her face at this time, regretting her decision to bring this guy just now. She was still too soft-hearted. This rich second generation failed too much. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and said harshly, why are you laughing? Do you have the right to laugh at me? I don't even have 5 Aston Martins to my name. Although I don't have the money to buy one, I am qualified to buy it anyway. It's not like that. You're not even qualified to buy. You're so ridiculous. You dare to laugh at me. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you so sure that I am not qualified to buy? Stop bluffing here. Although I came late and didn't hear the price of this car, I heard clearly that you don't have 5 Aston Martins in your name. At least in this matter, you don't know the price of this car at all. You're not qualified to show off to me. Huang Yu shook his head, and the smell of oil splashed everywhere. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. If I buy this car later, what will happen to you? Ha 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 ha, don't tease me. If you really buy this car, I will run naked around the car show venue. Do you believe it? The corner of Yi Yang's mouth twitched. That scene made his eyes hurt just thinking about it. Who wants to see that thing of yours dangling around? Wang Xiaozong shouted. You have that habit yourself, and you still use it as a bet. How shameless you are. Who has that fetish? You. Huang Yu was anxious, but Mo Jingjing was still there, so it was not easy for him to get angry. Okay, tell me how to bet, and what is the bet? How about this? Yi Yang thought for a while and then said, you and I have bet 1 billion. If you lose, in addition to compensation, just lie down on the spot and bark a few times like a dog, and swear to never harass Jingjing again. How about that? Huang Yu didn't have much money at first glance, so he casually bet 1 billion to cheer him up. But 1 billion was too boring for him, so Yi Yang also made the following request. A person like Huang Yu, who is obsessed with face and tries his best to show off, will bark like a dog in front of the person he likes. He will probably not have the face to harass Mo Jingjing in the future. This will be a good opportunity to completely cut off his future feelings for Mo Jingjing. Harassment. Possible. If you lose, will you make the same bet? Huang Yu asked, with a cold hum. Nature. Yi Yang smiled slightly, but there was a hint of treachery in his smile. Haha, you want to deceive me? You never tire of deception, right? Let me tell you, it's all just cleverness. I've already seen through you. Huang Yu sneered. I'll just borrow this bet, but I want to see if you don't have 5 Aston Martins in your hand. How can you take this 187 away? People around him were also whispering, some in disbelief. They were all aroused by Yi Yang. Is it possible that Yi Yang's status is so high that a world-class super manufacturer like Aston Martin would make an exception for him? This is simply impossible. Even Bill Gates probably can't do it. First update. You know, purchase restrictions and qualified purchases, these two means are the life of these top sports cars. Without these two means, their cars would not be able to achieve such high prices, and their brands would be worthless. It can be said that there should not be anyone who can allow such a super car company to break its most fundamental survival principle. But looking at Yi Shenhao's confident look, it doesn't seem like he was aiming for nothing. Is it true that what this greasy guy said is just bluffing? Haha, greasy guy is amazing, you are really a little expert at naming names. Hey! Bonus, kudos. While everyone was discussing, Yi Yang had already walked up. Look. He's about to show his trump card. All the onlookers also looked over curiously. Not to mention them, even Wang Xiaozong, Mo Jingjing, and Tan Mingqian were staring at him. No, Brother Yi is so awesome that he can make super car companies change the rules? Wang Xiaozong murmured in his heart, a little unbelievable. You're not just a braggart. Are you? Jingjing, your master, M. Tan Mingqian shook her head and looked down upon Yi Yang. Don't speak ill of my master. Otherwise, I won't be with you. Mo Jingjing snorted. Alas! You have really been poisoned by your master. After a while, he was as helpless as Huang Yu. When he was embarrassed, you will understand. He probably didn't expect that Huang Yu actually dared to agree to his bet. Tan Mingqian shook her head, thinking she was extremely objective. Yu Momo was the only one in the audience who was not worried and looked at Yi Yang with trust. She had followed Yi Yang all the way. There were so many miracles and legends in this man that could not be explained. There's nothing this man can't do. As long as he says what he can do. The car models next to them with fair skin and beautiful faces and undulating chests also looked over. Gentlemen. Although The beautiful saleswoman has a good impression of Yi Yang, rules are rules, and she was just about to explain. Yi Yang waved his hand. Do you recognize this badge? This is. The beautiful saleswoman took the badge in his hand, looked at it, and immediately became solemn. The way he looked at Yi Yang was wrong. What kind of metal is this? It's a bit far away, so I can't see clearly. Why do you feel so funny? Look at the salesman being scared. This badge obviously has a lot of background. Well, let's take a look. Huang. You on the side immediately felt something bad and wanted to go over to see what kind of badge it was. Are you a member of the Global Car Club? The beautiful saleswoman said in disbelief. Car buyers don't have to recognize this badge, but all those who sell cars from supercar companies must recognize this badge. Especially this auto show. It was organized by the Chinese branch of the global famous car club. This identity is even more sensitive. Beauty salesmen know that only those who spend more than 2 billion on luxury cars from the Famous Car Alliance are eligible to join the international prestigious car club. There are very few such big men in the entire world. After all, if you can spend 2 billion to buy a car, how much real estate will you get? How many assets will there be? It's unimaginable. The above, and even secondly, the most important thing, is that this identity is applicable to all supercar companies in the world. As long as you are a member of the luxury car club, you can get a car at a 20% discount, and there are many qualifying discounts. In every supercar company, regardless of whether you have bought a car from this car company or not, you will be treated as an absolute top VIP. The president and 3 vice presidents of famous car companies have the highest level of licensing rights of the Famous Car Association. That is, when buying a car, you can let the world supercar companies give up all restrictions. The $70 million Lamborghini Poison is limited to 5 units worldwide, and each person is limited to 1. As long as you are the president, this rule does not exist. One person can take down all 5. 40 million Ferrari Enzo. Must you have bought 3 Ferraris before you are eligible to buy it? As long as you are the president and have never bought a Ferrari, you can pick up the car on the spot. This is a unique privilege in the world prepared by global car companies for the president of the famous Automobile Association. It can be said that as long as you become the president of the prestigious car association, you will be recognized by the world's supercar companies as the only king in the car buying industry. The beauty salesperson thought of Yi Yang's confidence just now, and couldn't help but have an incredible speculation in her heart. Could it be? He opened the tablet repeatedly. Every supercar company has a database of IDs of Famous Car Association members. Please enter your car club ID. Yi Yang casually entered 88. Please enter your password. The beauty salesperson feels that this ID number is not simple at first glance. The suspicion in my heart became clearer. Yi Yang entered another 88s in encrypted form. Login successful. The beautiful saleswoman looked at the dark gold word President on Yi Yang's identity column on the page, and almost choked with fear. Oh my God! The uncrowned king of the car buying world, the super being for whom many car companies have unlocked the highest privileges, is actually right in front of me. For these salespeople, almost since they entered the super car company, they have heard the name of the legendary organization called the Automobile Club. And now, the mysterious president of the car club, who had been imagined countless times, was right in front of her. She subconsciously took a few steps back, and then bowed 90 degrees respectfully and straightforwardly. Mr. Yi Yang, the president of the car club. On behalf of Aston Martin, I would like to pay my highest respects to you. You will enjoy the company's highest level of car purchase, privileges, and preferential treatment. According to the rules, only the highest level reception is qualified to receive you, but since I am the highest level company salesperson at the auto show, I will be solely responsible for your car purchase. Seeing the legendary figure, Su Yueying felt an indescribable excitement and awe. Yi Yang was stunned by her sudden formal introduction, and then smiled and waved his hand. Keep a low profile, no need for so many red tape. Yes. The company will serve you according to your wishes throughout the process. Su Yueying smiled. This scene made the onlookers next to her dumbfounded. Is it so awesome? What the hell is that badge? Is it cursed? This beautiful saleswoman seems to be possessed. I just heard her call this Mr. Yi, president of the luxury car club? What is that? The onlookers also burst into whispers. And Wang Xiaozong was completely dumbfounded. Others didn't know, so how could he not know the luxury car club? Brother Yi, he is actually the president of the luxury car club. Second update. This is too scary. Wang Xiaozong felt unbelievable. His father had privately revealed Ji Yang's known identities to him. Those identities alone were enough to shock people. Of course, the most outrageous one was what he revealed in the Centurion Club, the controlling shareholder of the Centurion Company. Now it has been revealed that he is also the president of the global famous car club. This feeling made Wang Xiaozong feel deeply afraid. After all, Wang Xilin had tried so hard before, but he only found out some of Yi Yang's industries. The various identities that he had hidden deeper were revealed one by one as the contact time got longer. Now it seems that he is not only the controlling shareholder of the Centurion Club, but also the president of the car club. These two identities are now gathered in Yi Yang, which is enough to prove his terrifying influence in the world. But Yi Yang is only in his 20s. How did he get to this status and power at such an age? Even he had to doubt whether those nonsense on the internet were true. Maybe there really is a super family in the world? And Yi Yang is the descendant of China's super family? He thought about it, shook his head, and sneered. He was the son of China's former richest man. He had seen everything. He had never heard of any super family in his life. They were all made up by those novelists. He shook his head and could only attribute all this to Yi Yang's own awesomeness. I can't find it. Is this thing so awesome that it can't be found? But it is said that this car show is organized by the car club, and it is the Chinese branch. So it has this super privilege. I don't know, there may be a lot of water in it. Don't ask. Nonsense. It's you again, brother conspiracy. A group of people were talking. Just as they were talking, many beautiful saleswomen and supermodels squeezed in. Wow, this is the legendary president of the car club, the uncrowned king of the global car buying industry. He is so young and so handsome. This is too outrageous. Mr. Yi, can you sign for me? I got here first, you go to the back and queue up. Humph, if you want to sign for me first, you can sign directly on my bra. Haha, who cares so much when seeing an idol? I also want an autograph, just sign it directly on this big white thing. I don't plan to take a shower here. In the future. Yi Yang underestimated the enthusiasm of the salesperson on the scene, and actually asked him to sign. There. Okay, stop making trouble, the president still has to buy a car, you are here to delay his car purchase, go back and wait to be punished by your respective car companies. Su Yueying scolded. Alas! I am so unwilling. Then let's wait on the side. After getting the autograph of the president of the famous car club, you will receive preferential treatment and envious eyes from your colleagues when you return to your respective supercar companies in the future. No matter how stupid Huang Yu was, he could see that something was wrong. At this time, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Don't you have a minimum requirement? How can he buy a car? Did you just secretly accept money from this guy? I warn you. Believe it or not, I will report you. It's up to you. Su Yueying smiled lightly. This is a global supercar company, jointly recognized. Not only are Aston Martin, but also any supercar in any booth at this auto show. For Mr. Yi, there are no restrictions at all. If you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Yi again, I will ask the security to kick you out. Huang Yu stared in disbelief. You still want to kick me out? I am a member of your Aston, a VIP of the auto show. You kick me out. He is Aston's top VIP and the founder of the auto show. Disrespecting him and kicking you out is a natural and reasonable thing everywhere. Su Yueying said lightly. You. Huang Yu was so angry. What do you mean by you? I'm just stating a basic fact. If you don't agree, you can go away. Su Yueying casually spread her hands and ignored Huang Yu. She smiled and said. To Yi Yang, Mr. Yi, what payment method do you use? Huang Yu felt even more suffocated by the contrast between the two extremes. He was not feeling well. Mo. Jiangjing on the side said to Tan Mingqian, what do you think? I said he is unreliable. Tan Mingqian didn't want to talk anymore. This kid had really let her down today. Why did she agree to bring him to see Jiangjing? However, Jiangjing's master is really awesome. Although she didn't know much about the car club, once she showed this identity, the salesperson immediately gave up all restrictions and even said that the whole car show was like this. This identity is probably awesome. She looked at Yi Yang carefully. It seemed that she needed to re-examine him. At first, when I heard Mo Jiangjing talking about Yi Yang's amazing Guzheng playing, I didn't take it seriously. I just thought that Yi Yang was a guy who learned a few tricks to pick up girls and came out to deceive girls. He was so proficient in Guzheng that he might have already set his eyes on Mo Jiangjing. Now it seems that my thoughts are not right. This guy is really talented. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Wan Xiaozong to call him brother. Just when he was trying to figure out Yi Yang's identity, he suddenly saw Yi Yang randomly pull out a card from a pile of black cards in his wallet. Fuck, a Centurion Black card. This top-level Centurion Black gold card, if you don't have a net worth of 1 trillion, you don't deserve it. Yi Yang took out the Centurion Black card and swiped it casually, and swiped out 58 million. After paying for this luxury car, the seller will naturally help the buyer solve those trivial and messy things with the fastest efficiency, and you can drive on the road directly after a while. Okay, now it's time to deal with the bet just now. Yi Yang turned around casually and saw Huang Yu, who was trying to sneak away but was blocked by Wan Xiaozong, and was laughing awkwardly, and said lightly. How is it? Are you willing to accept the loss? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Huang Yu cursed inwardly. How could he know that Yi Yang had such an identity? Even if he knew, he would still bet, after all. At his level, he had never heard of what this organization does. Damn it. His brain was working at full speed. Where could he get 1 billion? It was unrealistic. If he asked his father for it, his father would beat him to death. After thinking for a long time, his eyes finally brightened, and he regained his confidence. He sneered and stood up straight. You dare to bet with me again? First update. You still want to gamble? You haven't repaid the money from the previous game, so you want to gamble again? It's really shameless. Yu Momo sneered and retorted. You. Huang Yu Gang wanted to get angry, but then he realized that he was now the one who owed money and had to beg others to gamble with him again. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and said with great confidence, you and I have another bet, this time 2 billion. If you win, you can get 3 billion. There is no additional condition like barking like a dog. Change. If you lose, you will pay me 1 billion, and the punishment will offset each other like a dog. This is so shameless. Mo Jingjing muttered. Tan Mingqian also felt that it was inappropriate, so she should pay off her bet first. Oh? First tell me what your next bet will be, and I'll think about it. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows with interest and asked, with a slight smile. What are you betting on? Let's just bet on racing. Huang Yu sneered. You think being rich is great. Compared with you, I only need to drive my 10 million car, but I can abuse you, who drives a 60 million car. Huang Yu, are you a little shameless? Tan Mingqian frowned. She knew Huang Yu better. Huang Yu still liked racing. It seemed that he had obtained a second-level racing certificate last year, and he was already at the level of a second-rate professional. At least in the skill of driving, it is easy to defeat ordinary people. Why am I so shameless? I've already said that using a car worth 10 million yuan compared with his car worth 60 million yuan is not enough to give in to him? What? Is it possible that his driving skills are so bad? Driving a car worth 10 million can't outrun a car worth 10 million. Huang Yu sneered. If that's the case, I suggest he just give up his car. What's the use of such a good car in your hands? It looks good. Let's buy it as a toy and take it home to watch. Yi Yang said nonchalantly. Huang Yu was hit by this completely unexpected blow from Versailles, and his internal organs were bleeding. His depressed face turned red. After a while, he finally regained his breath and said, in a word, do you dare to bet? Yi Yang, don't be fooled by him. He is a professional second-level racing driver. He is very professional. If ordinary people compete with him, they will definitely lose. It is not the problem of the car at all. Even if the performance of the car is much worse, it is meaningless if the difference between the people driving it is too big. After all, driving a complete circle around the track requires many skills such as drifting, which is simply impossible for ordinary people to do. Moreover, at ultra-high speed, even a normal turn will become more difficult. If you are not careful, you will be directly knocked off the track and your life will be in danger. A speed of 300 to 400 kilometers per hour is not something ordinary people can control. Once you make a mistake, it will be a rollover. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This was even more interesting. He had just obtained the omnipotent driving skill 2 days ago and had not tried it yet. Now he was taking this opportunity to test his strength. The skills given by the system, after Several previous trials are all top-notch, there is no need to doubt them. It can be said that this game is basically guaranteed to win. Since the other party wants to give him more money, why not do it? Of course, just do it. In that case. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth, then I promise you. Real? Huang Yu originally thought that after Tan Mingqian revealed her identity, Yi Yang, a sane person, would not dare to compete with him. Unexpectedly, this kid actually dared to take it. Haha, even the gods can't save you this time, just wait and pay for it. Huang Yu sneered inwardly. Racing is purely based on skills and skills. No matter how high your status or wealth is, it is meaningless. If you can drive well, you will lose. Alas, I'm still too impulsive. Tan Mingqian shook her head, feeling a little disappointed with Mo Xingjing, the new master. Ahem, Brother Yi, this is no joke. You will be on a real professional track soon. You have not received professional training. If you are not careful, you will die. Wang Xiaozong also repeatedly advised. Do not worry. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand, you will understand in a moment. You know what the hell? Huang Yu sneered. Inwardly, is it possible that you are so young, have a successful career and a lot of money, and you happen to have trained your racing skills to a first-level professional level? So are you still human? Anyway, he didn't believe it at all, he simply felt that Yi Yang was still playing tricks on the empty city. After all, war never tires of deceit. This time he thought he was on the 5th floor. Then let's wait for your car to go through the formalities and then leave? Huang Yu asked with a sneer. No need, don't you want me to? Then I'll just drive my Koenigsegg to compete with you? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. You still have Koenigsegg? Huang Yu was confused. That is the king of sports cars, the top sports car, priced at more than 100 million. Who's driving these days and doesn't have a Koenigsegg? Yi Yang looked Huang Yu up and down. You are a professional racing car driver, right? Oh, I remembered, you can't even afford a little Martin worth 58 million, tisk, look. With my memory, how can you afford a Koenigsegg? Huang Yu was so upset by the sarcasm. Don't be so arrogant, I warn you. When you lose money later, I don't think you can even cry. Huh? It's just 1 billion. I can make it back by yawning. Do you think I should cry? Yi Yang laughed, waved his hand, turned around and walked towards the parking lot without caring. Fuck you. Huang Yu bared his teeth, with a rage in his heart that he had no place to vent. Finally, he punched the pillar beside him with a fist, and the blood kept flowing from the hammer. Ah, grass, it hurts, hoo. A beautiful female field manager saw this and hurried over with anxious eyes. Sir. Don't worry, I'm fine. Huang Yu burst into tears in his heart. After a day of bad luck, is he finally going to feel a little warmth? No. Sir, you broke the tiles on the pillars, please pay 3,000 yuan. The beautiful field manager said repeatedly, if you don't pay, we won't let you leave. Ah. Huang Yu was completely angry. After dejectedly swiping away 3,000 yuan, he went to the parking lot to pick up the car. Sanya happens to have a professional racing track where racing can be held. Yumomo checked the location and informed Yi Yang. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Now the other party was asking him to participate in the second round of the gambling game, so naturally he had to listen to him. Knowing the location, he was too lazy to say anything more. He stepped on the accelerator and Koenigsegg rushed towards the racing track. Second update. Soon, they came to the Sanya Drag Racing Club, where there is a professional racing track. The entire track is extremely complex. The first half is a professional flat track, and the second half is a mountain track transformed from a mountain road. It can be said that unless you are extremely confident in your driving skills, you would not dare to drive on such a track. It hosts several major racing events every year. Internationally, they are very well known. Racing venues. Darabongbar Speedway. Yiyang's Koenigsegg made a beautiful flick and entered it. Along the way, Yu Momo had already contacted everything. When Yiyang arrived here, the people in charge of the racing track were already waiting here. It's November now, the off-season for racing, and the vacancy period of the racing track is very high. Now suddenly, someone calls directly to reserve the venue. Of course, he is extremely enthusiastic and comes directly to greet him. Mr. Yi, I heard that you want to temporarily book the entire racing track. The racing track owner rubbed his hands and said with great enthusiasm, well, it shouldn't be a problem to have a private match here later, right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. That's no problem at all. The racing track owner laughed. Well, the payment will be here in a moment, please wait. After talking for a while, the cars of Huang Yu, Wang Xiaozong and Mo Xingjing also arrived one after another. Wow, this place is so big. I didn't expect there to be such an awesome racing track in Hainan. I've never seen it before. Mo Xingjing smiled. This is an internationally certified professional racing track. Tan Mingqian patted Ao Ren's chest and said repeatedly. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, then nuzzled at Huang Yu, Payment? What payment? Huang Yu's mentality is very bad now. He is holding his breath and preparing to teach Yi Yang how to behave on the track. Of course it's a reservation fee. I made a reservation worth 1 million yuan. Do you want to pay? Yi Yang shrugged. How many? Huang Yu was stunned. The venue fee was only tens of thousands for a game, and the duration was 1 million. How funny. If you don't want to compete, forget it and pay back the 1 billion from the last game, right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You. Huang Yu gritted his teeth. Let's see how you can still be happy when I have you with me to make money later. Let you laugh for a while first. After saying a few harsh words, I paid the venue fee of 1 million yuan honestly and painfully. Creak, creak, creak. Huang Yu gritted his teeth, feeling that Yi Yang was simply his nemesis. Ever since he met him, he was either losing face or losing money. Okay. Should we use the professional track car provided by our venue, or should we use the sports car brought by the young masters themselves? When the boss got 1 million, he was naturally beaming and kept talking. Just use our own. Yi Yang waved his hand casually, turned his head and smiled at Mo Xingjing. How about it? Want to experience the thrill of racing with me? Okay. If it doesn't delay your performance, master. Of course that's good. A glimmer of light flashed in Mo Xingjing's eyes. Xingjing. This is no joke. This is a professional track. You need to go through extremely fast corners. Just the cornering speed needs to be 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. A second of hesitation will directly destroy the car. People die. Tan Mingqian tried to dissuade her from the side. Don't worry, Sister Qianqian, my master will be absolutely fine. Mo Xingjing waved her hand nonchalantly. It's not that she believes that Yi Yang has skills that surpass those of professional racing drivers, but that Yi Yang is very smart and would never do anything extraordinary if he saw the gap was so big. Mainly racing on a professional racing track, which she hasn't experienced yet. Fasten your seatbelts, the Akina mountain car god is about to hit the road. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and drove the car to the starting line. Not long after, the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf also drove over. Huang Yu gave Yi Yang a middle finger through the car window. Trash. Once you get on the track, you will know that you are nothing. Having ridiculed the other party just now, Yi Yang was too lazy to talk to this loser and turned around to start teasing Mo Xingjing. Depend on. Huang Yu slapped the steering wheel hard and shouted angrily. This scene can be described as not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Seeing his goddess being molested in other people's cars, he could only stand on the sidelines and rage, and they didn't even bother to talk to him. Huang Yu felt like his lungs were about to explode. Just wait. I'll make you embarrassed and throw you into the Pacific Ocean. In a while. After muttering, he turned around. As a professional international racing venue, the referees, whistleblowers, full monitoring, rescue measures, accident guarantee team, commentators, etc. are all first-rate. Because they spent 1 million, the boss directly gave them the highest configuration. I don't know if they thought it was an international competition that was about to start. When I looked at the starting line, there were only 2 cars. So impressive. Wang Xiaozong and others also sat in the VIP auditorium. Except for the first half of the visual field of view, the rest of the competition process was broadcast live on the electronic screen in real time. Professional aerial drones tracked and filmed the entire process. The owners of the racing track happened to have nothing to do, so they also sat in the auditorium to watch the game. A group of cheerleaders dressed coolly were specially sent to serve as the atmosphere group. Who do you think will win between the two? In the audience, the boss asked several racing coaches around him. If the level is the same, then this Koenigsegg will definitely win. Coach Lao Wang laughed. Oh? Why? Does a good car have such a big advantage? The boss asked in confusion. Of course. The coach became serious. The data gap between the two cars alone is not a little bit. The top speed of the Martin Lagonda Taraf is 281 km per hour. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km in 4.9 seconds. And the Koenigsegg 11 has a theoretical maximum speed of 450 km per hour. Although the highest record in reality has only reached 415 km per hour due to the tire limit, it is still an amazing speed, and its acceleration from 0 to 100 km only takes an amazing 1.9 seconds. Whether it is the start or the speed difference in the middle, it is an equipment gap that cannot be measured at all. Coach Lao Wang said. But, as far as I know, Mr. Yi is just an ordinary sports car collector and has never raced on a professional track, and Huang Yu is a professional second-level racing driver. Coach Zhang shook his head. Is there such a thing? Coach Wang laughed. Needless to say, Mr. Yi is doomed to fail. He has never practiced before. No matter how good the car is, he can't perform well. He dare not increase the speed at all. If he increases the speed, he will flip over. It's useless. First update, search Jiangjing on Douyin, the author is waiting for you. Preparation. 3, 2, 1. Start. Following the referee's order, Stan Martin Lagonda Taraf quickly ran out like an arrow from the string. It only takes 5 seconds for the stone Martin Lagonda Taraf to accelerate from 100 kilometers to 100 kilometers. In 5 seconds, the stone Martin Lagonda Taraf has already driven an unknown distance, turned into an afterimage, and swept away into the distance. Master. He has already driven a long way. Mo Jingjing saw that Yi Yang was busy there and had no intention of driving, so she reminded him in an eager and obedient voice. No hurry. Let the broken car drive for a while. Yi Yang raised a smile on his lips. Haha. Mr. Ye's reaction is too poor. Indeed, the whistle has been blowing for 2 or 3 seconds, and the car has not started yet. This kind of reaction has almost confirmed that he is no longer a professional racing driver. There is no need to watch this game. The outcome has been determined and he will lose. Several coaches laughed. Hey, if you don't want to do it, just say so. If you dare to challenge me, Brother Yi, I will buy this racing track tomorrow and kick you all out. Wang Xiaozong snorted coldly. It just so happens that he still wants to invest in new industries for fun. Don't be angry, Mr. Wang. We are just talking casually, we are racing coaches after all. I'm sorry. Several coaches apologized profusely. That's pretty much it. Wang Xiaozong snorted coldly. Tan Mingqian's lips curled up. Yi Yang was still aware of current affairs. When he saw that he could not compare with others, he stopped talking and did not make fun of Mo Jingjing's life. At least it's reasonable. It wasn't until 7 or 8 seconds later that several coaches felt something was wrong. That's not right, why haven't you opened it yet? Isn't it because people are slow to react? Did he deliberately not open it? Or maybe his car broke down? That shouldn't be the case. A supercar with more than 100 million renminbi won't just break down just when they couldn't figure out what was going on. 10 seconds after the referee finished shouting, Koenigsegg roared, directly exploding the entire racing field. Almost in an instant, the world's top sports car emperor evolved from a silent state to a Tyrannosaurus mode with exposed fangs. Acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers in as short as 1.9 seconds. It was as if Koenigsegg teleported, traveling a long distance in just one breath. The main reason is that they were distracted just now, and it took them a long time to react when they heard the roar and then looked at the track. It made Koenigsegg as a whole feel like they were teleporting. Hiss, this. He is truly the king of supercars. This speed. I'm jealous. All the coaches had envious lips, dripping with envy. Even the most powerful F1 racing car can accelerate from 100 kilometers to 100 kilometers in 3 seconds. And Koenigsegg only takes 1.9 seconds. At this speed, you can't even see the afterimage clearly. It's only been a few seconds, and the speed has already reached at least more than 300 kilometers per hour. You know, the highest speed record in professional racing events is only 370 kilometers per hour. Still faster. It can be faster. Several coaches couldn't help but stood up and looked at the real-time speedometer on the side. When Koenigsegg's speed limit exceeded 400 on the speedometer, They couldn't help but shout in unison, "Damn it! What did I just witness?" That's right, the speed is 400 per hour. Even if it's a straight track, this is 400 per hour. Oh my God. I have been teaching racing for more than 20 years, and I just saw the world record for the fastest speed in an official race being broken in a private fight. All this. That's outrageous, damn. Several coaches were excited. This was a moment of history for them. They couldn't help but become less excited. Whoever dares to drive a car at this speed is a real man. I fucking admire him. Fast and Furious is the romance of men. Woohoo, several coaches shouted excitedly. If you are not someone who has been in the professional racing circle all year round, it would be difficult to understand their excitement. In the car, Jiangjing was already prepared to not disturb Yi Yang while driving. But when the speed really reached 400 kilometers, and the impact of the whole world rushing towards her face, like the world was collapsing, and everything in sight was smashed into your face, she was still frightened. He closed his eyes tightly. An indescribable pushing feeling came from her back. The exciting feeling like turning herself into a rocket and being ejected in the air cannot be described in words. It's okay, relax. Yi Yang's encouraging voice came from the side, not only without any waves, but even with a hint of smile. Master. M.O. Jiangjing couldn't believe it in her heart. She was just a passenger in the co-pilot, and Yi Yang was the driver. The feeling of oppression should be stronger. How strong is this man that he can still have the freedom to laugh at a moment like this? She tried to open her eyes, just a slit, and looked at the young man beside her with a smile on his lips. Her originally frightened heart suddenly calmed down, and her whole person seemed to be much calmer. Not scared anymore? Yi Yang looked ahead and smiled faintly. No. I'm not scared as long as my master is by my side. Mo Jiangjing finally opened her eyes. Although her heart was beating wildly, and she felt that her heart had been brought to her throat by this terrifying speed, she still said firmly, "Then hold on tight and sit tight. The good show has just begun." In this free and lightning-fast race, Yi Yang found the emotion that was already a little unfamiliar in his heart, passion. It has to be said that speed racing is indeed a man's romance. This kind of life-threatening, abandoning everything and excitement and speed is addictive, but unfortunately, if there is no professional training in the world, only he, who is hanging on the wall, is qualified to enjoy this wonderful feeling to the extreme. The strong sense of oppression made his attention unprecedentedly focused. This concentration made the wind slow down in his ears and the world slow down in his eyes. It was so subtle that he could hear the beat of his heartbeat. He was so sharp that he even had time to notice the beauty of wild flowers on the roadside being blown away by the wind in this crazy world. The extreme feedback brought by the meticulous operation of the angry dragon under him made him very excited. Everyone on the racing stage was dumbfounded. The Martin Lagonda Taraf, which was already thought to be a flash of lightning, was so weak. After Koenigsegg really exerted its strength. No way. Starting 10 seconds late, it will overtake in the blink of an eye. This is simply impossible in a professional competition. The coaches who were still mocking Yi Yang were all excited at this time. Second update. Boom. The Koenigsegg 1-1 sped across the road in an instant, and the wind it brought with it instantly bent the grass on the roadside. Overtaking. Yes, overtaking. Everyone in the audience was very excited. This is a 10-second late start, and it's catching up. It's catching up so quickly. This is too amazing. Tan Mingqian opened her mouth in surprise. Wang Xiaozong waved his fist, and his passion was ignited. Come on, brother Yi. Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the engine made a violent roar. The whole track was echoing with this terrifying echo. Huang Yu in the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf looked at the rearview mirror at first, and when he saw that Yi Yang didn't start for a few seconds, he thought that Yi Yang must be completely finished, just like those coaches. He was directly scared. I was too lazy to look at the rearview mirror. It was not until the terrifying roar like thunder that reached his ears that he was shocked and looked directly at the rearview mirror. Damn it! What's going on? In his eyes, the angry dragon-like Koenigsegg 11 behind him was only a few dozen meters away from him at some point. Moreover, the distance was still getting shorter and shorter. You know, his current speed was only 250 kilometers per hour, while Yi Yang had already maximized the performance of Koenigsegg 11, reaching a speed of 405 kilometers per hour. The relative speed difference was more than 150 kilometers. Even if Huang Yu regarded himself as stationary, Yi Yang was driving a sports car at more than 150 kilometers per hour and madly approaching him. This speed, even on the highway, is speeding. That kind of visual impact, don't mention how terrifying it is. Damn it. Damn it. I forgot that this is a straight section in front. Huang Yu cursed angrily. The two cars were too different in price and grade. It was too easy for him to catch up with him in a straight line if he had the courage to step on the accelerator to the bottom. Roar. The Koenigsegg 11 finally, at a certain moment, surpassed the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf with an extremely powerful speed difference, like a ghostly shadow. At this moment, Huang Yu didn't even have time to see what the scene was like in the car. He could only vaguely see that a red flash seemed to burst out from the corner of Yi Yang's eyes. Damn, is it the refraction of the sun? It blinded my dog eyes. Huang Yu rubbed his eyes, spat angrily, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. It was a pity that his car was too rubbish. The maximum speed was there. Even if he stepped on the accelerator to pieces, it was impossible to drive above the theoretical speed. It was obviously wishful thinking to compare the straight-line speed with the now recognized sports car king Koenigsegg 11. Damn it, damn it. Why did I pretend to be so awesome? Huang Yu had to drive with all his strength now, otherwise he really wanted to slap himself with both hands. I should have used a standard racing car to compete. In this case, let's see how he can pretend to be awesome. He was so angry that his lungs exploded and his liver ached. But he gritted his teeth and continued to drive. The straight track at the beginning will let you show off for a while, and then you will know what garbage is when you enter the complex curves of the track. It actually surpassed. If this were put on the track, it would be a miracle. Yu Momo and Wang Xiaozong were both excited. However, after the excitement, several coaches looked at the display on the electronic map, shook their heads, and sat down calmly. What do you think? That old Wang, do you still think that my brother Yi can't win? Wang Xiaozong winked at Coach Lao Wang. Coach Lao. Wang smiled and nodded. Of course, this will not be changed. Huh? Wang Xiaozong was a little unhappy. You saw it. My brother Yi drove 10 seconds later and overtook directly. But the track was a straight line at the beginning. Lao Wang explained with a smile, on a straight track, as long as you have a good mentality, and courage, keep the steering wheel steady, and rely on the difference of the car itself, it is natural to catch up. But the gap between professional players and normal people is in high-speed turns and handling complex tracks. At such a high speed, a normal person would roll over directly when entering a curve. I dare to guarantee that if Mr. Yi is not a lunatic, he will start to slow down after 5 seconds. I agree too. The other coaches nodded in agreement. 5, 4. Wang Xiaozong and others looked over again and again after hearing this. 3, 2. Coach Lao. Wang continued to shout. But Yi Yang showed no sign of slowing down. On the contrary, Huang Yu in the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf had already started to change gears and slow down. Even the top world-class super racing drivers only have an average cornering speed of 150 to 200 km per hour. Once, the legendary cornering speed created by the world's car king reached 299 km per hour. Curving at a speed of 300 km per hour is still a limit that no one has ever broken. And Yi Yang's current speed is 405 km per hour. If you don't slow down to turn, it's simply impossible. No matter how awesome he is, can he be even more awesome than the former car god? Yi Yang curled his lips, and when he saw the first turn just around, he felt an indescribable passion in his heart. Hormones burst out crazily. His whole body subconsciously shifted gears, clutched, braked, and turned the steering wheel to the limit as if by instinct. At this moment, Coach Lao Wang shouted out in embarrassment. Yi Yang didn't slow down at all from the straight line to the turn. Is he crazy? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning, but before he could shout it out, Yi Yang's Koenigsegg 11 had already answered him with actual actions. A lightning-like drift beyond his imagination. The spark splashed on the ground by the tires, accompanied by the roar of the engine. At that moment, it was like a flash of thunder passing through the border, and it was amazing at the turn. Coach Lao Wang's face was pale, his jaw was dislocated in surprise, and he collapsed on the seat at the back. The other coaches were all in a deadly silence and suffocation. How is this possible? They looked at the average speed of Yi Yang's cornering, calculated by the electronic screen. 375 km per hour. Not only did he break the devil's line of 300 not turning, but he also crushed so many. You told me this is an amateur. Fuck. I would like to call him the hidden car god. Lao Wang's face was burning, but he felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. First update. This is definitely not amateur, this is a hidden car god. Several coaches groaned in disbelief. Damn, this top-level lightning drift, even the former car kings can't get rid of it so neatly. This can no longer be described as awesome. I can only say that he has directly raised the upper limit of human racing to a higher level. And such a hidden strong man is so low-key, and I haven't even heard any legends about him on the racing stage. Alas. Several coaches were completely convinced. Couldn't it be just luck? Tan Mingqian frowned and doubted. This Yi Yang was exaggerated by these coaches too much. Didn't they still think highly of him just now? And how could Master Mo Jingjing really be so awesome? According to what Mo Jingjing said, he is also a world-class master in playing the guzheng. He is so rich and has an absurdly high status. His music is world-class, and he is also a top-level car god in driving. Is this still a human being? Only Yumomo was secretly relieved. And was genuinely happy. Believing in Yi Yang has become a habit for her. Trick me. This is lightning drift. No one can do this in the race at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, throughout the history of racing. You really don't understand anything. Today I witnessed a miracle of mankind here. I originally thought that an average speed of 300 kilometers was the limit of mankind. I really didn't expect that it could be improved so much. And I have a vague illusion that it is not that Mr. Ye's technical limit is this, but the maximum speed that Koenigsegg can exert is this. Gulu. I think so too. Several coaches all agreed. They were all fantasizing that if Koenigsegg's maximum speed is 500 kilometers, then is it possible for Mr. Yi to achieve the dream speed of turning at an average speed of more than 400 kilometers? It's so awesome, I can't even describe how I feel right now. The video of this race must be preserved. This is a milestone in the history of human racing. The boss was confused by these coaches. Is it that awesome? Boss, listen to me, preserve it. If this video is publicized, it will have a far-reaching impact on the entire racing world. By then, we will be completely famous. That's not just a small amount of money of 1 million. When the boss heard this, he was also very excited, and repeatedly instructed the technicians to preserve the entire process of this race. Huang Yu in the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf was confused. He couldn't believe what he saw. What the hell, it was like lightning, and it turned in a flash. He was just a second-level racer, and he couldn't turn at a high speed at all. He reduced the speed to 180 kilometers before he dared to turn. The average speed of turning was only more than 130 kilometers. This time, he was left behind by Yi Yang, and he couldn't even eat dust behind his buttocks. He never expected that he was trash on the straight line, and he was still trash after entering the curve. Fuck. What the hell? He is plotting against me. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Yang agreed to him so confidently. He had practiced secretly. Moreover, it was not just ordinary practice. This is a car god-level player. Oh my god. Since I was born, why was he born? Huang Yu felt that he was extremely unlucky today. Am I going to lose 3 billion? And I have to kneel on the ground and learn to bark like a dog. No, 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 I can't accept it even if I die. He roared. He firmly believed that people's physiques could not be generalized. When he was extremely angry, he could even do it. Enter the curve at 200 kilometers. He surpassed himself. At least in this extraordinary state, he performed at an extraordinary level. At this moment, his level broke through directly in danger, from a second-level racer to a first-level racer. But it was useless. Yi Yang is a car god-level existence. Even if the former world champion came, he couldn't win, let alone him, an ordinary person who fought hard and finally broke through to the professional threshold. He suddenly felt that Koenigsegg slowed down. There is hope. Go, go, go. After several beautiful turns, he couldn't believe that he had made such beautiful and perfect operations. This was something he couldn't do at his previous level. Damn, I'm awesome. He made 7 perfect turns in a row, and a strong sense of confidence rose inexplicably. Finally, he caught up with the Koenigsegg 1-1 in front of him, which had dropped sharply in speed. However, the Koenigsegg accelerated the moment he caught up, just keeping a relatively static speed with him. In this way, the two sides looked at each other, as if they were both stationary. He also saw Yi Yang and Emo Jingjing in the opposite car clearly. Yi Yang was seen leaning on the car window with one hand and turning the steering wheel with the other. He was even yawning out of boredom. When he saw that he had finally caught up, he raised his eyebrows and gave him a middle finger with the hand leaning on the window. Huang Yu had a face full of question marks. When turning, you should use both hands to change gears, right? How is this done? Are you still pretending to be driving with one hand and mocking yourself? Damn it, I'll kill you if you don't overturn the car, you pretentious boy. But he immediately understood what was going on. Emo Jingjing, who was sitting next to the co-pilot, was operating the gear shift. From his perspective, the two people overlapped somewhat. Emo Jingjing's hand seemed to be doing a trick for Yi Yang. Holy shit. Huang Yu felt like he was holding a mouthful of blood in his chest on the spot. How the hell can you play like this? If he hadn't been Yi Yang's enemy, he would have wanted to give Yi Yang a round of applause. Is that so? Or is that so? It's my first time, so I'm not very good at it, master. Emo Jingjing looked very flustered all the way, moving her hands back and forth and asking anxious questions on her face. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Don't worry, it will be like this for the first time, and you will become proficient in it soon. He controlled the steering wheel, brake clutch, etc., and kept the speed at more than 200 kilometers, deliberately waiting for the other party to come over. Naturally, everything was under his control. Oh, okay. Emo Jingjing manipulated the gear lever wholeheartedly, only obeying Yi Yang's orders. When Yi Yang proposed this idea just now, she was shocked. It was so exciting. But after actually doing it, I found that it doesn't seem to be that difficult. Sure enough, Master is still strong. It's simply too strong. Second update. It must be intentional. It must be intentional. Huang Yu felt humiliated from the inside out. His face was red and black, and he felt terrible. Inside the car, Yi Yang controlled the direction and speed, just keeping the same speed as Huang Yu, but then he became dishonest. He stepped on the clutch quickly. The car switched back and forth between 200 kilometers and 210 kilometers per hour. The performance of Koenigsegg 11 is extremely powerful. In this way, from Huang Yu's perspective, it seems that the whole car is moving forward in place. Emo Jingjing's body inside was naturally shaken by the switching between speeds. Ah. Master, why is the speed suddenly changing? Emo Jingjing was a little anxious, fearing that if she was slow, the car would run out. Soon, her face was flushed with anxiety. In Huang Yu's misplaced perspective, Emo Jingjing seemed to be on Yi Yang's body, being pounded and jerked, with a flushed face. Driving while driving. Huang Yu was stunned. This operation was simply wonderful. However, although it was wonderful for ordinary people, it was the greatest humiliation for him, and he roared in anger. The goddess who was once unattainable was actually teased in someone else's car. He subconsciously wanted to roar and scold Yi Yang. But before he could curse, Yi Yang finally gave a middle finger, stepped on the accelerator, and threw him away again. Ah! The anger was suppressed in his mouth, and just when he was about to erupt, he was beaten up by others, without giving him a chance to curse. This feeling of suffocation tortured his eyes to bloodshot, and he almost lost control and drove off the runway, destroying the car he was driving and killing people. Yi Yang made him so angry that he couldn't even get angry. He originally thought that his car suddenly broke down because his speed suddenly dropped. But now it seems that he just stopped to tease him. Damn it. You treat me like a puppy. Huang Yu stepped on the accelerator and seemed to drive the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf a little faster. But all this was in vain. It was useless. Whether it was straight-line speed or cornering speed, Yi Yang was too fast. And there was nothing to be picky about his driving skills. While maintaining a very high cornering speed, he could even maintain his unparalleled skills. This is simply the world's top level. Huang Yu could only keep his inner despair and drive as hard as he could. In the Koenigsegg 1-1, Mo Xingjing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was Yi Yang who was controlling the gear lever again. How is it? Is it exciting? Yi Yang's mouth curled up a smile. It's so exciting. My little heart is about to jump out. Master, you are so amazing. Mo Xingjing had just passed the driving test, and she knew very well that the reason why the car didn't flip over just now was purely because Yi Yang was so skilled. Driving this way with her, a rookie, gave her an extremely wonderful experience. After this, she admired her master even more. I didn't expect that you are so good at driving, master. You are so amazing, she said with starry eyes. It's just so. Yi Yang laughed. I have studied it a little. So that's how it is. Mo Xingjing scratched her head. She didn't know much about the racing world. Yi Yang said that he only studied it a little, so he studied it a little, so it's actually because Huang Yu is too bad. Yeah, that's right. Yi Yang laughed. Now he has completely adapted to the state of super high-speed operation. Now his reaction speed is at the level of a superhero, and he can even dodge bullets. 400 kilometers per hour may be extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary people. But in his eyes, after adapting, it is no different from ordinary driving. Hold on tight, we're going up the mountain. The car has now entered the second half, and will soon enter the second half of the mountain road. The professional mountain road track is even more difficult than the flat road track, and many formulas such as grip and optimal climbing power ratio will have to be considered at that time. Okay. Mo Xingjing cheered, holding the seat belt that just passed between the two balls with both hands, with a serious expression like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to teach. Actually, there's no need to be so serious. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. Ah? Mo Xingjing blinked. Oh, AE86 is going up the mountain. Yi Yang cheered, and Koenigsegg 1-1 jumped directly onto the mountain road track. What 86? Mo Xingjing asked. This is a classic line from a movie I watched when I was a kid, haha. Yi Yang turned the steering wheel. When I was a kid, I thought that one day I would be so handsome and drive a racing car on Akina Mountain. Now I have realized. A small childhood wish. Ah. Mo Xingjing nodded, not quite understanding. Anyway, he could see that Yi Yang was really happy at the moment. So he also smiled happily. Speeding all the way, turning one sharp corner after another. The Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf behind was no longer visible. There seems to be only one car left on the entire track. Speeding between the Emerald Mountain roads, looking at the shadows of the trees passing by all around. Looking down from The mountain road, you can also see the beach, the blue sea, and the swaying mountains in the distance. Coconut tree. This beautiful scenery is really healing. Yi Yang's heart moved, and he had already forgotten Huan Yu. Extreme racing. All the way, all kinds of drifting skills. On the audience stage, all the coaches were dumbfounded. Even the car. Kings of the past can only make these extremely difficult turns by chance. In Yi Yang's hands, it's like a child, one will be thrown out at almost every corner. Just look at them until they don't know what to say. Am I dreaming? Coach Lao Wang asked foolishly. Snapped. Coach Lao Zhang slapped him directly. Damn it, what are you doing? I almost knocked out my tooth. Coach Lao Wang glared. Does it hurt? Coach Lao Zhang asked. Nonsense. Won't it hurt if I give you a slap in the mouth? Coach Lao Wang cursed angrily. It just hurts. I'm not dreaming. I just want to confirm it myself. Coach Lao Zhang nodded and felt relieved. Your horse. Coach. Lao Wang felt miserable and could only complain angrily. It's really outrageous. Cow. Several coaches also felt like they were dreaming just now. Now that Lao Wang confirmed to them that they were not dreaming, they all sighed in shock. Is this the legendary Akina Shankar god? First update. Several coaches were amazed and could not stand or sit anymore. Soon, Yi Yang drove the Koenigsegg 112. The top of the mountain, braked slowly, and stopped directly at the top of the mountain. He turned his head to look at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Let's go, get off the car and take a look? Mo. Jiangjing blinked. Can we? Isn't he racing? He's too slow, it's like he doesn't exist. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently, opened the door directly, and walked to the rest area beside the track. This is a racing parts replacement station. During professional competitions, it is specially set up at the best place on the top of the mountain for the service personnel who replace parts to have the best mood. Yi Yang even ordered 2 cups of coconut ice milk from the beverage shop at the parts replacement station, and stood on the top of the mountain with Mo Jingjing, looking at everything below the mountain. Here, you can overlook a wide range. You can see the beauty of the sky and the sea in the distance. Seagulls form a team, hovering between the sky and the beach. There are yachts for rent at the beach pier. Many tourists spend money on yachts to enjoy the feeling of riding the waves on the sea. On the shore, there are many beautiful women wearing very cool clothes on the beach, being smeared with sunscreen by their beloved partners. Children are building sand castles, chasing and playing with each other. It's so beautiful, master. Mo Jingjing took a sip of coconut ice milk, and there was a trace of milk stain on the corner of her mouth, smiling innocently. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. This beach looks good, we can go there to play in a few days. Well, it's noon. Yi Yang looked at the shining sun in the middle of the sky. Everything was as beautiful as a fairy tale. Master, there are milk stains on your lips too. Mo Jingjing reminded repeatedly. Really? Yi Yang turned his head and raised his eyebrows. Oops, I didn't bring a handkerchief. Mo Jingjing frowned. What a coincidence, I didn't bring it either. Yi Yang shrugged and smiled at her. Instantly, Mo Jingjing looked at Yi Yang's handsome face, and her heart began to beat wildly. This feeling had appeared many times along the way, and she didn't know whether it was because the master was too handsome or because the car was driving too fast. Then, actually there is another way. Mo Jingjing turned on her toes, with her hands behind her back and her face flushed. Another, what, Yi Yang's eyebrows rose unconsciously at this moment, looking at the girl who was close at hand, feeling her cool and gentle lips. The wind blew gently, magnifying the coolness and slight itch infinitely. Go. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. This was another sneak attack and kiss by a girl. No. As a man, how can I always suffer this kind of loss? Wouldn't it be too funny if this got out? Okay, As soon as Mo Jingjing moved her head away, her little head was pressed back by Yi Yang's powerful hand. Woo 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 woo. After struggling for a while, Mo Jingjing obeyed, looking at Yi Yang with soft eyes, really hoping to stay at this moment with such a gentle and powerful master forever. Boom. At this moment, a sports car approached from afar and soon arrived. It was the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf. Huang Yu, who was driving, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He saw that the Koenigsegg that he had been chasing desperately stopped in front of him, and an illusory hope rose in his heart. Let you show off. Haha, now. The car is really broken. Ha ha ha. I have to stop the car and taunt him. Thinking about it, he gradually slowed down and prepared to stop the car. Ha ha ha, be ready to pay money, you rubbish. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got off the car, he found that the Koenigsegg 11 was empty. When he turned his head, he saw the two hugging figures next to the parts replacement station, where the wind blew on the top of the mountain. The moment he saw this scene, he was petrified on the spot. At that moment, thousands of mud horses flew through his heart. Originally, he thought that the other party's car was broken, and he ran out with a sly and happy mentality to mock him, but he found that he was hugging his former goddess and kissing her while looking at the scenery. He was mentally disabled by the blow, and he even wanted to jump off the cliff. But now he didn't even have the strength to curse, so he had to run back to the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf in shame, looking up at the sky, feeling that life is not easy. But soon he realized that if he lost, he would have to learn to bark like a dog and pay 3 billion. And life would be even more difficult. Damn it. I told you to show your love. This time, let's see how you chase me. He gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator. Go for me. The Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf started with a bang, and the whole car rushed towards the second half of the mountain road track down the mountain. He passed by. Mo Jingjing blinked. Don't worry about him. Yi Yang continued to feel the warmth and sweetness in the audience. Because the electronic screen broadcast the whole game live, everyone was stunned by the scenes. Fuck, what kind of operation is this? Stop the car and wait for the opponent? No. So you want to see the scenery? Oh my god, they kissed. I'm so jealous. Ha ha ha, Huang Yu even came up to take a look. He was probably so shocked that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Huang Yudu has driven away. Why doesn't Mr. Yi get in the car? Now we are far behind. Even Mr. Yi may not be able to catch up. What can you do if you lose the game? This is called losing the game and winning life. I heard that there is a bet of 2 billion involved. Ah. Then hurry up and chase. Are you still kissing a chicken here? The coaches were talking to each other, which was as lively as a cross talk. On the top of the mountain, the wind blows. After feeling satisfied, Yi Yang Kai returned to the car with Mo Jingjing. Koenigsegg 11 regained consciousness, and the angry dragon raised its head. Rumble. Soon, Yiyang kept accelerating even on curves. This driving skill stunned several coaches. This is too awesome. The number of times I said something awesome in the first half of my life was not as many as it is today. But it's too far behind. It's impossible to catch up, right? Brother, you must win. Wang Xiaozong looked at the monitor screen. Now the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf was almost halfway up the mountain, and it was almost a third of the way back. Chase. Back a third. Even if Koenigsegg is the car king, it is a bit too reluctant to chase a racing driver who is at least a professional level. Everyone is paying close attention and waiting to see. Second update. Rumble. Koenigsegg 11 made difficult turns all the way and flew at top speed. The average cornering speed of nearly 400 kilometers is almost like a lightning. Yiyang was not very familiar with it at first, but on the way down the mountain, Yiyang became more and more proficient in his lightning drift while cornering. Today's average cornering speed is approaching the limit of 400 kilometers per hour. The coaches who originally thought Yiyang was at his limit were completely dumbfounded at this time. Everyone was stunned. This. Why do I feel that? His driving skills are improving rapidly. I feel the same way, it's amazing. Is it possible that he is still driving on the road, improving his skills? This understanding and talent are so terrifying that it makes people transform. All the coaches were amazed. Yes. Even the king of cars would probably go crazy with envy. But Huang Yu's Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf has almost reached the flat straight track at the foot of the mountain. Even so, he may not be able to catch up. We'll see. When Huang Yu's car drove to the straight track, Koenigsegg 11 is also sparking with lightning all the way, and is about to go down the mountain. Ha ha ha. I told you to show affection and pretend to be cool. You should lose. Huang Yu looked at the rearview mirror and raised a victorious smile on his lips. In the rearview mirror, Koenigsegg 11 has not yet appeared. 1 billion. It's mine. Huang Yu laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, ah. His voice stopped mid-laughing. Because, in the rearview mirror, a thunder suddenly exploded from the runway on the top of the mountain. There was a powerful roar, and the sound waves gathered the dust waves and attacked together. It's Koenigsegg. Everyone in the audience exclaimed. Catching up. Koenigsegg is catching up. Here I am, 1/3 of the race behind, and I'm actually catching up. Oh my God. What kind of God is this? Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief, looking at the dust and smoke surrounding the edge of the flat track, and exclaimed in wonder. Buzz buzz. Koenigsegg 11 seems to be integrated with Yiyang. The person is the car and the car is the person. The man and the car are integrated into one, with extreme cornering performance and wild roaring sound. This speed. Several coaches stared at the speedometer. The average cornering speed is 399 kilometers per hour. 3h. 400.1 kilometers per hour. Oh! He raised the average cornering speed to an unprecedented level, the 400-kilometer line. You know, before this, it had almost become a law in the racing world to make no more than 300 turns. Even the best car can't drive an average cornering speed of more than 300 kilometers. But Yiyang not only single-handedly broke the devil's law of no more than 300 turns, he even broke the 400-kilometer line in one fell swoop. In one fell swoop, the ultimate level of human beings was raised by 2 levels. My day. I can still do this. I admire you. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. What do you think that means? I can't wait to throw myself to the ground now. Several coaches looked at Coach Zhang in confusion. Ahem, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Koenigsegg's ghostly lightning drift made it quickly enter the straight track. Today, the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf has traveled a long way in a straight line. Can we catch up? Gulu. We must win. On the ring, Wang Xiaozong and Yu Momo were worried about Yi Yang. Only Tan Mingqian looked at this scene coldly. No matter how good the car is, no matter how outstanding the driving skills are, if you are so arrogant, you can't escape the fate of failure. This is the truth. Although she looks down on Huang Yu very much now. But compared to Yi Yang, the stranger who stole his best friend, she still prefers Huang Yu. Sit tight and hold on tight. Now, we have to accelerate with all our strength. Yi Yang opened the throttle fully. Boom. Koenigsegg 1-1 erupted with a terrifying explosion. It seemed that the entire racing field was enveloped by this rumbling sound wave. The car body, constructed with the most perfect fluid mechanics, seemed to be flying at this moment. Chi chi chi. Some thin black smoke ignited on the tires. No, the tire speed limit has been reached. If you force the speed to increase like this, the tires won't be able to bear it. Several coaches shook their heads. When Koenigsegg 1-1 was manufactured, it was built according to the standards of a sports car emperor. The theoretical speed is also the highest among the world's standard manufacturers' cars. Full, 470 kilometers per hour. However, if you take a serious racing car, it can only drive to about 415 kilometers per hour due to the tire speed limit. If you ignore the tires, the Guinness World Record, Koenigsegg 1-1 once ran to a super speed of 450 kilometers per hour. However, after that race, the tires were already extremely worn out. But Yi Yang is obviously not a person who cherishes tires. At this time, the speed of Koenigsegg really reached the extreme. That kind of refreshing and passionate feeling made his hormones feel like they were about to burn. Damn, it's burning. 425, 435, 445, still accelerating. Can still accelerate. Can even be faster. In the eyes of a group of coaches who couldn't believe it, Koenigsegg 1-1 broke the highest speed notarized by the Guinness World Records, 450 kilometers per hour under Yi Yang's terrifying advancement. Oh my God! This is a miracle maker. My shock in the past 10 years combined is not as great as today. Shocked. My father for 80 years. Fuck, no, he is still accelerating. Such acceleration, infinitely close to the theoretical speed, will make the car scrapped. This is a car worth more than 100 million. He doesn't feel sorry? Yi Yang didn't care about these things anymore. He was enjoying the speed at the moment. He only had one thought now: faster. Faster. Faster to the extreme. Buzz buzz buzz. The throttle roared. Koenigsegg's unique 500 kilometers full speedometer pointer was madly pressed towards the limit threshold of 500, 465, 470, 475, 480. Fuck. Fuck fuck. Am I blind? He directly broke through the factory maximum. Theoretical speed. What kind of operation is this? All the coaches were stunned. Everyone knows what theoretical speed means. That is the fastest speed that cannot be approached in theory. Yi Yang actually increased the speed of the car to exceed the theoretical fastest speed. First update. What the hell is this? I'm confused, how about you? Several coaches were a little numb. Yi Yang is more than awesome, he is simply awesome. This race brought them too much shock and surprise. This is the first time I heard someone drive a luxury car and break the fastest theoretical speed of a luxury car. It's like it's the first time for everyone. Several coaches licked their lips, feeling extremely dry. Still accelerating. Still accelerating. Yi Yang was too lazy to look at the speedometer, because that would only delay his takeoff. He just wanted the speed he controlled to be faster. This kind of free and unrestrained sense of freedom is really cool. On the speedometer, the speed of Koenigsegg 11 is still climbing. The whole car creaked under the weight. Oh my god, I feel so bad. Every sound is money. Speeding so fast, the internal parts of the car must have problems. I estimate that after this drive, the repair fee alone will cost several million. Oh, I feel so bad for Mr. Yi. Several coaches shook their heads in disgust, and they were completely numb to the rising speed. Finally, the 500-kilometer speedometer, the needle directly pressed to the end, the meter exploded. There is no speed display after that. But Yi Yang didn't care about these things. Just speeding all the way, I felt like I was really flying. Squeak. The car body, which was originally made of the highest grade materials, made a sour sound at this time because it exceeded the highest theoretical speed. It was like the feeling of the Wuling magic car when it was speeding at 200 kilometers per hour, and the car was about to fall apart, but it actually didn't fall apart at all. Mo. Jiangjing tightly grasped the seat belt between her chest, and the whole person was trembling. This was too exciting. Ah. Too fast. Really too fast. Master. I can't stand it. I'm really going to fly. But it's so exciting. Mo. Jiangjing finally couldn't help but shout out. Haha, don't worry, it will be over soon. Soon, it will reach the finish line. Yi Yang raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Now he is speeding on a pure straight line. There won't be any accidents. It's okay if the speed exceeds a little bit. Boom. Aston Martin is about to approach the finish line. But Koenigsegg's speed is now extraordinary and will soon catch up. It depends on who can be faster. Ah. Huang Yu looked at the Koenigsegg approaching at a high speed in the rearview mirror, and he felt like he had seen a ghost. Damn it. What the hell? How can it be so fast? Fuck. No matter. Go, go, go. For him, this involves a bet of 20 or 30 billion, he would rather die than lose. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and simply ignored the Aston Martin's body limit. He exploded directly and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The theoretical maximum speed of the Aston Martin Lagonda Taraf is 280 kilometers per hour, but he was forced to drive it to a speed close to 300 kilometers. Two crazy people who don't care about their lives. I have watched so many professional races, and this is the most passionate racing I have ever seen. It's too outrageous. Several coaches complained. It's getting closer. It's almost the Finish line. It's getting closer, almost catching up. Everyone became nervous, staring at the two speeding cars with sharp eyes. Finally, at a certain moment, Yi Yang's raging Koenigsegg, carrying an indestructible gust of wind, swept past the window of the Aston Martin Lagonda Terrace. Fuck. The finish line is just around the corner. Ah. Huang Yu couldn't accept the psychological damage brought by this moment at all, and stepped on the accelerator frantically with hatred. Boom. This time, the cylinder really exploded. The speed of the Aston Martin Lagonda Terrace suddenly dropped. The oil in the tank burst and splashed all over the place, splashing all the way for hundreds of meters. In the end, the Aston Martin Lagonda Terrace just stopped an inch away from the finish line. And the Koenigsegg 11 had already stopped safely behind the finish line. However, black smoke was already rising from the four wheels. After getting out of the car door, Yi Yang could even smell the smell of burnt rubber. Awesome. Yi Yang laughed. And Mo Jiangjing's hands and feet were weak. At this time, she helped Yi Yang out of the car with her whole body shaking. She was so weak that she looked like she had just finished a whole night. The winner this time. Koenigsegg 11, driver, Yi Yang, Mr. Yi. The referee waved the black and white checkered flag in his hand and announced the result. Huh. It's finally over. My old heart has been frightened so many times today. Excellent, absolutely wonderful. The coaches all applauded. Even Coach Wang, who was not optimistic about Yi Yang at the beginning, applauded crazily at this time and was the most enthusiastic among all the coaches. Huh. Wang Xiaozong breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. My brother Yi is awesome. As expected of the boss. Yu Momo also laughed happily. Tan Mingqian shook her head. He is really a incredible person. Because of the explosion of the Aston Martin Lagonda Terrace, many on-site repairmen rushed to do emergency treatment to prevent sparks from burning the spilled car oil and causing an explosion. Huang Yu, on the other hand, was sitting blankly in the driver's seat, completely stunned. It's like he has lost his soul. Come out quickly. There is danger inside. Several emergency repair personnel waved at him repeatedly. But Huang Yudu seemed not to have seen it, and his mind echoed with 3 billion, 3 billion. Okay, stop hiding in the car and be a coward. Wang Xiaozong sneered into the car and said, come out and pay off your debt. The words repay debt were like thunder, bringing Huang Yu back to reality. He walked out tremblingly and looked at Yi Yang, who was looking at him leisurely. Can I do it again? One extra game, I will definitely beat you this time. We bet this time. But shut up. Wang Xiaozong couldn't wait to kick him up. You are so shameless. If you want to open a leather factory in the future, you will definitely run away with your sister-in-law carrying buckets, regardless of the employees. That's my second uncle you're talking about. Huang Yu denied it repeatedly. I bet you and the director of Jiangnan Leather Factory are actually related. Wang Xiaozong complained in a dumbfounded voice. Second update, Douyin Jiuyang. Huang Yu coughed. Apparently, his second uncle's national fame also made him a little embarrassed. But he knew that if he didn't resolve this matter today, he might be the next one to be as embarrassed as his second uncle. Lost money first, or bark like a dog first? Wang Xiaozong said with interest from the side. Huang Yu's face immediately turned red. Ahem, everyone, I just had a fever, can you withdraw? Withdraw your mother's sales. Wang Xiaozong kicked Huang Yu directly. Didn't you show off just now? Why are you so weak now? Yi Yang gave Wang Xiaozong a thumbs up. There is a bright future. Seeing that Huang Yu was so soft, he just slapped his neck. Haha, it doesn't cost you money, it costs your life. You just have to figure it out. Our Huang Group is also a super consortium with a market value of hundreds of billions, and I can't let you manipulate it. Yo? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you trying to blame me, Yi Yang? What? What's so great about you? We just made a verbal bet, and you have no evidence. Haha, I said I'd give you 3 billion. So I'll give you 3 billion. The more Huang Yu talked, the more confident and justified he became, and he hummed, "You're making me laugh to death, Mr. Huang." TSK. Yi Yang smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. You don't think that as long as you default on your debt, brother, Yi can't do anything to you, right? Wang Xiaozong was also made to laugh by Huang Yu's rogue behavior, not to mention brother Yi's status, even. I have 100 ways to make your Huang Group pay. For $100, do you think I've never studied? I'm here to scare idiots. Huang has no access. Okay, you still know that I'm fooling a fool. Wang Xiaozong nodded slightly, and then raised a few fingers. First, brother Yi has the top law firm in China. He can definitely find the old things your Huang Group has done over the years and initiate a lawsuit against your Huang Group. And Yida Group will also join forces with other industries under brother Yi's name to carry out a commercial encirclement and suppression of your Huang Group. How long can you withstand a small group worth hundreds of billions? By then, the loss will not be 3 billion. With such a storm, I'm afraid the Huang Group will be completely capsized if it doesn't pay attention. Wang Xiaozong's voice got louder and louder as he spoke. As for you, even if you are fine now, you might disappear tomorrow for some special reason and be sunk at the bottom of the sea. Are you threatening me? How dare you? Huang Yu glared, his face was fierce and his heart was filled with panic. I'm not threatening you, but things are unpredictable. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Wang Xiaozong shrugged, his expression as villain-like as possible. You, don't be impulsive. Huang Yu, who looked like he would rather die than surrender just now, was so frightened that his pants almost got wet, and he collapsed directly on the ground. His voice filled with tears. If you're scared, why don't you call your home and transfer the money? Wang Xiaozong yelled angrily, looking exactly like a gangster with a blue dragon tattoo on his hand in a Hong Kong movie from the 1990s. I will fight. Huang Yu ran to the side and started dialing. Puff. As soon as Huang Yu ran away, Wang Xiaozong couldn't hold back his smile anymore and burst out laughing. It's pretty much like that. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Wang Xiaozong patted his chest. Professional. I also dated many girls from the acting department, and they taught me. What he said just now about the reason behind the corpse's death was just to scare this little fool. If there is a commercial conflict, the Huang Group will definitely surrender directly. Yi Yang does not even need to come forward at all. The presence of him, the second generation of Yida Fu, is enough to achieve the goal. Killing someone for such an easily achieved goal would not do any good. Instead, it would cause a lot of trouble. Even smart and wealthy people would never choose to do so. Getting the maximum benefit with the minimum loss is the smart choice. Hey, Dad. Save your son. I'm going to be buried. Poor Huang, you didn't even know that what he just said was just to scare him, a fool. As soon as he answered the phone, he burst into tears. The overbearing CEO fan had been scared out of his mind. Ah. What did you say? Who did you provoke? Who is so bold? Did you tell him that you are from the Huang group? On the other end of the phone, Huang Heping asked with a frown. I told you. It's useless. Huang Yu was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Anyway, Dad, hurry up and prepare 3 billion. To rescue me. I will send the location to you soon. Come quickly. If it's later, I won't have it. Hello? Hello? Huang Heping looked at the phone that had been hung up long ago, feeling confused. Third brother, what's wrong? Huang Hexing on the side also looked over, inexplicably feeling that this scene was suffocatingly familiar. Shou seems to have been kidnapped, and he threatened to break up the vote if he didn't pay 3 billion. Huang Heping was also a little flustered. I was kidnapped, can I still give you my location? Huang Hexing directly confused the world. What did the kidnapper say? The kidnapper didn't speak to me, but this kid told me in no uncertain terms that he wanted 3 billion, otherwise he would be buried. Huang Heping scratched his head, this unlucky son can't even speak clearly. Huang Hexing patted the desk in front of him, there is such a thing. It seems that the other party asked Shou to call us, which also means that they want to settle it privately. Third brother, don't panic, I have never been afraid of trouble. Find someone to deal with them. Huang Heping pondered, can it work? Will it? Don't worry, I have someone in the underworld. I can definitely settle this matter. Don't worry, I guarantee that our Huang group will not spend a penny on this matter. When the person I find goes there, he will have to pay us back. Huang Hexing patted his chest and promised. Last time Xiaoxin got into trouble, you seem to have promised the same thing. Huang Heping muttered. Well, isn't that a special case? Who knew that Xiaoxin was spoiled like that, and even dared to offend someone like Mr. Yi? Huang Hexing frowned when he mentioned this. More than a month ago, his daughter Huang Xiaoxin acted like a spoiled child in a tea house in Magic City, which directly angered Yi Yang, a big business figure in Magic City. He paid a lot of money to invite the second most powerful security guard in Magic City, He Jiutian, to go with him, but he didn't expect that he was not only the most powerful in Magic City's business world, but also had an extremely noble status in the underground world. In the end, he had to pay a huge amount of shares to him in disgrace, and even his daughter Huang Xiaoxin was temporarily expelled from the Huang family. At this time, she was eating steamed bread in a mountain village. Damn it. It was so embarrassing last time. I lost my daughter and lost my soldiers. This time I must earn back my face. Huang Hexing gritted his teeth. First update, Penguin Charm, 1054/117/329. Hello. Yes, I am Huang Hexing. Is there any powerful person in Hainan who you can recommend to me? Huang Hexing made the phone call, confidently. What's wrong, brother Huang, what happened? There was also some confusion on the other end of the phone. Don't worry about it. Just find it for me. I'll fly to Hainan right now. I'll be there in an hour. Okay, leave it to me. I'll give you his phone number later. After that, Huang Hexing sent a text message directly to Huang Yu, telling him the situation and asking him not to worry and to rescue him immediately. Hainan, racing track. Look, my uncle will come to save me soon. Huang Yu showed the text message to Wang Xiaozong, "Don't kill me. Please." Wang Xiaozong hummed, "I see you are quite sensible, so let's take a look first. I'll wait for you for an hour. If you don't come by then, I'll definitely get there, I'll definitely get there." Huang Yu expressed his position repeatedly. Wang Xiaozong was still threatening, as if he was addicted to teasing fools and never tired of it. Mo Xingjing and Tan Mingqian both knew that Wang Xiaozong was teasing him, so they both couldn't laugh or cry. 1 million, guaranteed for a long time. Do you want to drive a racing car yourself? Yi Yang was too lazy to watch Wang Xiaozong teasing Huang Yu anymore, and turned to ask the girls. Forget about driving a racing car. My driving skills are only limited to driving a go-kart. Mo Xingjing muttered. Yes, racing cars are not for ordinary people to drive. Tan Mingqian shrugged. I'm not interested in driving a racing car myself, but I'm still very interested in getting into my boss's car. Mo said with a smile. Ahem. Yi Yang looked at the cunning and tenderness in Momo's eyes, and said silently. In his heart, this little fox still knows how to flirt. In that case, come on, get in the car. And take you for a ride. Yi Yang tilted his head and smiled. Then Mo also wants to see the scenery on the top of the mountain and drink coconut milk. That, too. Momo walked up, leaned against Yi Yang's ear, and spoke softly and seriously. Ah. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had forgotten that the kiss between Shan Shanshan and Mo Xingjing was broadcast live. But when a beautiful woman asks for a kiss, there is certainly no reason to refuse. Okay, let's go. Yi Yang opened the door. Please, my delicate little princess. Boss, you are getting better and better at teasing girls. Momo blushed and got into the passenger seat. This time I drove the standard car provided by the venue. Although the performance horsepower is much lower than that of Koenigsegg, the main reason is that it drives slowly at a speed of only 370 kilometers per hour. For Yi Yang, it is as easy as a drive. As for Koenigsegg, it has been sent over for specialized warranty and maintenance. Exceeding the theoretical speed limit just now has caused some damage to the interior of the car body. This kind of super expensive luxury car can easily lose its price if not maintained. Yi Yang doesn't feel bad, the coaches do. A typical emperor is not in a hurry, and eunuchs are. These coaches are all rushing over to help Yi Yang repair the car. After all, this is the car of the contemporary car god. Coach Lao Wang, in particular, is extremely enthusiastic. At the top of the mountain, Yi Yang looked at the drink list at the small beverage shop and asked Xiang Yumomo, which one should I drink? Master, I want to drink iced coconut milk. Yumomo imitated Mo Xingjing, showing his little tiger teeth in a pretend to be cute. I have to say that Yumomo, who has always been a mature secretary, suddenly adopted this cute lowly style, which really had a mixed impact. Yi Yang shook his head dumbfounded and said to the boss, then let's have 2 more glasses of iced coconut milk. Okay. The boss looked at Yi Yang with envy. He was worthy of driving a big luxury car. He just turned around and his girlfriend changed. I am just old. If I were young, I would say less and say, good guy. Coconut milk is ready. The boss handed the coconut milk to Yi Yang. Yi Yang was about to hand the coconut milk to Yumomo when he felt 2 huge balls hitting his chest. Well? Yi Yang's eyes widened. What the hell? The same forced kiss scene should be staged twice in one day. I am the old man. Let me take the initiative once. But now he has lost his interest in talking, and the tenderness between his lips is simply unforgettable. Loli and Yujia have completely different kissing feelings. It was different from Imo Xingjing's slightly raw feeling. Yumomo is enthusiastic and experienced. Pap. The coconut milk shell in the boss's hand fell to the ground. If he hadn't been older, he would have cried with envy when he saw this scene when he was young. Why don't you abuse an old single like this? After being gentle for a while, Yi Yang took you down the mountain silently. Enjoyable. Umo looked much better than Imo Xingjing when he got out of the car. At least his legs could stand upright without trembling. Obviously, the tolerance for the stimulation just now is higher. It's been almost an hour, why hasn't your uncle come yet? Doesn't he want you anymore? Wang Xiaozong snorted coldly, if you dare to play tricks on us, ha Huang. Yu was frightened and trembled again, looking at Mo Xingjing and Tan Mingqian next to him. Hey! We are old classmates. Please help me beg for mercy. Please. Huh? Mo Xingjing took a few steps back, saying that she didn't want to pay attention to him. It was better to be scared, so that he wouldn't bother her in the future. Greasy and domineering CEOs are the most annoying. Tan Mingqian looked at all this coldly. This was all her own fault, and she was too lazy to wade into the muddy water. This. Huang Yu was about to despair. Outside the racetrack, a car horn suddenly sounded. It sounded like there were quite a few cars. Maybe it's my uncle. A glimmer of hope rose in Huang Yu's eyes. Buzz buzz buzz. The black and blue Mercedes team drove into the racetrack aggressively. The security guards couldn't stop them. There were 5 or 6 cars. 20 or 30. Thugs in suits walked down directly. The leader, smoking a Cuban cigar, wearing a fur coat, holding white gloves, wiped the sweat from his forehead from time to time. What the hell is this? Yumomo muttered. I don't know. Cosplay? Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. Then these actors are really dedicated. The temperature in Hainan must be over 20 degrees. And they have to wear such a thick fur coat. It's not easy. Mo Xingjing said seriously. You guys kidnapped the son of the Huang group? The leader was talking, and the cigar beside his mouth was shaking up and down. Hee, isn't this Mr. Chong? What wind blew you here? The owner of the racetrack obviously knew this person. And his heart trembled, and he hurried to meet him. Second update.